call the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting to order. Could we please possibly have a roll call?
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Present.
Chair Warren.
Present. Today we've got two items, and we're waiting on Councilman Smiley, I think, for item number one. So if we could proceed with the resolution requesting an agreement between the City of Memphis through its Division of Parks and Tennis Memphis, Inc. to operate 7 tennis facilities, all council districts sponsored by administration. For some reason, no cost is here, but that should come up shortly as we have the presentation. Chief Walker, can you possibly proceed? Can you comment on the total cost of it here?
Yes, sir. I mean, it is in here, and I apologize. I did not actually see the routing sheet, but the cost, the annual cost is $350,000. All right, so just sort of a quick history of, there we go. In 2001, at the time, the Memphis Parks Commission issued an RFP for operation of 7 tennis facilities, 4 indoor and 3 outdoor complexes, and a total of 5 sets of outdoor courts. So they're Leftwich, Eldon Rourke, Bellevue, Woolbricht, Wooddale, Raleigh, and Fraser. Tennis Memphis Incorporated, a nonprofit formed by USTA certified former instructors at the tennis facilities, won that RFP and was selected as the operator. Their contract was extended once by the terms of the contract and then amended twice to extend the term through council-approved resolutions. In 2022, Parks issued another RFP, given both the 20-year time frame that Tennis Memphis had operated the facilities and the significance of the investment in the Leftwich tennis facility. So the 22 RFP, there were 3 respondents to the RFP. The panel reviewing the responses were myself, Special Assistant to the Mayor, Ken Moody, also a former Deputy Director of Parks, Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson, and the 2 current Deputy Directors of Parks, Cleo Griffin and Marcia Allen. All 3 applicants, after the review of the RFP, were invited to virtually present to the panel. Both the initial response and the interviews themselves were scored. After that process, Tennis Memphis was selected as the best applicant. So the proposed terms of this deal, to your point earlier, it is a base term of 3 years with 2 mutual 3-year options. The administration, there's a lot of deals out there right now, but currently this is our standard preferred method because it does not hold future councils and administrations liable for a contractual obligation that one administration set up. Staffing at all 7 sites with schedules to be approved by Parks. Tennis Memphis will have the ability to contract with third parties with Parks approval. Anything above a $50,000 agreement requires Parks approval. Staffing, particularly instructor staffing, will be representative of the ethnic and racial demographics of Memphis. Tennis Memphis will continue to work with Memphis Shelby County Schools to make courts available for practice, competitions, etc. And I believe it's actually their policy currently to make it available to all schools in the county. Tennis Memphis shall provide an annual citywide adult and youth championships. Tennis Memphis shall facilitate annual citywide summer youth clinic program. They'll also provide special programming for Memphis Park summer camp participants. This is a variation from the previous agreement. Tennis Memphis shall enter into a profit-sharing agreement with Memphis Parks to be evaluated annually through a certified audit as a part of its annual report. And then, as was the case with the previous agreement, city administration will review and approve all senior leadership hiring by Tennis Memphis, and then Memphis Parks will pay a $350,000 annual management fee to Tennis Memphis. That is my presentation.
Can you leave that last slide up?
Sure.
Just a couple questions from me, and then I'll go to the council.
Sure.
Is there a reason that the city is paying for this and we're letting everybody in the county do it? Are we charging a fee for them to come in? If you're a county school, you want to come in, you're not within our city limits, do you pay?
I would defer that to Tennis Memphis. I believe actually if there's kids that are using court for high school practice, is there a fee for that at all? Okay.
But
Do we
if
give-
they're a county, if they're a Germantown school, is there a fee?
They're not using, we only have the cities coming through there right now.
So we don't have anybody that's coming in.
No, and they use their own courts.
Okay, so that's a non sequitur. It's not an issue.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it might have just been a brain lapse on my part.
Okay, and I guess the next thing was, I'll go to other questions. That'll come back to me. Any other questions here? Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Chair. We're talking about tennis.
Yes, sir.
Director, the gentleman is sitting right there. If y'all wouldn't mind, could y'all give him 2 minutes?
Right, Coach White?
Right here. Yeah, let him come up.
Please
I
come
need
up
him
and
to-
state your name.
I want him
Use
to
that.
explain some things with the tennis, especially in my area. I'm concerned about my area this time, okay? I need y'all to constantly get with him also to make some things happen, but he needs to explain some different things that need to be happening, especially with the tennis. I don't play tennis. I don't play soccer. I don't play basketball. I don't play all that, but hey, everybody gets this money. But hey, some of my people do, and I want them to be part of all of this. That's why I want him to talk for a second, if you don't mind. Go right here. You can sit and then turn the mic on.
Yeah, and turn green, and then your name and address for the mic, for the council.
Good morning, Honorable Council. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Name and
some-
address first.
My name is Kedzie White. I am the immediate past head tennis coach at Lemoyne College. I have been involved in tennis in the minority community for a very, very long time, since approximately 1977. I wanted to share this information with you based on the current contract under consideration. And I would call your attention to page 2 of the proposed contract page 1. It says maximization of utilization of said facilities by and for the benefit of said public. This term would run from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th of 2026. We've had 22 years of management by the same company. Since then, the minority participation, outcomes, and service to those communities have declined drastically. 23 years ago, prior to this being instituted, we were sending kids to college all across the country, primarily HBCUs. However, I am unaware of any specific kids who have gone from Whitehaven or South Memphis to college on tennis scholarships since that time. If there are any, I'm not aware of them, and I'm involved in my community heavily. Councilman Morgan can attest to the quality of the council, to the quality of the players that we were raising during the time he was junior tennis player at Leftwich Tennis Center. I believe Raphael Smith was one of your nemesis. Yes. 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 So there was the tennis professionals on page 3 of this same contract. The only professionals who are not employed by Tennis Memphis who may request time for professional clinics and lessons are those who are affiliated with nonprofit organization having the status of a 501c3 corporation. I think that in and of itself, on its face, is exclusive to the independent contractors who are out there trying to provide a service to a community that is otherwise underserved or not served.
Question for you there. So what you're doing now, or what you propose, is to have like the ability for people who are running for-profit tennis clinics or coaching to be able to bring their players in and coach them. Is that what you think is necessary here?
Yes, and the reason being is there are no other facilities available. I've had to use public facilities, particularly Raleigh Tennis Center, when you're teaching young ladies how to play. There's no restroom facilities that were available because the clubhouse is locked up. The place isn't staffed. But I won't get into any of the, I won't
But
talk
I'm just
about
wondering,
what's not
how many
there.
groups like yours are there out there that want to do this?
Numerous. There are individual minority African-American tennis coaches throughout the city that for the last 22 years have had to endure a number of obstacles and barriers towards accessing these public courts. And there's also been discussion that was had and facilitated by Director Walker, myself, and Stephen Lang of Tennis Memphis to allow some, to make some allowances to accommodate. However, those accommodations and arrangements have been subject to tenuous confrontations with people on the staff of Tennis Memphis who may not have been privy to some of the arrangements or agreements that were talked about in the discussions with myself, Mr. Walker, Mr. Moody, and Mr. Lang. But it's also important for me to note that Tennis Memphis, for whatever reason, does not have a staff that is reflective of the communities in which those tennis centers sit. Tennis Memphis currently has, to my knowledge, only 2 African-American professional teaching on their staff. I am, not to make this a racial issue, but I know that we have better outcomes with our kids when we're able to engage them ourselves and to make sure that they have what they need from a perspective of someone who's been there from that community, who's made it through college on tennis scholarships, and who has connections and ties still to those persons who are in positions at those colleges and universities who would be able to facilitate a transition for them into a better opportunity. We know the vehicle. Specific data, yes, I absolutely will provide you with any data that you, in fact, I emailed.
Data that backs that claim up.
No, I have the emails that I sent to.
I just want the data that backs your claim up.
You have it. If you,
I don't. You can send it to me.
it has been sent.
You'll have
this
to
morning.
send it again. We don't have it.
Okay.
Trust me, we get so much stuff. If we say we don't have it, it's somewhere, but we don't have it. Yeah, so that's, I'm just trying, so.
I'm not saying it's not true. I just
Yeah.
With all due respect, I would
Yeah.
respectfully submit to you that I submitted that to you.
Oh, we believe you.
in
So
email
we're
this
telling you, we
morning.
believe you. We just don't have
Yes.
it. Okay. It's somewhere.
Thank you.
You have to send it again. Now we can look for it.
Yes, sir.
All right. So on this, I guess I'm wondering from what you're saying, and I'll let other people ask questions here in a second. Let the record show we now have.
I know he sent it, okay?
Yeah, we believe you.
I want this man to discuss because, look, I'm a black man today. I want some things happening. My folks. Everybody else has part. Part is over right now. So I can get some of the things done in my area and some of these other areas that have been neglected. We spent a lot of money. So I don't want to hear nothing from nobody today. I'm gonna get pissed the hell off. Don't piss me off today. Let him talk, then anybody else can get with him, but I want some things to happen. Okay?
Thank you,
I
Councilman.
appreciate it, but
Thank
I don't
you.
want to get upset today.
Okay, well, I've got my Valium in my bag. We'll bring you down.
I got mine too today.
But we'll be good. I think it sounds like,
I'm pissed today.
yeah, my question is, how does this work? And maybe I can ask Mr. Walker this. How does this work to allow people to rent the facility and have time there to bring that in? Is there some conflict that we can't do that?
I'll tell you, and I'll let Tennis Memphis talk to the other concerns that
Okay.
he brought up, but I'll tell you that hopefully Coach White, I'm not saying anything that's untrue here, but I met with Coach White and Coach Turner, who runs a nonprofit, multiple times. We had lots of meetings in our office. My goal was to find an amicable solution to this, and I thought at the time we got there, but regardless.
What's holding us up?
The biggest issue, so to your point about bringing in private operators into facilities that are either city-run or quasi-semi-run, we run into this a lot. And your folks will hear this. Folks from the community will call you and say, why can't I do this? One of the biggest issues we're dealing right now is someone who wants to teach swim lessons inside of our community centers. There is a fundamental problem with having a facility that is either city operated or operated at the behest of the city, providing a service, and then a for-profit entity wanting to come in and do the same thing. Which is why when
What is that problem?
The problem is you have competing interests there. We are providing the service at either a low cost or subsidized option, and we know the quality of the service that we are providing and the reason that we're providing it. It's very similar to, if you were to just take a step back and think about it, the YMCA, for instance. The YMCA, which offers health and fitness classes, if someone came in and said, I want to operate a health and fitness class inside your facility, no one would think twice if the YMCA said no. Why would we do that? Why would we have you come in and provide the same service that we're providing in our building?
But you could also look at it like it's a church, where it's just got a whole bunch of different programs and people bring the programs in and you're trying to offer services.
No, I agree with you. I think
this is a
it's-
public facility.
It is a public facility, and that's
we
why
built.
we made the caveat in there that a nonprofit who is trying to reach out to folks in the community and target areas that are not being provided by the other nonprofit entity that is running the facility would be given access. And at the same time, the conversation that we had and what I was trying to establish was a path forward for that inside of these facilities.
Okay,
But
so
the other major issue, and then I'll let Tennis Memphis address it, is Tennis Memphis's staff. The way that they are provided for and the way they are paid for is court rental fees and lessons. And so in order to have a paid staff at the facility, they need to be able to provide those services. And so again, if you have someone competing with your staff inside your same building, it makes it difficult to be able to generate enough revenue to pay for those things. But the other questions about the racial disparities and outcomes, if they want to address that, I would suggest.
I'll ask them in a second. And, I'm just looking at this. Oftentimes when you have more than one group in a facility, you tend to get synergy. So you've got something cooking. It's not like you compete each other to ground zero. Your competition actually brings more people in. So I don't think that's necessarily a negative as you're looking at this. But let's let Tennis Memphis talk. And Councilman Ford.
Can we clarify one thing?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand.
Okay. And then let me.
It's just clarification of what he just said.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that I understand, because I skimmed through the agreement this morning, or really last night and this morning. So what you're saying is that a coach can come in and teach on a court, but they just can't block off and have dueling programs like clinics, et cetera, and marketing and blocks of hours? Or what if I'm playing with Tennis Memphis and all of a sudden I decide, hey, it's not going well and I want a private coach? I mean, I need access to those courts. Can I still have a private coach? Or
They would have to address it. The way the agreement is written is that is the discretion of the operator. Okay. But again, to the point I was making earlier, one last point of clarification on that. I'm not saying it's necessarily about the competition. What I am saying it is, and a lot of times, is that it is about ensuring the quality of that programming. And again, if we are providing it, and so that's a different thing. In the case of Tennis Memphis, there are lots of tennis instruction out there. The example I gave about swimming is we want to make sure that that's a certified swim coach and that we're providing safe, quality programming.
So if we had certification requirements for anybody who's a private coach teaching, that would make sense to have someone that has their coaching certification or reputation of coaching for 30 years with whatever. Is there a way that we could put that into this contract?
Yeah, and I don't want to. I think there's a path forward with Coach White, and I thought we were there. It sounds like we got off track, but again, from my position as the Parks Director, given the type of programming that he's trying to do, I don't see any reason why we can't figure that out. So I'll be clear on that.
Okay, so I think that's what we were wanting to do today. It's maybe if there's an issue from Tennis Memphis, we should hear what that is. And does that sound good with everyone? And then we can see if we can correct it. I'd let the record show that we now have Councilman Smiley, Councilman Morgan, Councilman Carlisle, not Councilman Canale, and Councilman Ford here. Yes, sir. Say your name for the record and your address.
My name is Arnold Thompson. I live at 3911 Springfield Drive in Memphis. I am Director of Outreach and Community Development with Tennis Memphis. I've been with the organization for a little over 10 years now in a variety of positions, capacities, most of them in leadership. I have been program director where all of the teaching pros have reported to me, and I managed and planned all of that. And what I want to address, first of all, Mr. Carlisle's concerned about being able to bring in an outside coach. That is allowed. That can happen. Somebody who's not part of the organization can come and get and rent court space. So that's a non-issue. I'm particularly concerned with the discussion about racial disparities and not serving the communities that we're in, because that's exactly what my job is about, is being sure that we cast a wide net, make opportunities available for everyone in all communities. And specifically as it relates to Bellevue and Eldon Rourke, I think what we're doing is the opposite of what's being portrayed. We offer all kinds of opportunities at both tennis centers. They very much represent the communities that they are in. I can give you at Eldon Rourke, the youth participants are 83% Black, 10% Asian, and 7% white. At Bellevue, it's about 50% white, about 48% Black, about 2% Asian. At Bellevue Tennis Center, we have an array of programming, one of them being a free tennis and tutoring program that is offered every day of the week, every day that there's school. It's an hour of free tennis, an hour of homework help and tutoring and mentoring that is wide open for middle schoolers. As I said, it is free. Our fees for all of our programs are well below industry standards.
Do you have scholarships?
We have scholarships. Tennis Memphis has no child is turned away due to a family's inability to pay, which we have sliding scale financial aid down to 0. At Eldon Rourke Tennis Center, we have a high performance homeschool program where students train all day long, 6 or 7 hours a day, and they do homeschool curriculums. That has 14 students, 6 of which are African American. 2 of those African American students are on full scholarship, do not pay anything to attend this program. 2 of them pay $25 per month. 2 of them pay $35 per month. This is a $1,000 a month program, which is well below industry standards, but most of the participants are paying very little. And then there's a family that pays $385 a month for 2 children to be there as well. This is a program in which kids are training to get Division I scholarships. Over the years, we have had about 60 plus kids to receive college scholarships who have been participants in Tennis Memphis programs. As far as the staff goes, our entire staff is currently exactly split down the middle, 50% African American, 50% white in terms of total staff. The coaching staff, and I am a certified teaching professional as well. We have a number of 11 coaches, 5 of whom are Black at this time. We have always been proactive in terms of trying to have coaches, Black coaches and coaches that represent the community. About 5 years ago, when I was over all the teaching pros, the teaching pros were about 65% Black at that time. Tennis is an industry with high turnover. Coaches and pros come and go a lot. We have a particular type of thing we're doing at Tennis Memphis where it's about serving the community through tennis, offering the opportunities of tennis and the life enhancements that come with that. And so tennis is rife with people who are big on making money. We're looking for a particular type of person who wants to do community work through tennis. So they have the teaching tennis skills, the tennis teaching skills, but they also have to have the sense of working in the community. And that's what we're looking for. We're always proactive.
Thank you. I mean, I think that it sounds like you guys are awful close to an agreement because obviously if we've got people who've been in the community for 15, 20 years, they're here for the community. So they're going to be helping with that. So let's look and see what we can do. Y'all come back in the next meeting and bring us how y'all arranged for this compromise to work where you've got your programs going and you're bringing in our people who've been committed for decades trying to teach our kids tennis. And let's get it all working together because it's going to be a great facility. And we've got plenty of room there. So it seems like we can all work together to make it happen. So Mr. Walker, would you mind like getting together with these guys and see if the smaller details can get worked out and be brought to us next meeting? Is that okay with everyone? Wait. Councilwoman Johnson has a comment first while y'all are thinking about that comment. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my first comment in reference to that is I was hope maybe they could get together today and send it on downstairs. And we could send it down with no recommendation. But I think they've been working on it. If they can resolve it, let them resolve it. But otherwise, let me make it sure everybody understands. I was part of the review committee for this selection. And based on the criteria that we judged the various agencies on in regards to providing this service, Tennis of Memphis did win the selection process. And I wanted to make it clear that nobody is saying that Tennis of Memphis is not doing a good job. They do a job well for what they have been doing for the last 20 years. What has been brought to my attention is the fact there's a lot of part of the community that has still not been represented or been given an opportunity there. And that is for one reason why I will not be able to support this particular contract at this time, that we got to find a way to reach out and do more for the community based on the information I received from people like Coach White and others who have expressed their disappointment. I mean, some of these same people actually use Tennis of Memphis because that's the only courts out there available. Look like the concept that it is being a public facility gets overlooked because we have a management contract in place. So I think that needs to be addressed in some way. How can we make it more available for everyone? What type of programs are out there that we can and be more inclusive with the community? We're missing quite a few kids, and we're thinking that a change in the process, how we do it, would make a big difference. So at this point, if they can work it out with Coach White and anyone else that may be available, but at this point, I'm not able to support the contract, and I'm, willing to give them more time or whatever.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I like your idea. If we can bring that back tonight with some sort of agreement that seems like it's going to open it up, because it seems like this is a both and. Mm-hmm. There's no reason that we can't do everything Tennis Smith wants to do and have other people come in with the number of courts we have. So as of now, we'll just charge you to do that, and if you can't, we'll give you 2 weeks, but we prefer to have it tonight.
Yeah, I was going to say the other thing we've got going on here, just so everybody's aware, is we got a really big shiny building over on Southern that's going to open up pretty soon. So that is why we will push to make sure that we have enough information for you this evening.
You said a tiny building?
No, I said big shiny.
Oh, I thought you said.
Yeah, no, it's not tiny. I would not use the word tiny to describe Lethbridge. And so from that perspective, what we're charged with is coming back to y'all with some answers to make sure that everyone is comfortable about how open Tennis Memphis will be to working with outside partners to make sure that everyone in the city has access to tennis.
And we just need to give them whatever guardrails they need for their protection.
Yeah.
And our people coming in needs to be able to work with those, and the guardrails don't need to be onerous. They just need to be logical for legal purposes. And I think Councilman Carl, I have one thing before we go to the next subject. Go ahead.
I mean, I do. I kind of get the concept here. Like I was just leaning over to Worth, which is kind of like, hey, what if I have a private coach or are there somebody? I get it. Not everybody's got access to a country club or a private school. So I guess ultimately, I hear Councilman Johnson, I hear Councilman Ford. I'd like to see how that's fundamentally put into writing, like how you execute that general sentiment. But ultimately, I think you're going to have to figure out ways to regulate liability insurance and cap fees. If that's going to be the rub, and then times availability.
I think the one thing so when I spoke earlier, the thing that I was trying to say was we would not offer free court time for for-profit entities. That seems to be the rub. That's the differential. And so from that perspective,
do we offer free court time for individuals coming to play?
We do. So actually, anyone, if there's court time available, if there is a court not reserved, people can come up, walk up, and play.
So this is the issue. I think is what we're really talking about. Is this gentleman? Correct me if I'm wrong, sir. Is saying, hey, I want to be able to block off, let's just say every Thursday from 5 to 8 p.m. for the entire year. so that with that court time, I can now program whatever my program is going to do, whether it's individual lessons, clinics, doubles, matches, whatever that is. And so I think that is the rub versus being able to walk in and say, hey, is 11 a.m. open? I'm going to hit with this young lady here and be her coach for the hour. So like that's what's got to get worked out is if he's going to run a for-profit entity, then he wants to enter into an agreement with the city or a sub-agreement with Tennis Memphis for those things, then they want to be able to charge for that because that's how they fund their operations as the nonprofit on behalf of the city. So they need to get that worked out.
So question, on that, is that the situation you need to be able to, you need to rent the court time and that's making it economically unable for you to do your business?
Not exactly. I think what's being missed is the fact that this is not a for-profit entity that I'm speaking of. The entity that I represent is XS Tennis, which is a nonprofit organization from Chicago that has partnered with us in order to have the financial and insurance credibility and credentials that we were seeking to be able to compete in the RFP. That is also the coach of U.S. Open champion Sloane Stevens and a Tennis Channel commentator. But the reason why we're wanting to bring XS, which is a nonprofit organization, to those two communities again is because we have not seen the outcomes. And just as you asked me for the proof and verification of the success that we had, I would submit that might be something.
So here's my, okay, so this is a nonprofit entity, so it's not a coach making a profit coming in. Do we need some sort of thing that says nonprofits, if available, can lease these or reserve the courts for teaching?
Mr. Chair, I think a big point has been completely missed. This is not somebody looking for a little bit of court time or a player looking for a coach. This is another completely different operator that was not selected through the RFP, wanting to operate the facilities that were awarded to Tennis Memphis in the contract process.
And do we have enough room for 2 facilities to be able to come in and bring more kids on board?
I think we can talk about this separately. I will say that is the reason that this is here to you on the 21st as opposed to the 7th. And Tennis Memphis, again, their contention is, as Arnold pointed out, they believe they are providing that service, and what you are doing is asking an entity and come in and provide their opportunity to provide that service. And
so what we're essentially doing is doubling our tennis potential by having 2 services that are hiring
because
people to
XS
do it.
does not want to partner with. Well, no, and less than that, XS does not want to partner with Tennis Memphis. XS would like for 2 of the facilities to be taken away from Tennis Memphis and operated by XS.
Okay, so all right, it sounds like we're going to come back and we're going to hear what you guys bring to us. We're going to not send it downstairs today based on that, unless you come up with something.
Send it downstairs for no recommendation. We can always hold.
Yeah, okay, we'll send it down, no recommendation, and y'all can see what other information you bring to us, and we'll hold if we don't have a resolution at that point. All right, that's item number 2 if we're okay. And item number 1 is the resolution to allocate and appropriate $35,000 for supplies and professional services related to Memphis Parks Teen Fest, whereas the city of Memphis through Memphis Parks holds an annual Teen Fest, a music event showcasing local teen talent and entertainment for teens, and whereas would you like to read this, Councilman Smiley?
I will speak to it.
Speak to it and read it into the record here.
You got to get a motion.
Well, you have to read it to get the motion, right?
All right.
Read it to get the motion.
Okay.
All right, resolution to allocate and appropriate $35,000 for supplies and professional service related to Memphis Parks Teen Fest 2023. Whereas the city of Memphis through Memphis Parks hosts an annual Teen Fest, a musical event showcasing local teen talent and entertainment for teens. And whereas the Teen Fest aligns with Memphis Parks' mission of creating positive and safe places, provide community center experiences that connect Memphians. And whereas the council intends to support the operations of Teen Fest in 2023 as positive activities in Memphis community that are avenues for creative expression and entertainment are always needed. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby request that the City of Memphis allocate and appropriate $35,000 from the City of Memphis FY23 unassigned general fund balance for the Play Your Park miscellaneous professional service line item of the Memphis Parks FY23 operating budget for the use of the Memphis Parks Teen Fest 2023. And I so move. Second. So real quick, I think we spent a lot of time talking about ways that we can support teens, although we're not directly in the education business. Councilman and Chairman Jones always says we are in the business of youth. I think this particular event showcases the best of Memphis, which is our people. Also gives young people a safe, friendly environment to showcase their talent while experiencing something they will not be able for normally. There's some really exciting headliners that Nick, Director Walker, will speak to at some point before we are officially, but we need the funds to make this happen. I'll hopefully have everyone's support. Co-sponsored by Councilwoman Johnson. And we'll, Director Walker, do you want to speak to Councilwoman Johnson's query?
What are you asking?
She said, is this enough money?
Oh, no, this is, so, and just so everybody's aware, the quality of the entertainment, I think that's vague enough.
Yeah.
And this year we'll be doing it at the Memphis Botanic Gardens, who have given us an incredible discount as a partner to rent the facility, but we still have to have security, porta potties, really expensive AV equipment. But this is enough money. This is more than enough money.
And more specifically, I think, last year it was nice. I think it was about 150. It was at Handy Park. It was about 150, young people there. But with this year's headliner, who is doing it at a extremely discounted rate, I think we're talking about significantly more. Can't say yet.
You guys will be able to say who first.
Yeah, we'll know first.
It's Sting, right?
Yeah, it's okay.
And Councilwoman Robinson's the co-sponsor as well. And so everybody's co-sponsoring, it seems like. All right.
Yeah, any other questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? No. Any other business, Mr. Walker, to come before this committee?
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Before we conclude, I just want to make some comments since Mr. Walker is here. Ms. Walker, as we go into budget season, I would ask that you bring us the most ambitious, child-centric, youth-centric budget that you possibly can.
With summer program.
And I'm not going to go too much on a tangent. Colleagues, we've set up as a city nonprofit organizations to provide services that we really should be providing as a city for our children. So I would ask, and I rode by, don't even know the name of this park. It's right on Dunn. It turns into parallel to the railroad tracks. Again, a baseball field, the baseball fence that used to provide, where we used to provide those services. So that's what our facility is for, but we disinvested from our children and we put it on nonprofits to do it, to pay a management fee. And so I go back to that, colleagues, and to you, Mr. Walker, to bring us a budget that supports children, that invests in children, and don't rely upon nonprofits to do this. These are our children, folks. And let's have a budget that reflects, our budget says that public safety is important to us. Our budget doesn't say that children are important to us. So, Mr. Walker, you're being over parks, which is a large part of what the services that we can provide to them. So I'm dependent upon you to do it for us.
From your lips to his ears, sir.
Thank you.
This committee is now adjourned. Thank you.
I go from Public Works to Planning.
Do we have a new
missing
agenda
papers.
somewhere?
Missing papers.
There's a lot of papers.
Missing papers. Somebody printed mine and it's not double-sided. Here we go. Oh, that's a text. Oh, man, I'll take it.
What's going on? I said, how did I get?
Yeah. Which is a crappy thing to do. Somebody get it to him.
Somebody get it.
Here you go. We're already behind. Good morning. It is Tuesday, February to the 21st, 8:47 a.m. I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Zones, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilman Smiley.
Barely.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Chair Carlisle.
Oh.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Is in the house. The chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 8 items. Item 6 has 6 sub-items. On today's agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
may I add an item?
Yes, sir.
Resolution to amend council grant item number 9, please.
Yes, sir, you can. Do I have a copy of your? Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right. Does any sponsoring member of items 1 through 5 want to be recognized to discuss or recognize any of their organizations, or is it okay with the body if I read these into the record and vote them as one item?
Do what you do.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna read each one of these items into the record, then we're gonna have one voice vote. Item number 1, resolution to amend the fiscal year council grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Canali. Request to add fiscal consent agenda and same night minutes. Jamie, I'm still in your budget book. That's Jeff. That's you, Jeff.
Doing my budget book.
Somebody have Canali's. Somebody have Canali's.
Hang on.
Yep. About to skip Canali. All right, moving on. Item number 2. Resolution to amend the fiscal year council grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Warren. Request to add to fiscal consent agenda and same night minutes. Now therefore be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that the following request for disbursement of the remaining funds be approved as follows. Memphis Family Connection Center of $2,500, Collective Blueprint $2,500, I Am My Sister's Keeper at $4,374, and Volunteer Odyssey as $2,500 for a total of $11,874.
So move with same night minutes.
Jeff, we're going to take these all at once.
Okay.
I love it. All right. Item number 1, resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations. Organization sponsored by Councilman Canali. There's a request for fiscal consent and same night minutes. Now therefore be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that the following requests for disbursements of remaining funds be approved as follows. Code Crew, $3,000. Junior Achievement Incorporated, $3,000. Lifeline to Success Incorporated, $3,000. Memphis Athletic Ministries, $3,000. Pure Youth Athletic Alliance, you guessed it, $3,000. For a total of $15,000. Item number 3, resolution to amend fiscal year council grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Smiley. Request to add to fiscal consent agenda and same night minutes. Now therefore be resolved by the Memphis City Council that the following requests for disbursements of the remaining funds be approved as follows. Agape Child and Family Services, $445. Item number 4. Resolution to amend the fiscal year council grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Johnson. Thank you, Dr. Warren. Request to add to fiscal consent agenda in the same night minutes. Now therefore be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that the following requests for disbursements of the remaining funds be approved as follows. Hope House, $5,000. Layman in Action, the LIA House Incorporated, $7,763. For a grand total of $12,763. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Johnson. And certainly, last but not least, Chairman Jones, a resolution to amend the council fiscal year grant allocations. There is a request to be added to the fiscal consent agenda with same night minutes. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that the following requests for disbursements of remaining funds be approved as follows. To the NAACP, $5,000. Modern Distinctive Ladies Incorporated, $7,500. Consortium MMT, $2,500. Memphis Area Legal Services, $2,500. Lee Jazz Omega, that's a good one, $2,500. Knowledge Quest, $2,500. Indie Memphis, $2,500. Heal the Hood, $2,500, for a total of $27,500. Again, sponsored by the illustrious Chairman Jones. May I have a motion and a second to move these items downstairs to the fiscal consent in same night minutes? Moved by Ford and seconded by Easter Thomas. All those in favor signify by saying, do you want to be recognized?
Yes, did we get Canales read?
We did. Okay. We did. Signify by saying aye.
By saying aye. Aye.
All opposed? Seeing none, this is unanimous. All right. Thanks, everybody, for the assistance there. A couple of assists on the side. Man, I got a lot. How do we want to take this? Let's go to let's do this. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, can we take 6 and then after we do the ARPA status update, bring 5 into the ARPA discussion, or do you want to take it separately? Okay. Okay. All right. I'm okay with that. All right. Number 5, update on the Promise Development ARPA initiative for North Memphis Grocery Store and Resource Center, District 7, Super District 8, requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody, and folks of Memphis here with us. I am excited and just grateful that the council thought it important to make sure that they were supporting the eradication of one of our many food deserts in the city of Memphis, especially in North Memphis. And so the council pledged to help support that effort. And also the county commission did as well, because they also pledged some of their ARPA funds. So we can say this is a city and county-wide move to make sure that we are providing access to food and also resources. This is stuff our people need, stuff our people in our communities need. So as we all know, we only have, I think, one developer up here on the council, so he has the insight. Developments have a lot of ins and outs. Last year we named Promise CDC, the actual developer of this effort, the nonprofit minority in the city of Memphis. And it has been going, and we have updates to share. And so with that, I'll bring Mr. Cornelius Sanders and Ms. Gwen Tucker up. You have a printed PDF. I don't know if we have the PowerPoint to also show on the screens. Andy, are we showing that on the screens? Okay. And other members of the team are present today.
You'll have a seat wherever you're comfortable, and when you're ready to speak, if you'll just give us your name and address, and if you like your role in the development for the record, that'd be great. Daryl.
And also, while they're getting this set up, council members here and council members, if you're listening online, if throughout the presentation, just think in your head of ways that we can further support to get this moved along in a time-efficient manner. Just think of ways that you may be able to either personally help or support or lend a contact or an ear or hand towards this project, as this is our entire council's effort to eradicate this food desert.
All right. Good morning, gentlemen, lady. Thank you for being here. Floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come and present. Cornelius Sanders, Promise Development, 262 Chelsea Avenue.
Gwendolyn Tucker with Rex International. I live at 612 Dusk Ridge Road in Collierville, and our business address is 111 South Highland.
Daryl Cobbins, Universal Commercial Real Estate, 119 South Main, Suite 110, 38103.
Good morning. Brandon Ingram, Universal Commercial, 119 South Main, Suite 110, Memphis, Tennessee, 3103.
And again, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I think you guys have a copy of the presentation. So today's agenda, we wanted to talk about the milestones and then kind of go through a slide deck, and we'll leave some time for questions. As you see, Councilwoman approached Promise Development to be the developer of the project, and we put this team together. So we're the champions of the development. And just a little bit about Promise Development, formerly North Memphis CDC, was started in 2000. The three areas that we work in is housing, workforce development, and economic development. We have a regional presence, not only in Shelby, but Tipton and Lauderdale counties. 24 employees, 4 offices. We manage over 400 units. Just to give you some type of idea of who we are, we have an annual budget of $2.5 million, net assets of $6 million, and currently we're managing, operating, working on proposals for projects roughly $40 million. This ties into the grocery store, ties into Memphis 3.0, of solving the issue of food insecurity and food deserts in our community. And then some of the milestones, as you see, in October 2021, the council approved the resolution. In April 2022, we entered an agreement to purchase the first site that you'll see a little bit later at 1993 Chelsea, which is roughly a 10-acre site. We contracted with Tioga to do environmentals in May and completed the phase 2 environmental in July. And then we closed on 1993 Chelsea in August. We engaged Seth Tucker to do some site plans and architectural services for us to be able to have some renderings. We also contracted with B&W. There were some buildings that have been dilapidated for 15, 20 years on the site that needed to come down, so we was able to bring those buildings down. And then there's a 1.6 acre site right there on now adjacent to 1993 that we purchased that as well in November. And then in November, the same time frame, we engaged with a new market tax credit consultant to help with the capital stack. And that slide there talks about, it actually gives you a layout of the site, which is roughly 12 acres at the corner of Chelsea University and Tunica. The next one is a site plan that we work with our team as well as Seth Tucker to develop. And what we realized is that we wanted to make the site the highest and best use, where we originally started with a grocery store and a resource center. We actually had enough site and layout and acreage to do some housing and some other things that is needed in the community. And the next slide kind of gives you cost estimations of phases. So the total is 16.2, but as you see, phase 1 is the grocery store and on all the things it needs as far as parking, docks, and all of that. Then phase 1 as well in there is a medical facility, because we realize that it's a medical desert, it's a banking desert as well. So we're working with some agencies to bring much needed medical facilities to that site. And then phase 3 would be the community entertainment and education facility to be used in the community as well. And now we have some cost estimation for phase 1. The grocery store, several that we talked to needed about 25,000 square feet. And you do the math there, it's $7.5 million for the grocery store. The medical facility is 8,000 square feet, that's $2.8 million. And then the community health and wellness, 25,000 at 5.9, which brings 54,000 square feet to that site, and then a total of $16.2 million. And our expenditures, with some time frame there as well. It's parcel 1, 1993, which I talked about. We purchased that. That was $800,000. Parcel 2, 2065, $365,000. For the site demo was $300,000. Project management, $87,000. Site layout, $50,000. Marketing communication, $50,000. And the environmentals that we had to do is $32,000. Potential funding sources. As we mentioned, we talked about it being a banking desert as well. But as far as the low income or new market tax credits, we've talked to these banks and institutions, Bancorp South, Cadence, Citizens, Hope Credit Union, and Truist. And some of the grants that we're currently working on or have submitted will be a CC Foundation, CDBG, which is Community Development Block Grant, also USDA. And we're doing new market tax credits, the C-PACE loan. We've talked to Edge about having a pilot there, TVA to provide some incentives on the type of products that we use for the building. And we're soliciting support from Congressman Cohen, State Rep Hardaway, and Antonio Parkinson. Currently, here's our capital stack that we're looking at. Public funding, $4.5 million, grants, $8.5, loans, $1.4, new market tax credit, $1.8, which would get us to that total of $16.2 million. I guess maybe a couple more slides. Targeted tenants to fill the spaces as the community, education, and entertainment. The anchor tenant is the grocer. That's kind of how this all started. Then we also talked about needing healthcare providers, but we're in talks and conversations with a primary care doctor to provide some healthcare for us, dentist, a pharmacy, a bank to provide financial literacy, and possibly a kiosk. We're really striving to have a full-service bank, but at this point, we hadn't had anybody sign on the line, but at least they were offering a kiosk and some financial literacy, workforce development, and job readiness, and then some of the service providers, the city, county, state, federal. We currently are talking with MLGNW about a possible location there. And then our team, as some of us have already introduced ourselves, Promise Development Corporation, Ms. Gwen with Ricks International, Brandon and Darrell, Universal, Seth Tucker, Tioga, TDEC. We're also doing a voluntary program with them to do some of the things where we did the testing to make sure the ground was safe because of some of the other issues in the past. B&W Excavating, 3I, Creative Communications, Tyler and Curtis Construction, Dexter Moeller. Path forward. We plan on having an LOI. We're working really hard to get this with the grocer by 6/23. The primary care provider, 4/23, the pharmacy, 4/23, and then have final cost estimations for the grocer, 7/23, the medical, 5/23, the pharmacy, 5/23, and some of the grants and funding that we're working on is grants for 23 is when we finalize some stuff with CDBG. We're also working with USDA, which will be in July. And then C-PACE, we plan to have it wrapped up, everything submitted in April. And then the new market tax credits will be in September. Okay, so now we're at question and answers or thoughts, comments, any help you can offer us?
I'm going to ask a few technical questions really quickly. One, thank you. Mr. Cobbins, good to see you, sir. Appreciate everything you do. Let's go it this way.
Okay.
So this is a very high-level stack. I know each one of these, you've got phases here, and then they're kind of merged into one. Right now, today, you've acquired the property, you're in discussions, you've got some preliminary concept drawings, and I assume Self Tucker is going to move forward eventually into schematics once you've got your concept set. Okay. In addition to that, what did the phase 2 and your contract with TDEC tell you?
Okay. Phase 2 showed that there was some gritty type element on the soil on the front of the building. And once we did that, they came back and said, if we're going to do any residential or playgrounds or anything at that particular site, we would need to do some further studies and then possible remediation.
Like a monitoring well or?
Right.
Okay.
So there are some monitoring wells that were already on site that we needed to cap off. And then there was some gasoline type substance that was found as well, but it actually dried up.
Is TDEC participating in any grant or brownfield for the site?
We hadn't applied to them yet. Once we figure out where we're placing everything and the remediation that needs to take place, then we are prepared to apply for that.
All right, cool. And I'm sorry, I should have asked. I mean, do you even have an order of magnitude on what you'd have to remediate out cost-wise? I mean, 2-3 feet? Okay. Okay. That's something, I guess, when you, eventually you'll have to come back. I mean, that's going to be, if that could be a big number. The public funds, we're $3 million. The county's 1.5. Is that right? Okay. And then grants, I swear you sent this in an email, but can you break down what your timing for CDBG, USDA, and then new market tax credits? I've never done a new market tax credit deal, but I know you apply well ahead. It's a year waiting period, correct?
So, well, actually, we started with them in January. I think was the date that we started with them. There are several CDEs, CDFIs that received allocations that already have our application. But as you know, there's a lot of things that you have to have: a full site plan, things are submitted to the city in order to get your permits and have that process started. So we're a little bit early on that. Okay. So that's where we moved it back to possibly September.
Gotcha.
Actually being awarded.
Gotcha. Okay. Credits. So September 23 is I'm not gonna call it best case, but it's good case scenario. Yes, okay. And then CDBG is and USDA are the same kind of deal. It's an application.
Right.
Okay.
We applied to CDBG in December, and then they came back with requests for some additional information, which normally happens with grants anyway, and we're working to get that submitted.
What are you hoping what are you applying for, I guess? What's your tranche for that?
$3 million.
$3 million on the CD, okay. And then for USDA?
$5.
Thank you, sir. All right, and then I know you guys, as you'll get farther down the road, you'll be able to kind of provide more of a phase one sources and uses. It's helpful because I think where this is coming down to, I think 16.2 is going to end up being light. That's just me. Especially as you're trying to help some of those operators get rolling, get stabilized, and get going. There was one more question, and I know Dr. Warren is in the queue, and I'm sure I've got other members. Okay, sorry. Users. So as far as your cadence, and I know, Mr. Cobbins, you're working, you represent the acquisition. I assume you're also being the landlord rep in this, trying to identify. That's obviously a big piece of this. I see the timeline here. Are you feeling fairly comfortable with more the anchors and then hoping to backfill? Are you feeling fairly comfortable about locating that anchor tenant?
Yes, sir. We've been in discussions with the local grocer for probably the past 5 or so months, and that conversation is ongoing, but we're also looking at Plan B scenarios for that anchor, both locally and nationally. And so I think within the next probably 3 months or so, 2 or 3 months, we'll have that piece finalized. Fantastic.
You're missing one other bucket of money that you need for a source. Your dear, dear friends at Memphis Light Gas and Water. I'm going to assume a site like this is going to require a significant power source. So those transformers and electrical needs are something that they probably should, even though they claim they can't, help at least credit you back or move with a lightning pace so they don't slow your development down. That's all I've got for right now. I appreciate your work. I've got Dr. Warren. Any other members, like Councilwoman East Thomas after him? Anybody else? All right, Dr. Warren.
I just want to, how close is this to one of the sites where our Accelerate Memphis plan had put in like a community development site? Are you like right on the corner of one of those sites? Where are you in relationship to a site in that neighborhood? Can you answer that, Cal?
I think that was one of the ones we missed. We had 2 slides that probably got missed out of this one because we give them to all the tenants. But we're right in between like 3 of them. So to the east, you have Hollywood and Chelsea corridor. That's a main corridor on the Accelerate Memphis. And then to the west, you have Watkins, which is also there. And then to the southwest, you have Jackson and Watkins/Cleveland, which is on Accelerate Memphis. And then also to the northeast, you have Hollywood Community Center, which is getting a new splash pad. And then you also have state updates on Chelsea that are going from Hollywood in Chelsea all the way down to where it comes close to Danny Thomas. And that's actually being done in coordination with the city of Memphis and the state. And I think All World is on that project.
Yeah,
so it's kind of in the middle, like a connector.
So that really sounds like a perfect location for you guys to be. It looks like a fantastic project, and I'm really hopeful that this is going to pull through and be as great as it looks. I like the idea of having medical practices there, and also, just basic economic things. I think MLG&W, if they're looking for a place to put another, citizen's office that they can come locally, that would be a good place, and it seems like it could be walkable. So I think that's a really good spot. Thank you guys for the hard work.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman East Thomas, did you have any remarks? Jonesy?
Just to reiterate, y'all, thank you for being a full supporter of the process to eradicate a food desert. I know that Mr. Sanders made it look kind of simplified what he's been doing, but they have been busting their tails, Darren Brandon included, to really try to piece and put so far what we have together, and it just means everything to them and the community that the council and the mayor's office, he's very supportive, and the county commission as well are supportive of this effort. So hopefully we'll be able to get LOIs signed soon from those folks, and all of us can publicly really take credit for this effort tangibly in the North Memphis community.
Yeah, I think I'd add to also, you mentioned the CPACE loan. I wish you the absolute best of luck. Lenders are difficult, but here's the deal. On this deal with the capital stack, with the debt piece of $1.4 million and the CRA opportunity for them, they shouldn't really hitch up. Like if for some crazy reason they were to take it, I mean, they're sitting in a money good position. So I would hope that this would be a deal that a bank would finally sign up for. But man, they realize they're not junior to that debt stack. The last thing, Jeff mentioned it, and I know it's in your plan all along, but I was hoping too that either the state or the Shelby County Health Department can participate, since you are looking at some sort of primary care or clinic there, that there are potentially some grant dollars that could help. And then, I don't want the city of Memphis to carry this entire thing on its own, which I really do appreciate all the work you guys have done to find sources and uses for this. But I have an inkling suspicion that we're probably going to have to come in and shore up some of these financials, because I just don't think $300 a foot. I just don't think it's going to get you there at 16.2. I could be wrong, but it depends what your TI is and all that stuff. So, is there anything else the council can do for you today?
If there's any other thoughts, comments, or resources or relationships that you could possibly introduce us to, that'd be great.
Yes, I have a primary care physician right here. Looking for a part-time gig with his full-time job.
I don't have that.
All right. Well, look, do I have somebody else?
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson.
I just wanted to share, I'd like for you to reach out to the Memphis Health Center. Okay. They're looking for another location, and that would be a great location. I don't know how that'll work out, but you need to give them a call.
Okay, thank you.
Those are federal dollars.
Yeah. Please keep us posted as you guys progress along. Chat with you afterwards. We'll catch up with you soon. I haven't seen you forever. All right. Colleagues, any other questions or comments on item number 5? All right. Moving on. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Before we get to 6, because that's going to take, I think, probably the longest chunk of this thing, and we'll probably end on it. Let's move to 7 real quick. Chairman Jones, are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
Item number 7, fiscal year 24 grant resolution, all council districts, sponsored by Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have, colleagues, you should have before you the resolution that will guide our 2024 grant process. And if you look at the bold items, those are some of the changes and modifications
that are proposed for this next fiscal year. What I've also done, so we've had some input from the administration on how to best utilize and have this grant program administered. But one of the other things that I've done, colleagues, on an unsolicited basis, I've asked for anonymous basis that staff provide input, because ultimately we make these decisions, but they're the ones who have to execute this every day. So on an anonymous basis, I asked for them to provide me some feedback, because honestly, colleagues, we're driving them crazy with this grant program. and so I just wanted to convey, huh? Oh, no, we didn't get into death threats, thankfully. But I think if we continue down the path that we're on, we probably will next year, but I'll be gone. but some of the feedback that I received, the grant will never be efficient so long as there's a continuous flow of resolutions from July to March granting money. So the suggestion is this is not a problem only caused by reopening applications. This is a problem because council members are constantly changing organizations' allocations and granting new ones. So it has been suggested that each new resolution passed means they also adding each new resolution passed means a new or amended funding agreement must be issued. So that slows down the receipt time for all organizations and diverts attention and resources to newer organizations and slows down completion of initial or secondary funding. Issue number two block fundings in the fiscal year. So block one, here's a solution. Block application period in May, review period in June, pass one resolution, first meeting in July, finance complete funding payments by October. So what this will do, we won't have calls and follow-ups and organizations calling us, hey, where's our money, where's our money, where's our money? We then pass it on to the administration. Then we have another application period in August, review period in September, pass resolution, first meeting in October. So the benefits to this block funding, it allows council members to allocate to new organizations while also allowing efficiency in the delivery of funds. Each organization that applies get one funding agreement one time for all appropriated funds. No mid-year reports due before organizations receive funds or have sufficient time to spend funds. So what I'll do, colleagues, too, I will make copies of these and distribute them amongst you. But I think that we have a good program. We've modified it over the years. I think there are just a couple of things that we can do differently as we go into the next fiscal year to ease the burden on us, our staff, the administration in administering this program. And so, like I said, you'll see some of these changes in bold. So I'll present them for you today. And with this, we can have it go through our usual process that we can review it, have it on the agenda on our full agenda for a vote at our next meeting. So at that point, I turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman, and maybe we'll have some input from the staff here.
And you so
move.
Yes.
Thank you.
Second. moved by Chairman Jones, seconded by Councilwoman Robinson. And I'll add one commentary. I've got Councilman Ford in the queue. Is we all recognize that 12 months is a long time. Things can change. There are organizations that can come forward. But with respect to this program and the expectations of being awarded a grant in this program, putting some more constraints on it so that there is more reliability, there is a better flow from our resolution through our staff to administration, out to the grantees with that entire process. I think it's important to really try and batten down the hatches on this to make it smoother, to make the communication better and the expectation of cash flows, because some of these organizations aren't large and timing of cash flow is very important to them. And the second point is much like Councilman Smiley's resolution today in parks, is we are the appropriating body. So if something comes up that requires funding, or even if they're a nonprofit, they may not be awarded funds through the grant program, but it doesn't mean the council can't see fit to award them funds from another bucket of money or from the unassigned fund balance or whatever that may be. It doesn't have to be from the council grant program. We are the appropriating body. And so with 7 votes, we can pull money from another source in the middle of the year, but it doesn't have to be a part of this program. So I guess what I'm saying is don't get nervous that just because your dollars are gone that we can't fund something else. We can. So I appreciate Councilman Jones. I appreciate the staff's feedback as this thing gets fine-tuned. Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Jones, with your approval, I would like to strike one part of it, and that's the mid-year report. I know I've said this since 2018, that we spend an exorbitant amount of time, and not that this is not important, I think this is a vital piece of what we do, but we spend a lot of time on $3.2 million out of $750 million. But for the smaller organizations, nonprofits, it can become quite onerous on what they have to report. A lot of the organizations we know that they do great work. So instead of doing a mid-year report, if we did a year-end report required, and if you don't submit the year-end report by X date, then instead of being ineligible the next year, we could say that you're ineligible for 3 years, just to ensure that they get it in, but that staff is not constantly doing a mid-year, then a final, and then with finance trying to get the money out the door. So if you would be amenable to that, to ease the burden on staff, I would be in favor of striking the mid-year.
Well, I think that the mid-year report still provides some accountability. Maybe we set a threshold. If an organization, the amount that they receive is over a certain amount, then they are subject to the mid-year accounting. So, for one that's receiving one that's receiving the $25,000, there's no requirement for a mid-year report for that. However, if we have one, and I don't know what that number can be, it could be 50,000, it could be 100,000. Maybe, still having some accountability for greater amounts. But I'm open to whatever the will of the body is on that amount. Yeah. So what you're receiving now is are the anonymous comments that I received from staff.
This is definitely Liza's right. I know exactly who wrote what. Councilman, did you have any other remarks? Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Chair, I might have missed it. Why don't we do year-round applications and grants similar to the county? Is it just not efficient, or is just not our choice on?
Well, in essence, we do year-round.
I mean, unintentional year-round now, but...
Well, no, I would say without having if we don't have a hard deadline, we are doing it year-round. We set a deadline that we have to make those allocations by March 31st, but for all intents and purposes, that's 9 months out of the year. And so I just think that when we first started this, now part of this, what this does not include, colleagues, we will go through the budget process. It is not intended for us to have hearings at the same time we're having budget discussions. So we approve this allocated amount. Then after we've approved the budget, whether we approve it at the first meeting in June, the second meeting in June, it can be in July that we begin to have the hearings or have the applicants come before us, as to not hamper or tie up all of our times having those budget discussions. But what we used to do, and what we've also done too, is that we still are saying you have to allocate 75% of it. But just think about all the meetings that we've had, and we've had new people to come in, and even here we are in February, we've had new meetings in this year. I just think that it provides extra work. We probably, and Chief Ford and Ms. Gibbons can talk about this part, to have it year-round, we probably need to have somebody in their department to really do the work with everything that comes in. So that's why.
It was a last meeting we talked about. It's a large administrative burden. And then the other issue is that organizations, we vote on a Tuesday. They didn't understand the mechanics of City Hall, that it takes 3 or 4 days for Valerie's office to get it to the mayor for signature. And so we ended up with a lot of people thinking that we voted on a Tuesday and the wire was going on a Friday. And so trying to set some expectations within this program and certainty for staff and for the recipients of, if I do A, B, and C, then I'm going to get the money on date D, and they can count on that. And it made it just, that's what we learned is it's becoming an administrative burden, and then it's also creating a lot of consternation for grant recipients about when they're going to receive the money.
Well, I didn't accept the mid-year as a total elimination, but if we say 50,000, 75,000, whatever the case may be, I think there still should be some accountability.
Yeah, I think. Do we do a year end? Yeah, we do a mid-year and a year end. When's the year end due? May.
Even if they receive it like now. For the year end? Yeah.
Just because of the fiscal year, yeah. So, and again, I just repeat what I said earlier is I think we keep this program, and if worthy organizations come, I think they have to understand that we can certainly appropriate or allocate funds to them at any part in the year, but it may not be, and that sponsor member may have to explain, it may take a few months, so.
And part of it too is, and like I said, this is just for the initial presentation. We could possibly, even if we do extend it, still sort of set a hard date that we don't reopen it. If we say that for that other 25% that we don't initially allocate, keep it open to September 30th, and just have a hard deadline, and not open it up in October, November, December, whatever the case may be.
I think that's right. I'm sorry. I've got Councilman Ford next, then Dr. Warren, and then Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Ford, sir. Oh, I was told you would like. Yes, sir. Dr. Warren, and then Councilwoman Johnson.
I think the one thing we still need to keep in mind is that this is an important program, but where it is sometimes takes us away from the even more important program of the city budget and what we need to be thinking about of where we want those funds to come. I think someone asked today about, okay, we want more funding into our parks program. So those sorts of things I think we need to be looking at, and don't let this distract us. I think it's important. We get a lot of good nonprofits help with this, but we can get a lot more citizens help if we're paying really careful attention as we do the budget project. Thanks.
Councilwoman Johnson. Thank you, Dr. Warren.
I can support most of these. I just started reading some of the requests. But I think the other important factor is we need to make every effort to notify people, to make sure all the emails go out. People tell me, I didn't get any notification, so we need to make every effort to get that information out. If we're going to have a hard deadline, so nobody can say we were not made aware of it. So that's the only thing I would like to add in regards to communication.
Do we have a specific email address, like grants@memphistn.gov? We do? Okay, perfect. Well, I just want to make sure, because anytime somebody says that to you, they need to email Grant so they're added to the constant contact list for those blasts. That's a great point. All right. Like Councilman Jones said, this is not going to be on for another couple weeks. If you've got things that come up, email your staff so they can let him know what you're thinking. And then any amendments, obviously we can bring them back for discussion, or we can amend them from the floor downstairs. But with that, seeing no other members in the queue, all those in favor of moving this downstairs in a couple weeks with a favorable recommendation, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the ayes have it. All right, colleagues, we've got, I want to say 2 items, but it's 2 sub 5, sub 6. Item number 6 is somewhere in here. Shirley's here. Chief Ford's here. Let me have their, thanks, Jeff. All right, item number 6, update from the Finance Division on A, CARES final report summary, B, ARPA status report, C, Accelerate Memphis update, D, Q2 operating, E, Q2 CIP update, and F, as in Fund 245 update.
Quick 30 seconds.
Yeah. And I do want to make sure that we've got about an hour. I'd like to keep us on schedule, but we also need to have probably at least least 10 minutes to try and have 10 minutes to talk about 2023 City of Memphis holidays, which is really coming back, what to do about Juneteenth as a funding initiative and what we're going to do there. So with that, Chief Ford, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Council Member Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, 5343 Mason Road, Memphis 38120. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you this morning. Sitting beside me is a face that you all know, and now is Crystal Givens, who is the grant administrator of the millions and millions of dollars worth of grants that come through the City of Memphis. She is in charge of compliance and accounting for those issues. So thank you very much for your consideration of ways that we can help you be more efficient and serve you better. So thank you for that. One of the items that you asked for at our last meeting was an update on the CARES spending. As you know, that is a program that has been finished for quite some time, but Ms. Givens will give you a brief overview of this. This shouldn't take but a few minutes, but thank you so much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Good morning, Crystal Givens, 170 North Main, Memphis, Tennessee 38103. This summary is about CARES. You can go to the next slide. We'll just do a very quick overview, an expenditure summary, and we'll talk to you about the national website that you can find all of our information on. Just a quick overview and reminder that CARES was $113 million, and it was used to cover expenditures such as public health emergency with respect to the COVID-19, anything that was not covered in our budget as of March 27, 2020. And any expenditures incurred during the period that begins March 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2021. This is just a listing of how we spent our CARES funding. Pool testing was $9.3 million, personnel $55.5 million, M&S $12 million, over $12 million. Housing and community development programs were $2.3 million, Solid waste received $4 million. City-owned assets, almost $11 million. The City Council OBDC program was almost $11.5 million. And then our nonprofit and payments to subgrantees was almost $8 million.
Councilman Warren.
I had a question from a constituent who asked about how we had a racial differentiation of how we distributed this fund. I didn't quite understand the question. I was wondering, did we have funds that were distributed based on racial need, or was it mostly based on economic need as we distributed these funds as we went through with CARES? To CARES, as on CARES fund.
Absolutely depends. Remember, City Council had a program, I cannot think of the name of it, OBDC. It was in partnership with that. That's what it was, small business loans. Anywhere from $5,000 to about $25,000 to $35,000. You have to have an application and you applied. Several businesses benefited from that.
So this was in Forbes, so that makes sense. So it was about business loans from Forbes, and we as a council preferentially distributed this among small business owners.
That's correct.
And in Memphis, small business owners just happen to be African American.
That's correct.
So I think if there was a racial distribution, we did not put it's got to be African American, it's got to be minority. This was just small business, correct?
We followed the city's and state's policy on
That's correct.
Equal opportunity.
So that's the answer to the question from my constituent.
City's disparity study. Sorry, that's what's important.
Absolutely.
So, to be clear for me and the tens of people watching, all funds have been appropriate, allocated, and extinguished.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I would be interested to see, and not any time in the near time, you brought something interesting. It's like, and it's a little, maybe it's more of like an innovate project, but number of businesses touched, number of individuals touched, that kind of thing. I think there's I'm sure the federal government would actually love to see that, but I'd be curious to see some of that data.
And it's an interesting point you brought up. This national website, and you'll see one for ARPA in a minute as well, a listing of all of our contracts.
Yeah, some of it's harder on the higher level stuff. I got on last night.
Did you?
It's not as good as our dashboard, but it's okay. Some of it's easy with the sub-grantees because you can see it, and some of the higher wrapped up stuff was a little bit difficult. And then when you click on like an individual recipient, it didn't quite tell you everything. But I hear you. Like I said, it wouldn't be a high level priority for me, but I'd be curious at some point to know, we distributed to 43 businesses, and because council members may know somebody that received a grant and want to check on them, see how it's going. Did it help? Okay. Like I said, not for you guys. Make Innovate do it.
Well, I was going to say, we have the list because they had to go through a proper process and had to be approved and meet the requirements set out in the funding agreement. So we have all of that. And also, I just wanted to note, because you'll see this in the ARPA money coming up, the personnel expenditures in CARES was regulated to hazard pay for first responders only.
Right.
And so in the ARPA money is where we came and provided premium pay for other employees who were impacted by that. And in our opinion, all employees were impacted by that. But just wanted to note that out for you.
Certainly. Thank you, Chief Ford. Colleagues, any other questions on CARES? Yeah, and I'll just add one more thing back to the small business. I'll be curious to know, how many made it, right? There were people that were teetering. I'm sure most of ours did because they had what they had to provide, but I just want to make sure, I'd just be curious. So, all right. Item 6B, ARPA status report.
This is federal funding update for ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act. Let me go to the next slide. And we'll do the same thing for CARES, give you a quick overview. We'll talk about reporting real quick. We'll talk about reporting, expenditure summary, and we'll give you an appendix of where you can find some additional information. ARPA ends December 31st, 2024. That's all I want to say for that slide, yeah. It is December 21st, 2024. And our allocation, again, was $161 million. It came in 2 tranches, and we've received both. We do quarterly reporting to the U.S. Treasury. Our most recent reporting was January 31st, 2023, and our next one is due April 30th, 2023. This is a high-level summary of our allocation category. This looks very similar to the September 2021 resolution. They were divided into categories by what the city divided into. Underneath these categories are projects. So we have about 30 projects, and they fall into one of these categories. From a very high level, you can see that city operational support initiatives has a remaining balance of $388,000. That is premium pay. We'll talk about the micro grocery initiative. That project has not started. Community support services would have a balance, and that is Manhood University and the WOWS program. They have a balance, but they want to be able to give that to Opportunity Youth. Council Initiatives has $1.5 million left. That would be the public transportation initiative. That has not started. And last but not least, broadband is baked into housing and community development initiatives. That's the balance that you'll see there. Each slide behind this particular slide, again, is just a summary, and we can flip through. This is animal services. We provide the project description there. Boys and Girls Club. They are slated to receive another, go back a second. I'm sorry. That's okay. They are slated to receive another $3 million probably within this week. We had an opportunity to visit one of their newer sites last week. We did a site visit last week, and they are doing the Lord's work. Next slide. City operational, here we talked about premium pay. At the council meeting in January, $1.5 million was allocated from premium pay to the CARE program. So you'll see a drop there, but there's still a balance in premium pay of $388,000. Community health initiatives, there were 2. Just a reminder there, Regional 1 received $2 million already and has another $1 million coming up very soon. And Collins Chapel received $1 million. This is the other initiative I shared earlier. We have not started this. We need a little more information to proceed with this initiative, but it has not started. That's council. Yeah, it's a council initiative.
It was a council initiative to award the funds to Southeast Regional Development Corporation who I think at the time was pursuing a USDA loan, and probably need to get an update from them. But here's the thing. I just want to, and I'll clarify. We have until 2024 to allocate, and then they have to be extinguished by 26.
That's correct.
So don't feel like you got money burning a hole in your pocket too much. All right, let's keep going.
Community support services doing great here. Again, there's a balance in Mayhew University and WOW's program, but there's been a request to have that reclassed to Opportunity Youth so they can continue to use funding there.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Are we waiting to the end for questions or?
I think we're almost there. Yeah, we're basically there. One more second, Councilwoman.
Okay.
This is our listing of all of our council initiatives. Remember the original $20 million, and here are our listing of organizations, mostly nonprofit.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna say, and so on and so forth. They're all in your book. Let's just go ahead and skip to the end. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I was going to ask about the Opportunity Youth, but I see that in another line. Who's is that under? If it's not under Manhood Opportunity Youth, where is it housed under?
In two different programs, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where is it housed under?
Executive.
Community Affairs.
Community Affairs.
R3 program. Thank you.
Okay.
R3 program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have we gotten an update from them before Opportunity Youth? Because I know we had something from Manhood and WOWs.
Go
ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Ken Moody kicked off the R3, and I think we presented twice on that, but we would love to come back and share with you again some of the great success that we are having in the Opportunity Youth Program. That would be wonderful. We would love to share that with you, and we can check and see if we could get that on next council for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just to follow, why move the remaining balance from the Manhood and WOWs?
So Manhood is hitting its stride, and we're seeing that the funding is not quite as high as we thought it would be on the front end, and we're seeing on the R3 program that we're outpacing the funding available for that. So the request has been to transfer that money from the WOWs and the Manhood program over to the R3 initiative. So if we can bring that to you in council and bring it with a resolution as well,
Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services, because you guys are going to be going down into the ground, I guess. If we could have a broadband infrastructure update, because I hear what you're saying, but I'd like to understand more specifically what I'm getting for my $15 million, and then what they're putting in, and then what the general terms are going to look like. It sounds like we're going to front some cash for some, like you said, fees, infrastructure, et cetera. They're going to put in the fiber at their cost and then lease it or rent it back at some sort of nominal fee or subsidized rate, whether that's through their grants on the front end for them.
Right.
Yeah.
So the investment would also help for those underserved neighborhoods to be able to make it financially feasible for them to put the fiber there, because of the profit that they would make would not, be generated as much as in other areas.
Sure. I think just a deeper dive. Again, it's one of those issues, obviously, that came out of COVID that we learned. And I just want to make sure that as we're talking about it and people are asking us, what are you doing? We can
Yes,
eloquently and educated. Yeah.
4 meetings a week. Let me tell you, it is a huge project. It is a coordination with MLGW and various city departments. So we are doing a lot of work in it, but it is just a lot of background noise right now.
Gosh, if only you had somebody at MLGW that was passionate about broadband.
And they are there at the table and very passionate and being great partners.
I got
to
you.
say.
All right. And then the last
on
one.
that particular issue.
Yeah, Councilman Moore.
Yeah, it's my understanding that there's companies out there that are looking to do that independently and coming in and going and putting broadband in and then offering broadband for $30 a month to wherever that neighborhood is. And they have federal grants coming out of the latest federal, broadband expansion. That's $30 a month. And they're giving a certain amount of gigs with that program, so the person is going to essentially get free broadband. Is that the same sort of financial way this is going to happen for our citizens, or is that how they're going to do it? They're going to use that component?
For the digital equity, yes, they will be leveraging the parts of this $15 million plus whatever governmental subsidies that they could be granted in order to do that. That definitely is a part of this.
So it's that $30 is going to cover it, so people will essentially get free broadband. Is that how their process is? Because there are companies out there that have a business plan to do it to where they're not going to charge anybody anything for broadband based on this.
I don't know that I have that level of specificity.
Well, let's get into that. But if you don't have that, we need to look into that, because I know that they came in, they're just planning on building it. They're not even planning on talking to people. They're just going to put the network in.
Well, that would be awesome if that were the case. Yeah.
All right. I've got Chairman Jones and then Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Ryan, you said that the award has been made?
Yes, the award was made, I want to say it was December, maybe, possibly at some point last year. I'm really not sure, but I can get the information of when it was awarded.
And what company was it?
Give me a sec. Let me get the name of that company.
Colleagues, I bring that up because I received a call from a reporter, and a reporter indicated to me that there's a certain company that's charging the same amount for broadband that goes to one neighborhood, but in another neighborhood, particularly like the Orange Mound section, they're getting way less, I guess, internet downloaded upload speeds. So, I'm sorry?
Paying the same, getting less.
Paying the same, and when we're talking about way less, it might be, I may be misquoting the number, but something like 500 megabits compared to in charging, it might be $65. But in Orange Mound, you're getting 5 megabits along those lines. So I want to make sure, and I'll disclose the name of this company, but once I understand who it is, and it may be a published report in the next couple of days that talks about that, but I just want to make sure that the company that we're awarded to is not having this practice in our neighborhoods. And now this might not be the company that's installing it,
Right,
but
that's the distinction that I was about to make.
Okay.
So these are people who are putting the fiber and the infrastructure in place. So that was the distinction I was about to make. You probably are talking about
someone
one of the big companies out
at the
yes,
end of the
yes,
at the end of
yes.
the chain.
So okay, so if we're talking about the company who would be installing that, it's a totally different discussion.
Right.
But I just wanted to put that out there for public consumption.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. It's also on broadband. When we get the explanation about it, are we also going to receive like either a list or a graphic visual map that shows which neighborhoods get it first in the priority and the phases and how that's going to roll out?
I will do the best I can to. Right now, we are building the contractual relationship, and the planning of how the rollout will happen will be a little bit later in the process after we've gotten the contract and everything negotiated and solidified, and then the rollout will come later. But I'll do my best to see if I can give a high level understanding of how we will approach that conversation. Maybe
I think
help.
that'll just be helpful for us to know and to let our constituents and neighbors know, especially as we just seen, especially what Chairman Jones just brought up. We just need to know which neighborhoods are being prioritized and rolled out to first.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great to see the heat map of need, which I know we have, because that's been produced, I think, a bunch. But heat map of need, and then kind of what the capital plan is. I think that's a great point, Councilwoman. Colleagues, anybody else on broadband or any other ARPA? The only thing that I'll touch on is GVIP. When we can bring GVIP back to Councilwoman Logan's committee. But based on what's going on out there, I'd say we need a lot more intervention. We're sitting on a stack of 3.87 in commitments, but I'm just confused. And it may just be the timing of them submitting expenditures, but I just would like to have a better understanding of what's going on. I would have expected that number to be almost zero by this point, and asking for more money. I mean, that's the real hope. Councilman Warren.
On the GVIP, I think part of what the issue is, that's supposed to be an interdepartmental organization that's working with not just our police department, but with the sheriff's department, Department of Corrections, the DA, alcohol and tobacco, everyone sort of working together to try, and Department of Social Services, everyone sort of working together as a committee, and it's still not completely formed yet. We still don't have a GVIP interventionist group that includes both police officers that are just GVIP and also social workers that are just GVIP. And I think the thing that we haven't got put together yet is we don't have the youth villages component marketed into it enough to get enough of the social services. So we've got some social services, but they're volunteer groups. They're like NGOs.
Yeah,
we don't have anybody with it. So it's a process, and maybe we could get a report from the chief about where we are with it and how what the plans are at our next meeting as we're moving forward.
Chief.
I'll be happy to bring back a report on where we are, but we do have hospital interveners. We do have the 901 block squad, and there is a lot of spend happening, but we definitely are still building some parts of the program. We just got, I think, 2 other hospitals to come on board, or at least my fingers are crossed that we're really close to getting those coming on board. So
is
I would
Region
love to
1 on board now?
They're very close. I want to give you an update next time we're here, if that's okay.
Fair enough. Yeah, the extra 2 weeks to finish those negotiations. Councilman Morgan.
Yeah, to that point, I'm actually surprised to hear we're not up and running, because I know there are other organizations that do the same work that GVIP does they're out there. And so if we have a pile of cash that is set towards this purpose, but it's not actually getting the job done, will we be better served, or the people would be better served if we would be able to, grant or give the money to those that are already doing the work and can build it up and scale it better than we have?
We are definitely up and running. We have some great outcomes. I would love to talk more about it, but we definitely are up and running. this report that you may have is based on, I think, December spending. I know we've done some more spending since then. So I would love to give you more information at the next meeting. But yeah, we're definitely up and running, and we've got a lot of great outcomes and a lot of great spend in those dollars.
Okay, not exactly full speed though. I mean, it's all about if we still have this much fun and we still trying to get higher. I mean, running is not the verbiage I would use. I
was just responding to your.
But we're trying to move forward. I mean, I know.
Sure.
I'm a little surprised, especially given the state of things out there, that this hasn't been executed on a little more fervently. Especially since the money's there and waiting, but it sounds like the organizational.
It is absolutely running. That I wouldn't characterize it as we're not up and running. We've got again the 901 Block Squad and all of the initiatives that they're doing. That's the hospital interveners are definitely in place. We've got a lot of great outcomes and programming happening. I would love to have.
But Chief Ryan, with all due respect, 901 Block Squad existed before GVIP.
Yes.
I think what you're hearing up here is this program was formed 2 years ago, now coming up on 2 years. And I hear you when it's up and running, and no one's trying to impugn the effort of the administration. I understand we all do, when you're working with multiple agencies, even if they are committed to playing in the same sandbox, that it's still very difficult and you know this better than anybody, being an attorney and a very good negotiator, that it still takes time. And there's a lot of other things going on here. I can't think of a singular, more important initiative in the city of Memphis today, and I mean this over and above the $350 million for the Grizzlies right now, than public safety. And intervention, especially swift intervention, and having as many interventionists as possible being a huge priority based on the amount of gun violence that's going on. I wish that I could go to the state of Tennessee and get them to support taking away permitless carry, but I can't. But I can control the amount of money we're putting into this program, but what I can't do is do the administrative tasks. And so I think what the council is doing is imploring the administration to make group violence intervention a priority for the last 10 months of its term. And I mean at the top of the list. Right there with the Grizzlies, if not more important, because we're not going to have a lot of people going to Grizzlies games if the amount of crime continues to go at the rate that it is. Councilman Smiley?
So I'm trying to figure out, we have a lot of money yet to be allocated or used for GVIP. And I think you heard Councilman Jones' comments to Director Walker talking about the importance of investing in youth through programming. But I don't understand, what stops this council from just taking the money and giving it to parks if we're not using it anyway to reduce crime?
Well, I would love to give more information on how GVIP is performing at the next council meeting. I think at this juncture, we don't have a clear picture based on what's being said today. I would like to give a more detailed picture of how it's going, but it's definitely a priority. And we have spent money in the GVIP fund to help with youth initiatives and programming throughout the summer. This last summer, we used GVIP funds to help with that. So we are using it for that purpose as well as others.
I've done about 4 or 5 interviews in the past couple of weeks about crime and violence. And one of my talking points at this point is, well, council allocated, X amount of dollars to GVIP, essentially, but GVIP doesn't appear to this body like it's doing anything that's producing a tangible benefit. At some point, I'm gonna say, at this point, council is taking the money that we gave or allocated for GVIP to put it in programming for our young people so that we can, be proactive in reducing crime. I think we have to, one of my mentors, Carl Johnson, always talks about, the wheels of government turn slow. At some point, we have to start moving fast. So hopefully we're expediting this process so that we can actually create tangible results for the people of Memphis.
Well, the last GVIP report, I don't know if you all remember, but we brought an update before, and brought a lot of information about what the program is doing, and I would love to bring it back because there is a lot of impactful work. I don't want everyone to walk away thinking that nothing's being done. GFIP is definitely a passion of this administration. It was a proposal brought by this administration, so we definitely are investing in it. And next council meeting, I would love to give you more details about it.
So who runs the program again? I can't remember. I think he said.
His name is Jimmy. I can't think of his last name. Johnson, yes.
Not the race car driver.
The race. Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, I've got Councilwoman Logan and then Dr. Warren bringing us home. If it's GVIP related after that, because we are going to come back and have it in 2 weeks. We got to keep moving. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I do remember you all coming and discussing that. When you come back and talk about the results, can you also, if you are meeting your metrics, I know before we started, I'm pretty sure you wanted to be at a certain point at a certain time. And if you're doing that, and it seems promising, if you could also bring recommendations on how we can expand that program and maybe expedite things or increase it if we are meeting the metrics that you put in place and if it is seeing positive results. Also, there are a number of boots on the ground out here that are doing very effective work, and so I will be bringing those nonprofits that work in intervention and prevention to public safety to share what they're doing, because we may want to not only just use, that one, but if not on one block. There are others that are doing great work and seeing great results. We're going to have to walk and chew gum at the same time and really amp up these programs. There's not going to be one quick fix to this problem that we're having, but we're going to have to drill down at every meeting and look at ways to amplify what we're doing, because it's very layered. And I would hope, we all would be level-headed in our approach and knowing that we have to, really drill down at this together, and it's going to be multifaceted and multi-layered. And as Councilman Smiley said, really get the wheels turning with everybody involved. No one can work as a silo, and we have to be very transparent, open, frank, put everything out on the table, get in a room and just, we support you all in doing that, but we want to be a part of that as well, because it's going to take all of us to really tackle this. As I too was a victim of what's going on out here recently, and it's very concerning. And so we definitely are a part of what the administration is doing as well. So when you come back, please bring all of that information with you. Thank you. You're back, Chair.
Thank you.
What's in it? I've got Dr. Warren. Are you GVIP related? Yeah. All right. Let's go Canale, because he hasn't spoken. Then Dr. Warren is taking us home. If it's GVIP related, Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be quick. I just want to echo what Councilman Smiley said with the need of urgency and to move quickly. And we'll hear more about this afternoon, colleagues, but I just want to give you a brief update. In 2023, 34 murders, 49 carjackings, 2,211 motor vehicle thefts, 928 aggravated assaults. 662 of those were non-domestic, 258 were. So if we don't move quickly, there won't be any need to invest in the rest of it because it'll all be gone.
Thank you, Councilman.
What he said.
Dr. Warren.
So as we're looking at this, one of the things that I think we're having problems with is that we've got a number of youth perpetrators with automatic weapons and weapons that are stealing cars and shooting each other and shooting people. And the way our system is set up is that we know that these kids need help, but they also don't need to be able to go out and continue to shoot people and do those things. So is there any way, and I talked to Councilman Smiley about this, that we coordinate with our group violence intervention plan, bringing in Judge Sugarman, bringing in the DA, and initially charging these youths that have gun crimes, whether it's carjacking, whether it's shooting at someone or actually hitting them and killing them. And we agreed to charge them as adults, figure out how we put them in youth villages for treatment. And then when they come back and it's time to do the trial, we bring them back in the juvenile court system to where what we have is a system that is trying to deal with what their problems are that got them there to begin with. So I don't know how we do this, but as we're bringing our GVIT program together, my suggestion is that may be one way we can keep them off the streets, because what we have now is even if they've shot at someone or done a carjacking, or done something that's potentially very dangerous, a lot of times we can't keep them in custody. So we have to come up with a way we can keep them in custody. I know we've got something going at the state level where we're asking for state assistance in how the laws work, but I'm just throwing this out. If you could check and see if that's something that could be possible. I talked to Councilman Smiley. He's going to move on it too. I think we've got to think out of the box to be able to try to come up with something. And that means we'd probably be charging more kids as adults than any place in the country. But if the idea is we do that with the idea we're going to pull that back and then take them into the juvenile court system after we've been able to keep them off the streets. And the place we can keep them off the streets would be youth villages. That's where they have, I think, the ability to bring them in. And we need to speak to Mr. Lawler out there. And that's where this coordination between our people out there for intervention needs to be the highest. And right now, I think we're missing that piece, and we haven't used it as much as we should.
Thank you,
so if you could bring that back, I appreciate it.
I think what Dr. Warren is speaking specifically about is the need to create a diversionary program specifically for those young people who are perpetrators of violent crime. I think that's the language that we should be exploring.
All right. Looks like we have a very robust discussion coming up in 2 weeks about intervention and trauma-informed care on the horizon. Moving on to D and E together is operating and CIP. I guess we'll take them separate. Let's do Q2 operating, and then we'll have questions. And then Q2, we got 20 minutes. I think Councilman Smiley probably let us encroach on his meeting.
Chairman, we also have Accelerate Memphis.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
I'm sorry. Let's do Accelerate
right.
first.
I think this is important that you kind of see some of the coordination between Accelerate. Thank you. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear on our ARPA funding initiatives. We will be bringing back to you broadband infrastructure update, the R3, and, as well as the Manhood University and WOWS update, and a GVIP update.
Oh, and Public Service Corps.
And if I may, before you get started, the name of that company is ProTech.
For
broadband.
Yeah. Security and broadband, huh? I'm just kidding. All right. This is what I think we may do, and I hate to do it, but let's do Accelerate and CIP today, and we'll see how much time we've got left. We may split operating, because I just hate when we get rushed. Let's do it. Hey, man. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. My name is Craig Hodge, 1858 Cowden Avenue. I serve as the project manager for Accelerate Memphis, and was asked to just provide a status update on the progress of our work. As a brief recap, Accelerate Memphis was a $200 million bond initiative approved by Council, $75 million allocated to activating Memphis 3.0, $75 million to improving our parks, and $50 million to revitalizing citywide assets. I'll attempt to go through these slides as quickly as possible. Briefly, this is a much higher level of investment than a typical CIP year, and so it's taking cooperation across all levels of city government. We meet regularly with the mayor, SLT, division directors. We have biweekly construction committees for almost every project. We also have developed new processes with city partners at MATA and MLGW, and we have engaged external PM consultants, specifically All World, Malazri Engineering, and MFA, all of whom have been a huge help in getting us to this point so far. We've also adopted a new construction management software called Procore. On the next slide, that has allowed us to document site visits, assign tasks, input schedules, upload drawings. It's been a huge help in tracking such a large volume of work. So one item we were tasked with was how to leverage additional funds to maximize the impact of the Accelerate Memphis dollars. You can see we've been successful in doing that, utilizing dollars from Fund 245, ARPA, MSQ2, as well as CDBG, TDOT, and CIP funding. And then last kind of programmatic update, we've also tried to maximize community impact by coordinating different project types in the same geographic area. One example of this is Walker Avenue from 3rd Street on the west all the way to Cummings Elementary on the east. On the next slide, Chief. Engineering had a pre-existing project along Walker Avenue going from 3rd Street to Ford Place. The Soulsville large-scale investment will extend those improvements east all the way to Cummings Elementary, and then 2 Parks projects will bookend that on the west and east. On the east end, on the next slide, you can see that Parks is about to break ground on construction of a new playground at Chandler Park, immediately adjacent to the elementary school. And then on the west end, on 3rd Street, construction is wrapping up on the renovated Gaston Community Center. On the next slide. That was a total budget of almost $4 million. ARC Inc. designed the work, Montgomery Martin performed the work, and there was MWBE participation right at 50%. If you recall what the facility looked like before, maybe one more slide. We have one more. What it looked like before, the city decades ago had boarded it up. There was cage roll downs in front. There was a cage in the lobby for the front desk reception. There was a stage that was not functional. And now, if you back up one, now if you drive by, new windows have been fully restored. And then 2 forward. There's actually light inside the building. They were able to keep all the historic aspects of the structure, but bring it totally up to date. The facades, no more cage roll downs.
Isn't it great?
It's a beautiful building.
There's a welcoming lobby. There's updated on the next one. I think that's it.
You guys are lucky to get a Building Memphis award.
On updated meeting space for Knowledge Quest in the upstairs and a functioning stage.
Did we do anything downstairs? New appliances can be done.
And then there's the room that's in the back of that image to the right. There's new exercise equipment and flooring going in, and new community space on the left. April-ish. The construction has reached substantial completion. So now it's moving in furniture, closing out the punch-out list.
This is a much better design than it was at first. Council recalls this. It was bad. It wasn't as much light. I'm excited about this particular project.
Thank you, sir. Yes. So that's kind of a programmatic overview. We also wanted to give several select project updates. And I will note that we are working with Chairman Jones and his staff as we move through this quickly. We're also working to schedule a bus tour to several of these locations so that council members can receive a more detailed update and see for themselves the status of these.
This is the after view, and that's the before, or they reversed?
Reversed.
Okay,
Sorry.
good. I was going to say, I really like
No, it was.
I like the
Sorry.
what do we do to this?
My apologies.
Instead of going,
No, someone, we won't say who.
I'm just saying, I
put the
just
wrong
noticed
title
that.
on them.
Okay, good.
can we go through the high level super quick?
Sure.
Because if anybody's got questions about a specific project, I think it's more important. They've got your presentation, but let's roll
Very
through these.
quickly.
Yeah.
4 new splash pads. 1 is complete at Orange Mound. 3 more going into construction this spring and summer. Playgrounds. 3 under design, going into construction this spring. They all complement existing projects. Chandler Park, Pine Hills next to the new golf course, Frazier Park's next to the new Ed Rice Community Center. Community Center deferred maintenance project, just a refresh that much needed in all the community and senior centers. You can see new reception. On the next slide, you can see new flooring, new gym paint, new roofs, new ceiling tiles, just an overall facility update. Aquatics on the next page, same story. 8 facilities will receive either brand new or updated pool liners. Also work to pool house. AutoZone Park, if you've driven by, is well underway. New scoreboard, new field, new drainage. will reopen in March at the start of the soccer season. Highland Heights, expected to break ground in May. This was in partnership with the Heights CDC, who designed the concept for the Heights line, moved it through design. Now the city is moving it into construction. The next page, you can see the status of all the Activating Memphis 3.0 designs. Roadway construction is very different and involves a lot more individuals than vertical construction on land that we own. But working with engineering, MLGW, we have been able to move these through designs at a much faster than normal speed. You can see the list of what's complete, what's almost complete. Pine Hill Golf Course is complete. Will reopen for play this spring. And then under construction now, on the next slide, is the new Pine Hill Golf Course Clubhouse, designed by Clark, under construction by Pfeiffer and Associates. What you see there is the basement cart storage. Out the rear of that building will be a nice patio overlooking the lake and will be available for community use as well as the golfing community.
Are y'all going to keep it a walking course for your little kid grass time to sort of grow? It's like that worked really well at Overton Park.
A little longer than Overton.
Yeah. A little healthier. Different issues there. I've been listening to both on that. So never mind.
Geisman Community Center involves 2 new soccer fields, brand new community center right here running east-west is an adult field. It can also be broken up north-south for 2 youth fields. Flintco's doing the construction, 50% goal. They're doing vertical steel right now. And then the last update, Affordable Housing Trust Fund, HCD has allocated nearly all of the $7.5 million, 2.5 to Edgeview at Legends Park, 2 to Northside Renaissance, and $600,000 to Place of Grace. That's the speed version.
That was great. We love the speedy version. And also, Chief Ford was kind enough to send me the appropriation statement, which I'll have my staff forward on as well if you want to get a little bit more in the minutia, but it pretty much is covered in this. But if you want to just see it in a more of a balance sheet style kind of way. Of the $200 million originally issued in bonds, we did 180 in cap, correct? And then what were the other 20?
Current interest on SIPs.
SIPs, okay. And then, but those were issued through building authorities, correct? Yes. Which? Edge. So Edge is holding the 20 million. Got it. Okay. And that was for, the 20 million in SIPs were for what, which projects?
So those that, okay, I'm sorry. Those that were specifically related to public infrastructure and partnering, where we're right. So that like Melrose is part of that, where we're doing the bottom floor, but then there are other people who are doing the top floor.
Can you just get us a breakdown of that 20 million and which projects it's going to?
Okay.
Do you have it?
I've got it downstairs.
Well, you just email it. No, just email it to us.
And if you all do not know, this is Kevin Harlan. He is he's kind of the financial administrator of Accelerate Memphis, so he knows where every penny is. So, thank you.
If you'll get us an email. Councilman Ford, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm glad Gaston Community is almost finished. Question, Riverview Community Center. I didn't see it.
We'll see after I answer the question. No, the Nick Walker, Parks Director, 2599 Avery. There were a lot of issues in it in terms of both the original funding source was not enough to do the work we needed, so we switched over to an HCD funding source, and the contractor working with them getting underway. All of that to say, I believe we're breaking ground on it shortly. And it is a scheduled 10-month, which would put us, right at the end of the year. But there is optimism that it can be done in a 7 to 8 month time frame, which would allow us to get it back in shape before the end of the year. You're welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate the update. Big project, series of projects. Really like the structure of how we set Accelerate's kind of contracting group outside and aside of. May want to do more of that. We've got, Brian, where is Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Will you snag her? What I'd like to do is, we're at 10:22. Chief Ford, I appreciate you rapidly getting both CIP and operating. I'm going to hold those until next time. And as a matter of fact, let's hold Fund 245 as well, because I'd like to spend, since we're just in it now, I'd like to spend what time we have left talking about the holiday, because it could go quicker, it could go long. Thank you for this. And colleagues, please look over this information. Yes, ma'am. Please look over this information since it has been provided to us so we can make next budget season or budget committee in this budget season much more efficient and helpful by being ready to go. So this is our last item. Technically, we've got 7 minutes. Councilman Smiley has granted us some time out of his committee, but this is a discussion on 2023 City of Memphis holidays requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I will give context if you want me to. You want it? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. This item is on here as a discussion mainly because the 2023 City of Memphis calendar did not reflect Juneteenth as one of the observed holidays for the year. Quite frankly, personally, I'm exhausted going back and forth about Juneteenth and you know what people are choosing to do, what people are choosing not to do. Contextually, bringing it back, Chair. Last year we had 2021. We had a resolution that said the 2022 year Juneteenth will be observed and financially sponsored in the budget, with a decision to be made by September. We met as a council in committee, I think twice, and we did not come to a decision about switching, not switching, funding, not funding. And I think Chief Ryan would have to let me know, the price is a different price from the $1 million that was said what it would cost to have folks off for Juneteenth last year has been increased, I think. I don't know if there's a number on there. But this is just a discussion item just so I can say I'm exhausted going back and forth about this. I'm tired about it. Either we gonna do it, we gonna switch it, we not. Just let folks know everybody's name is already signed on the resolution and ordinance paper. So.
All right. So I'll add some additional context. I think this goes all the way back to 2020. Yeah. So I think it goes back to 2020. It's not, it is and it isn't complicated. And it's one of those things where in 20, I think we wanted it observed, but we were already, everybody was gone for COVID. So in 21, we ended up funding it out of CARES. No, we did both. I think we funded it.
We did not fund it for 2020.
We didn't fund it for 21. Okay. I know in 2022, we funded it, and then we said we funded it in April or May, and then
for that year.
And then we said we'd come back September of 22, and we didn't make a decision. So here is, I think, the rub is, and again, I'm not trying to complicate it, but it's whatever the body wants to attempt to do, and then the administrative issues with MOUs, and then funding. And I think for me, I'm on board to fund it, but I'm not on board for a 15th or 16th paid holiday. The issue that we continually run into is eventually we're just not going to have anybody. Ma'am, it is. It's a 14th holiday, the paid holiday. So it's $1.4 million of taxpayer dollars. So I got you. So the question is whether you want to add it as an extra holiday or you want to trade it. I think the will of the body was to trade it, and then a survey went out and we never made the move. And it's kind of a staring contest between us and the administration about who wants to pull the trigger to exchange it for President's Day. And the administration wants us to make that decision.
Already passed.
No, we didn't.
No, I mean President's Day.
No, I understand. I'm trying to lay the context because this is ultimately what has to happen, right? Yeah. So, hey, I'm not going to have a bunch of chatter out there, please. We're trying. I hear you. We get where you're at. I understand your position. I'm not trying to be rude. Yeah, but I'm talking to these individuals. Guys, any more, I'm gonna have the Sergeant at Arms remove you. Thank you. So it's a discussion. Does anybody have any thoughts? Do you want to go ahead and bring a resolution going forward? What do you want to do? Says Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes, I still like to know the total cost, even with the MUs that you're dealing with, I guess the police and that. What's the total
Chief
cost
Smith.
we're talking about?
Alex Smith, Chief HR Officer for the City of Memphis, 1440 Island Place East. So we approximate it's a little over $1 million at this point for the addition of a paid holiday.
Would $1.2 million cover it?
$1.2 million would cover it.
All right. So call it $1.2 million, maybe plus or minus a couple $100,000, $100,000.
That is just to give the.
That is to fund, to add Juneteenth as a paid holiday on top of the current paid holiday schedule is roughly $1.2 million.
To add it as a 14th paid holiday.
Which sorry, Councilwoman.
Right. And if we did that, we're doing that, I guess, to try to keep it equal with some of your unions, individuals that could not or will not give up a day?
So currently, President's Day is in all of our 7 of our memorandums of understanding. So to do the exchange, we would have to go through a separate labor negotiation process with the associations to make that language change. So adding the paid holiday means that we would be able to maintain the language that's in the current MOUs and then add the additional holiday. However, there are other mechanisms that you could use that would supersede the MOU, which is to your discretion as well.
Share? What are you? Yeah, share those.
For example, an ordinance.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. I've got Dr. Warren and then Councilwoman Robinson.
If we voted to do this and we sent it out and said, people, if one union decided they wanted to keep President's Day and the other union wanted to have Juneteenth, could their union vote and we would split it up based on which union wanted to have the holiday? And the non-union, we could just determine that the non-union's going to get Juneteenth and not President's Day?
If I could just real quick before she answers, I think the question you have to determine first is, do you want to add a holiday? I don't think there's a union under the sun that's going to say, no, thank you. So the question is whether you want to fund a 14th paid holiday or not. If you want to fund a 14th paid holiday, then it gets real simple. If you want to, and that's about $1.2 million a year, and it's going to go up every time there are pay raises. And so if that's what you want to do, then that's what we can do, or you can exchange it. So that's the premise. I'll answer if you want to answer the question as if we exchange.
The problem with not being on a consistent schedule is that it would cause an operational nightmare for the city government. We really would prefer to have a uniform holiday policy for all city employees. And I wanted to add also that the ordinance, there is a holiday ordinance already in place, so you would just be amending that if that were the route that you would take.
Okay. Councilwoman Robinson?
Okay, what was the result of the survey?
The survey that we did, I believe in 2021, the city employees were willing to
exchange Juneteenth for President's Day, and there were 1,123 votes for that.
Will you read the question that was asked to them, and then the top 2 results?
I actually don't have the all of the survey results. I can get but essentially the question was asking what holidays employees would be willing to exchange for Juneteenth, and they essentially voted for which holidays they were willing to make the exchange.
Based on what's stated here today, we have decided we want to celebrate Juneteenth. The council has already made that decision. So the day that the employees are willing to give up President's Day, I see no problem with that. The school district went to school, children went to school yesterday.
My kids were in school.
To have an additional holiday and we can't get our city cleaned up, can't get the trash picked up, they won't pick up our recyclables on time. I can't see adding a 14th holiday, and I agree with the staff that that's unmanageable. But I do expect that we should really consider just swapping out President's Day for Juneteenth.
Thank you, Madam Robinson. I said Madam Chair, my first chair. Chairman Jones.
I was just going to echo the sentiment. There's not going to be a union that's going to say no to it. Well, and I don't want to specify just the union. There's not going to be a non-represented employee that's going to say no to that. I still want to say, though, I heard a news discussion this morning, whether we talk about paid holidays. There's more discussion about 4-day work weeks. Now, I know that that's going to be, there's some jobs or positions that are not going to be conducive to that. But when we say, I don't feel that we necessarily have to compete with some of the corporate partners who part of their benefits may be stock options that we can't provide. So if we're talking about attracting the best, the brightest, we could and should do things a little bit different than what's available in the private sector, even if that amounts to providing one extra day beyond what may be offered in the private sector. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm good. Yeah, you don't know my pronouns. I think I actually tend to agree with you. 2 years ago, I'm not sure I would have. But at this point, when you look at certain places in our government, I think people can disagree, but certain areas we're probably overcompensated. But a lot of our professional services and things where we're competing with private sector, like in the financial services, engineering, et cetera, we're getting stomped. And so it could be the thing that kind of puts you over the top. And it's probably a more affordable way to do it than looking at salary raises at a per division level as going at it through the benefits. So I may tend to agree with you. I mean, I'd like to think about it more, but I think you may be right. So this is what I would like if Councilwoman Easter Thomas, who I know is exhausted, will do. Would you bring an ordinance or begin the process of bringing an ordinance to establish this so we can have something in front of us to debate and vote on? And yes, ma'am.
Clarifying that, two things. An ordinance that amends the holiday ordinance to add Juneteenth as a 14th. Is that what you're referencing?
I think it's up to you if you want to add it or if you want to.
That's what we'll
something that
bring.
Something that we can bring to debate on and vote on, and you can bring
a
it
third time.
Well, it's first ordinance. It'll be the first ordinance. The third time's a charm. That's right.
Okay, so bring that, but then also does that also lend itself to this year's Juneteenth or next fiscal year's Juneteenth, which would be 2024?
So I'll answer that directly, which is that is a will of the body funding mechanism. So you've already had President's Day. You can't reestablish the holiday calendar, but you could still establish Juneteenth and fund it just like we did last year. I think you got to, again, it's 7 votes rules the day. So what I would do is this: I would bring a funding ordinance, or I would bring an amendment to the ordinance for the holiday schedule to establish or exchange for next calendar year, with a companion resolution establishing this for this year with a funding mechanism. And then that'll give us something to talk about. Does that work for you?
Sponsor it with you, Councilwoman Easter.
There's a co-sponsor.
Right there.
There's a sponsor by Johnson. Are there any questions before that future resolution comes in? Any thoughts that you won't put into this as you're thinking about it now, so that we don't have a lengthy debate next time?
Where's the funding come from?
We will have it from unassigned fund balance.
Yeah, that's what I would.
Make that part of it.
I think that's probably the only place it can come from. We're just so late in the budget year, it'd be hard to cobble it together. But if the administration would like to be a partner in that, they could certainly help by scraping together some other funds to lighten the burden on the unassigned fund balance.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, I do want to just say that I did not ignore the comment made that it is a logistical issue and thing to come over. So hopefully with the knowing that we are bringing this resolution, we can start that early, kind of planning around, and however you see we can best support outside of not having the ordinance, please let us know. Thank you, Chair, for this suggestion.
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you.
All right. And if you want, I think you probably get the ordinance written by executive today for the at least establishing the calendar schedule. It's just amending. I mean, you're literally amending it. Yeah. So, well, I mean, you're taking the existing one. If not, no big deal. All right, colleagues, we just as a reminder, we're going to do Fund 245, which is colloquial known as the public safety referendum or sales tax referendum, CIP and operating for next meeting. And are there any other questions or comments coming back? We've got Public Service Corps R3, manhood and WOWs go into public services next time. And then we've got GVIP coming to Councilwoman Logan's committee next time. Did I miss anything else from housekeeping? Huh? Oh, and broadband is coming to Councilman Smiley's. Anything else? Going once, going twice? All right.
see a lot of law enforcement personnel. I know you would be sad to know that we're behind schedule. You can be anywhere in the world, but you're here with us. All right. It's 10:45. We're 15 minutes behind schedule. I do my best to get through these other important items pretty quickly. Call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee order. Ms. King, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
President.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Colvette. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Ford. Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Morgan. Chair Smiley.
All right, thank you. We have 2 items on the agenda. The first item, number 1, resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in the amount of $978,422.50 from FY23 ADA curb ramp cover line project number PW23300 curb ramp ground. Group 66 project number PW23301 to construct 450 curb ramps citywide. All council sponsored by the administration. Got a motion second? Moved by Robinson, seconded by Canali. Director.
Yes. Good morning, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So, annually, council approves or allocates roughly about $1 million to upgrade some of the ADA ramps that we have in the city. The ask today is to appropriate roughly $978,000 for to do 450 ramps within the city. And with that being said, we ask for your approval.
So, quick question for you before we take a vote on this item. So, approximately how much are we spending per curb ramp?
Right now, it's roughly around $3,500 per ramp is what it's coming down to.
Okay. And I'm assuming there's some type of layout of where the curb ramps are going, or we're not really sure?
Yes, sir. No, we do have specific locations dedicated for these appropriated funds, and we can share those locations to you.
I was trying to ask Councilman Jones' question before it came. I guess I didn't do it. Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Is that 3,500? What has been the trend of that number? Is that, I know everything goes up, but I go back to, we know that we're going to have to do this indefinitely. But if there's an opportunity for us to fix some of our costs, if, perhaps 4 years ago that number was at 2,000, now we're at 35. What can we do to sort of, have some more fixed costs as it's associated with those curb cuts or ramps?
So most of the increases are associated obviously from a material cost. So there's always that material cost, and then part of that is the labor. So in terms of normalizing a per unit cost, I would imagine from a labor perspective, having it in-house would certainly achieve that. However, from the material cost perspective, that'll always be a fluctuation of the market.
Okay, so can we have that information, what it may have looked like a few years ago, what it is now, and just to weigh the pros and cons of doing both?
Absolutely.
Okay,
yes,
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Warren.
As we move forward with these sort of improvements with our walkability in the city, I know that you've got a number of safe street initiatives. I recently was approached by a committee from the Evergreen Neighborhood Association about things that they want to do to improve the safety and walkability of their neighborhood. Can there be a way that we possibly could have a report from you that would show us where you are in your planning and what you would like to do to improve safety as we walk streets in our neighborhoods and how we calm traffic to where we're not having 60-mile-an-hour traffic going down streets that people are walking on sidewalks? So, I mean, I'd like to see that, and specifically, at some point, I'd like to get you with this Evergreen community for a meeting with them to see if what they're wanting to propose will be worthwhile. If you get me with me offline on that. Thank you.
All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Don't sound so enthusiastic. Aye. All right. All right, it appears to the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 2, resolution requesting approval to transfer 7.84 acres of land, parcel ID number 068-017-0034 to the Memphis and Shelby County Board of Education, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion? Second, this request to take 9 minutes. Moved by Johnson, seconded by Warren. Of course. Ms. Osborne, you know what to do.
Good morning, Council. Carlton Osborne, Manager of Real Estate, General Services. This is yet another property transfer over to the Shelby County School Boards as part of the agreement that we entered into several years ago. This is the property that 7.84 acres that Richland Elementary School sits on, and so we're subdividing the parcel that's owned by the city of Memphis, and a portion of it is going to continue to be Brennan Park, and the other portion will be Richland Elementary School, and we're just asking for your approval.
All hearts and minds are clear? The fine councilwoman from District 7, the Queen of North Memphis.
Thanks, Chair. Hey, Mr. Osborne. So my question isn't about this specific transfer, but just around the issues that we're seeing in the community with land that is co-owned or cohabitated by schools and the city of Memphis. So for example, and I'm saying this out loud so I can get some direct help on this. Douglas High School has a baseball field that is constantly back and forth between who owns it, City of Memphis, Board of Education. It's not getting cut. It's embarrassing to the kids when other teams are coming in to play on their fields and it hasn't been cut, and it's horrible. When we do transfers such as this, and it's a big acreage, couple questions. How do we ensure communication to citizens and constituents that whose responsibility it is? And then also, once we determine that responsibility, how are we working together to not pass the buck around, but to really take care of stuff for our community? So I'm fine with this transfer. I know we're doing that, the essence and what we're doing that because we've been doing them over a couple of meetings. But I just need the book not to be passed back and forth for the maintenance of these areas, especially if our children are using them.
Councilwoman, that's a very good point. In these transfers, it is clearly defining who owns what portion of the different parcels. So once these transfers are done, then it will be a clear definition of who's responsible for what portion of these particular properties. For Douglas, on the other hand, to answer your question directly, there is a 99-year lease in place for, and that is one of the parcels, the properties that we're going to be bringing up here close in the next few weeks, because we have decided and determined the correct division of that particular property. So that'll be coming up in the next couple of council meetings to subdivide that particular property. But currently, that baseball field has a 99-year lease on it. So
by the board?
Yes.
By the school board? Yes. Well, even if there's not a better way of communication or working together to keep things up to date and maintained, the same way you all would cut somebody's property and charge them, can we do the same for that?
Generally, we do.
If we need to do that?
If we're notified,
I see a thumbs up from Director Walker back there, because it's when, just to put this on the publicly, when the children and the teachers, when folks are getting off the buses from these municipal school districts coming to play, our students in Douglas, one of the most historic neighborhoods in the city, and are laughing at the status of the grounds, it doesn't matter who owns it at this point. So if we're able to, cut and send a bill to school board, let's figure that out and let's just go ahead and do that. But I would hate, I don't know if any other places in y'all's districts are having the same issues, but I know for certainly Douglas or anybody else in my district should be having to go through that. So if we couldn't send them a bill, but I'm in support of this. I just wanted to make that known.
Yes, ma'am.
All hearts and minds are clear? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right, thank you. This adjourns this committee.
Exactly. Where are we? Good morning. Good morning. Today is February 21st, and it is 10:58. I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Crichton, please call the roll.
Council members present: Councilman Kennelly, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Warren,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilman Carlisle,
Here.
Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Morgan, Councilman Jones, and Chairwoman Logan.
Present. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda. The first one is an update on the internal investigation of Mr. Tyree Nichols' case requested by myself. I'm going to ask those that are, come on down and give us your name, Chief Sink, and your address, and you may be recognized.
Good morning. Jennifer Sink, Chief Legal Officer for the City of Memphis, 125 North Main. I am here to give you all an update on the administrative investigation. If you recall at the last meeting, I advised that there were 7 additional police officers who were under investigation. Since that time, a statement of charges were issued to 7 officers. We held hearings on 3 of the officers last Friday. We have 4 hearings that are scheduled to be conducted tomorrow. Depending upon the outcomes of the hearings, we may be positioned to close the investigation. Once we do close the investigation, we will be, as I stated before, providing the file, video, making that publicly available promptly on a website that is easily accessible to everybody. This is an investigation that has been very thorough. I did want to clarify that this investigation was not limited to people who were on the scene. We've done an investigation to really very carefully examine all aspects of the response and not just the officers on the scene, which is, we get one shot to do this. So I would anticipate potentially we would be wrapping this up in the next week or 2, contingent upon if we receive some additional information that requires some additional investigation that might lengthen what we're doing.
Okay, let me ask this specifically. Everyone that was there, is it your practice or your procedure that whenever there is a death and it's, is everyone at the scene to be interviewed or under investigation?
Whenever there is, whether it's a death or not, whenever there's an internal affairs investigation, it is not limited to just the officer or officers of which there is a potential complaint. The investigation is very thorough. They will speak to the officers who are on the scene. They will speak to fact witnesses, eyewitnesses. They will speak to additional layers of officers, as it warrants. So they don't limit themselves in any particular way. They very much follow the facts. They follow the events and trying to understand what happened and making their investigation.
So is it the practice that if it is a death, if there is, and it's found to be a murder, or in a case like this, would everyone there, is everyone there subject to being dismissed as well? Or is that the practice?
I mean, every investigation, let me clarify just one point, just to make sure that we're on the same page. Right now, if there is a death that results in an officer-involved event, the TBI will come in and they conduct an investigation, which is a criminal investigation to the situation. Or sometimes in the case of, it doesn't have to be a shooting, if there's a serious bodily injury, they may be called upon. So what we're conducting is the administrative or the disciplinary investigation into the actions of the employees. And so there are, and we do that based upon what are our policies, what are expectations for the employees that they are expected to follow, and if they violated the policies or not violated the policies. Depending, and there can be numerous policy violations that are being reviewed and being investigated. The nature of the disciplinary action really depends upon the nature of the policy that's involved and the violation itself. We have several policies where the realm of disciplinary actions can be everything from a reprimand to a termination. And so, on a case-by-case basis. And in a situation where you could have multiple officers involved in a response, such as we do here, we have to factor in that they all have different roles and they have maybe different times that they came to the scene and different levels of participation.
Okay, so it's I just want to make certain, because that is one of the things that is that has been stated in the public, that when there is a death in a case as this one, every city employee that was there on the scene was to be fired. And public safety officers.
Okay, I don't. That certainly was not a statement that if my statement was construed in that way, that would not be correct. So far, 6 police officers have been terminated for their role in the situation. Every single officer we examine what their role was and what violations of policy, if any, that they committed and what would be the appropriate response.
Okay, so I hear you saying that's not your protocol. That's not the protocol of public safety, Memphis City Public Safety.
Well, I would say we don't just automatically terminate every officer who's on the scene when somebody has, even when there's a death. I mean, we really have to examine every single person's role in that situation.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to go to Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my comments are going to piggyback more on scope, which is the scope of the city's work is to determine whether individuals directly or indirectly involved, whether that's a officer who took a direct role in the, in Tyree Nichols' death, or a dispatcher who didn't call in the appropriate, didn't follow procedures when they were directing the ambulance, right? Hypothetical.
As a
right?
hypothetical, correct. Right.
So anybody directly or indirectly involved is interviewed, is interviewed for what they saw, what they didn't see. Did they adhere to the city's policies, et cetera?
Yes, and the investigators at ISB, they will look at all the body-worn camera footage. They will review the audio. I mean, it's an exhaustive review of all the available evidence.
And you would say that the reason that it's exhaustive and time-consuming is because you are also unbiased trying to build the facts of the case to determine the appropriate disciplinary action. And should your action be something that a public safety officer, a fire department member, a dispatcher, or someone that is in the city's employee were to appeal under civil service, that you have a strong case that is not available to have the holes punched in, much like you were building a case for trial?
Sure. I mean, these are, like every employee, they are entitled to due process. And we want to make sure that we have reviewed it carefully and that we're taking the appropriate action. We do need support for the position, support for the action that is taken. Yes, the employees have the right to appeal it. That goes through, depending upon if that's a supervisor or not a supervisor. I mean, there's various ways, but they all have the ability to appeal the decision. And so we are trying to, make sure that we approach it the correct way, and that we get it right the first time.
Yeah, and I'll reiterate, all the MOUs that stipulate that process are available on the city's website if anybody wants to look at them and read them. To your point, you're having hearings. I guess since we have the public here, could you walk us through not necessarily a specific determination, but not even really hypothetical. Let's say that you're going to have these hearings. How long typically after a hearing is a decision reached by the city on an action, on a disciplinary action, or to not?
Usually we're able to do it within a couple of days. Ideally, we would have had these hearings back to back, day after day, but timing didn't quite work out. So, my expectation is that for these hearings, for example, that we would have within a very short amount of time after Wednesday's hearings are concluded, assuming that they are concluded on Wednesday, that we would be able to have those decisions reached shortly thereafter.
And should an individual, such as the case that's already occurred related to Tyree Nichols' death, want to appeal that decision, if they were aggrieved by that, how long do they have to appeal that? And then what does that process look like?
I don't remember the exact amount of time that they have to do the appeal, but the process then would go through most likely civil service. So, for example, the 3 Memphis Fire Department personnel that were terminated have all filed for appeals. So it will go through that process of civil service, and which is also, that decision is also subject to appeal. And
to what jurisdiction?
Chancery
Court.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately, the binding final say could and would be held with Chancery Court, and potentially could be appealed from there. But I get you. The courts, yes. Just again, I see people from the public and the cameras just to. If somebody ends up back on the job that has been terminated, if you recommend termination for an employee and they somehow end up back on the job, it is not the direct result of the will of the administration. It could be civil service, which is under the charter and state statute, and then ultimately the courts themselves.
So, for example, we could have a decision where they may say, well, we agree that the policy was violated, but we disagree with the disciplinary action that you took. And so we have to, we do our best to, from the front end, have our record as, have it complete so we can support the basis for the employer decision.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned a due process is supposed to be afforded to everyone.
Absolutely. I mean, they are entitled.
And the last thing I'll ask you, and because I know the other council members want to speak, is I assume all of your investigative work is subject to subpoena for potential criminal charges, or by at least the TBI, federal government, and or the district attorney's office. That information, rather, I guess, your findings, your interviews, et cetera.
Actually, it's a little bit odd because there are rights afforded to an employee within the context of an employment action that cannot be utilized in a criminal action.
Okay.
So the criminal process is in many ways separate and distinct. However, they often are seeking information from us. And so if we are subpoenaed, we certainly have to respond to that.
Certainly.
And we will.
Sure.
And we do.
And last, I guess this is my final question, just to make sure the administration's position is clear. And I appreciate this has all been very helpful for me. And I think the public trying to understand the process and the timing and all of that. The administration's position, I think, since I've seen it from day one, and Chief Davis' position is that you guys are fully cooperating within the parameters of the criminal investigation, so long as you are not violating any HR protected employment acts, correct?
No, let me rephrase that. So we were, especially initially, we were seeking to move forward administratively, but because of the criminal investigation that was going on, there was we had to press pause on a few things before we could move forward. So, for example, last week, Fire was asked about their timing of the video and using the video. Well, they were not able to obtain a copy of the video to use for their administrative file until the criminal charges had been announced. And so that was a situation where they had to wait until they needed a copy of the video as part of their administrative file to move forward. At this point, we are moving forward. I don't think we have any longer a criminal investigation issue that would restrict us from moving forward. If that were to come to light, we would certainly cooperate with that. But I don't think that's an issue for us at this point in time.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Councilman. Before we go to Councilman Smiley, I want to just make certain that we've put this out in the public. Every officer or public safety officer that was there that either struck or tased Mr. Nichols has already been terminated.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That's right.
Councilman Smiley has.
Thank you. So I think this may be for Chief Davis, but I do want to put it on your mind before you present. I think I'm looking at item number 2, talks about presentation from MPD on monthly crime statistics response times improvement plan. But I think at the last council meeting, the council members were very clear on what we would like to see at the next council meeting. I'm not sure if you're going to talk about it today. Hopefully you do. It's about what procedures that have been amended or what policies have been addressed so that we can prevent what took place with Mr. Nichols. I don't see that in the committee agenda, but I think council is a consensus among this body. We would like to hear something about that today. So I want to kind of give you a heads up because I don't see it, and I don't want to, when I go down the line of question, I don't want to bombard you. I want you to make sure you're appropriately prepared. Thank you.
Okay, now we have Warren.
Thank you. I just came back from traveling overseas, and people even there were asking me about what's going on here in Memphis, and I was telling them about how complicated it is. You know, while I was gone, I think we had our police officer die from wounds inflicted in the line of duty. We've had still other murders that have happened throughout the city. So, you know, gosh, our police officers have the hardest work going on. And then we have this happen, which makes it even harder for us to figure out where that balance is and what do you do. So as we're moving forward, I think that we need to make sure that we understand that we've got procedures and policies that we want to make sure are taken care of, but we also want to make sure that we're enabling our police officers to be able to protect our city in the way it needs to be protected. So this is a balancing act, and we as a council are going to try to balance it with you. And we want to help you be successful and, you know, let us know what we can do. Bring your reports to us. We'll give you our suggestions of things we think that can help. And right now, what I think we've got is we have a problem with young people with too many guns running around the street, shooting each other and robbing people and stealing cars. And we have to be able to give you tools to be able to work with that. And you have to feel supported by us as you move forward. And I know that you grieve as much as we do for Tyree, and I'm pretty sure you're grieving for our police officers who are also young black men who, you know, now are ruined as far as their careers are concerned. So I don't really have a great answer to this, but I just know that we've got to keep working on this together so we can make our department do what we needed to do as a city and what you guys wanted to do as police officers. Thank you.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good morning, Ms. Singh. Based upon your comments, though, I get some commentary that I think that needs to be taken for public consumption, and that is the city's role, MPDs, you as a chief legal officer, pretty much deals with the employment status, if you would. Then there's a next step that is beyond the role and responsibility of the city of Memphis, and that is criminal charges. Whether that's in that investigation can take place, well, with an officer-involved incident, that investigation part of it is with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. And then the charges that may be brought about do not emanate from the city of Memphis, then that's the district attorney. So I think that in all of this, it may have been muddied a little bit as to what the role is here in the doors, if you would, of I'm just saying 125 being the city of Memphis versus what takes place at the district attorney's office, what takes place from the TBI standpoint. But ours is dealing with this person may have been an employee of the city of Memphis. We're looking at what is the status of your employment based upon what has transpired. And so from there, it's not like we've taken our hands off, but that's where we hand it off. That's where our responsibility and the lines that we have, they end. And I don't know if you know, they may, the perception may have been that the city didn't act or didn't act swiftly enough from that standpoint of termination. Yes, we did. But when it comes to charges and other parts of the investigation, we have no role in that, and I don't think that part was clear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You are 100% correct on that. That's exactly right. And I understand it can be very confusing, especially in a situation like this. We have a lot of agencies involved, but we're not positioned, and we don't have the ability to bring criminal charges against anybody. We're dealing purely with the employment administrative role, whether or not this employee violated city policies, their employment policies. Should they be disciplined? And if so, to what extent should they be disciplined?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And also, I think that, initially it was said that Chief Davis acted very swiftly. And I think the only pushback was that with everyone that was involved. And so that was the only area that we had jurisdiction over, was to make certain that everyone involved was disciplined swiftly. And also, the other aspect that is ours are the ordinances and the laws that we set. And so I think some of the community's comments were, what are we going to do next? As Councilman Smiley shared with Chief Davis, that we want to hear that when she comes up. But that was the other question. What are we doing to make certain it doesn't happen again? And that kind of lies with us. But we also want to share that we have a limited scope even in that. A lot of the jurisdiction or the laws are set by the state. And so we want to make certain that we continue to lobby with or talk to those colleagues at the state level and make certain that we look at these laws as it was mentioned earlier, about all these guns on the streets. And so all of us have to do all that we can do. But I appreciate Chairman Jones for making sure that the public understands what we can do and what we can't do, and that we continue to push in those areas that have the jurisdiction that we're looking for at this point. Councilman Smiley.
Just a quick question. Other than these 6, are there any other officers or city employees currently under investigation or being considered for adverse employment actions?
Okay, so we've had 4 fire personnel, and then we have had in the police department, we've had 6 officers where we have finalized and the action was termination. Now we have 7 who are currently going through the charges process, and we're holding their hearings. We've had 3 hearings so far. We have 4 more tomorrow.
Seven. Break it down in terms of employees. You're talking about 7 police officers or 7 fire?
7 police employees. So a total of 13 police employees have been charged. We've taken action on 6 of them. The other 7 were in the process.
Okay. And is that it in terms of individuals involved from the city standpoint?
I can't say it's it yet because we're still conducting an investigation, and so we'll know better, I think, after we conclude these hearings and we finalize those decisions.
Okay, thank you,
Councilman Logan.
Councilman,
I just want to piggyback on something you said, just to take it one more step too, is we are granted our authority through the Home Rule Amendment and the city's charter. And there are certain things that we're even discussing today that eventually may be overturned because it is interpreted as an administrative action, meaning that authority may lie with the mayor. So our body is I've gotten into this discussion with many people as we've spoken about Tyree Nichols, as we've spoken about crime throughout the city, is that we at the heart of our authority are an appropriating and zoning body. We have the ability to make ordinances that can dictate some city policy, but not all policy. If it is found to be, or the mayor were to challenge it and found to be an administrative action, it is completely outside of the scope of our ability, even though we've expressed what we would like to see in policy via the ordinance. Now, the retribution, big air quotes, is that we hold the purse strings. So kind of have to go along to get along. But I think it's important because I've just run into a lot of people as we start to talk more about the current crime conditions in the city, and I'm sure you all have too, is why aren't you passing X law? Why don't you do this? Why can't you? Because I don't control the Shelby County Sheriff, so the incident that occurred at the jail earlier, or I guess it was late last year, earlier this year, is completely outside of the scope and purview of the city of Memphis. That is outside of the scope, honestly, of the Shelby County government. It is solely within the scope of the constitutionally elected sheriff. And so I think it's just important, and I know you guys have had a lot of neighborhood meetings, we have too. We spend half the time explaining the roles and responsibilities of the different segments of government. So I just think, and I really appreciate Councilwoman Logan bringing this forward, because I think as best we can, we have to continue to reiterate that. Nobody here is trying to make excuses. I wish we could be benevolent dictators and wave a wand, but we just don't have. We have the authority that we have, and we're trying to do the best we can within that authority. So thank you, Councilwoman.
Absolutely. Chairman Jones.
Yeah, one other thing too, I think might be appropriate to perhaps temper expectations. Although we have 7 people who still have to go through the disciplinary process, I don't know if we can sit here and say that just because they were on the scene, all 7 of those will be terminated. So they did various roles, and still from the standpoint public, this council has no say-so in that. And to your point, whatever actions that come out of that hearing could very well be appealed, could go to the chancery, and those individuals who may have been on the scene could very well be on the job again at some point, even if that suspension might be 7 days, 14 days, whatever the case may be. But I just don't want, people say, okay, well, there are still 7 people who are on the scene whose disciplines have not been handed out yet. I don't want this community to think that, oh, shucks, nothing happened to them. because they still have their jobs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Any other questions or comments before we ask Chief Davis to come up? Thank you, Chief C.
Thank you.
No, I didn't answer your question.
Thank you.
Yeah. Item number 2 are several presentations from MPD requested by council members Canali, Colvett, and Logan. So we're going to hear them one at a time and take comments and questions following each one. And again, Chief Davis, in your presentation, if you could answer those questions that we asked last time or bring forth that information regarding what is being put in place moving forward. Thank you. Can you just give your name and address and you're recognized?
Good morning. All right, got this on. Good morning. Sarah Lynn J. Davis, Chief of Police, 170 North Main Street. We will start with the agenda items with the crime update and a couple of other updates as listed in the agenda, and then we'll speak more about what the department is doing to move forward in the wake of the Tyree Nichols case.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Joe Oakley, Deputy Chief of IT, 170 North Main. So in your handout I gave you, we're going to go over the overall reported crime for January, and then we're going to talk about, as Councilman Warren talked about, is our auto theft issues that we have. So overall, all the council districts were up, as you see on the first page. And then second page, we talk about murders in the city, the totals for January and year to date. In January of 22, we had 22 homicides. In 2023, we were down by 3 to 19. As of yesterday, we've had 25 year to date. And then we'll move on to District 1. So all the council districts are up, and what's driving the crime is, in the property crimes, is the motor vehicle theft and theft from motor vehicle. And violent crime is aggravated assaults. It's up all over, and we'll cover that in a few minutes. So District 1, you're up quite a bit. You went up about 100%. Your crime drivers is auto theft and ag assault. In District 2, same thing, ag assault is up, and theft from motor vehicle, your crime is up about 180 from this time last month. In District 3, violent crime is ag assault up there like 84, pretty high. Motor vehicle theft 204, so you doubled about 100% as well. In District 4, you're up not as much, so that's good news. Auto theft and ag assault is up. District 5, ag assault and theft from motor vehicle. So theft, your top property crime in District 5 is theft from motor vehicle at 197, and you bumped up a little over 100, so your crime was not up as high as some of the other districts. In District 7, went up about 300. Your ag assaults led the way, and your violent crime and auto theft was your property crime driver. So let's take a look at the snapshot, the citywide crime total. This is something new that we put in, and this is citywide crime year to date and month to date. And what sticks out is we've had 1,994 auto thefts as of yesterday. It's an increase of 1,159 for 139% increase in auto theft. So that is the main crime driver of the city. Our second main crime driver is theft from motor vehicle. We've had 1,383. That's a car break-in. People wonder what that one is, and it's over almost 500 over this time last year. So those are crime drivers? Yes, ma'am. And a lot of these crimes are committed by juveniles. As we see on the next page, we have on the left the top stolen vehicles that are year to date. We've had 221 Hyundais stolen, 190 Kias, and then 151 Infinitis, 103 Nissans, 75 Dodges, and 69 Chevrolets. So we we're doing a lot of things, like we're giving away clubs at our precincts, our steering lock devices, to try to curtail this, details, et cetera. The auto theft arrest here today is 175, but look what age is driving this auto theft plague that we have. We have 20 that were arrested that are 15 years old. And then 16 and 18 are the second place age of our auto thefts, followed by 17-year-olds. So that, that's a pretty good chunk of auto theft arrests year to date. And then we broke it down a little bit more. Or if we compared 21 to 22, we had 11,021 auto thefts in 22. We had 49.99 in 2021, so we were up over 100%. So in a year, we had 6,000 more auto thefts than we did the year before. So here's our trend line for January. We had 621 in January of 22, and then at the end of January, we had 1,355. So we had a big jump since the end of January to today's date.
Patrice.
Then we broke it down a little bit more on the last page. So last year there were 28,282 arrests citywide. 24,000 were adults, 4,000 were juveniles. Of those citywide arrests, 1,469 arrests were for auto thefts. 890 were adults and 579 were juveniles. So 579 juveniles were arrested for auto theft. In January of 23, last month, there were 3,180 arrests citywide. 2,808 were adults and 372 were juveniles. Of those citywide arrests, 175 arrests were for auto thefts, 107 were adults, and 68 were juveniles. From the first of the year to February 15th, we've had almost 2,000 auto thefts, as we stated earlier, and the three most stolen vehicle banks are Hyundai, Kia, and Infinities. So that concludes the crime report.
Okay, thank you for that. When you come, can you give a little context? I know we have ag assault. I don't know if that includes domestic violence increase or those types of things that could help us understand what's going on. Any information that you can share, in addition to the numbers, timing, that type of thing. If there's any, way we can drill down a little deeper to see what's going on, that would be great to know.
If we pull up back the citywide crime total, we'll talk about what are all the aggravated assaults. So year to date, our regular aggravated assaults are up, but the aggravated assault DV is down by 17, right at 7%. In child abuse aggravated assault, we had 3 in 22 year to date. This year we've had 6, so there are 3 more. So we do define it, and we can add this if that's okay, and we could drill down even more if you like.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to go to the queue. We have Councilman Covette.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Chief Davis, as we work our way through the Tyrese Nichols case, it's going to be a very, very long road, but we're going to work our way through this. And I think Councilman was correct that we need to find a balance. That being also said, I want to express my sincerest, deepest condolences. Officer Red gave his life to this community. And I can't imagine the hell you're going through because it's one of yours, one of your employees, but also, I'm sure, your friend. I look forward to seeing my fellow council members show our support at his funeral for whatever that is worth. To my line of questions, how many police officers do we have today?
1945.
Okay, so about the same as it's been for a while now. 1945. 1945. Well, that'd be a police state. No, not 19,000. All right, moving right along. All right, thank you for the clarification, Doc. Okay, so we basically got the same number of police officers. We've got a definite spike for the most part across the board in all the districts in car theft, car burglary. As I doubt there is any councilman up here that hasn't had their phone blown up, literally. From 5 cars got hit in the parking lot last night, 5 cars got hit in the business, 17 cars got hit. Let's drill into that a bit. I see by your numbers the predominant culprit are juveniles. Is that correct? Do we have reason to believe that adults are coercing and or incentivizing the juveniles to commit the crimes?
I would say in some cases.
Would you say more than half, less than half?
I don't know if it's more than half, because we know that a lot of our young people are breaking into cars and stealing cars as almost a dare or a trend right now. They're finding it easy to do. Infinities are another vehicle that just this past weekend, individuals are starting to go through the roofs of Infinities. Fortunately, we're starting to see some of our community members with the steering wheel locks. They went through the roof, but they couldn't get the vehicle because of the steering wheel lock. So we're continuing to give out. As a matter of fact, we gave out more steering wheel locks. They're just about out again. We had over 1,000 more, but we are seeing our community members utilize those steering wheel locks.
Okay. So steering wheel locks is your first piece of advice, other than the obvious, be aware of surroundings, lock your doors, all that. Okay. So what are we doing as a police department? Because I'm sure with the Real-Time Crime Center, we're seeing the red blooms pop up on the screen. Mm-hmm. What are we doing? Because, I mean, this is something that we've got to get control of sooner rather than later. So what is the Memphis Police Department's plan? What are your actions going forward, if not already, to stop this?
So a part of what we have to do is we've got to work with juvenile court. We have recently been meeting with our juvenile court officials and plan to have case review meetings with them so that we can present to them, especially our repeat offender cases. What can we do with this individual or these individuals who continuously end up in the hands of law enforcement? Is there some program? Is there some follow-up? This is requiring us to literally have these meetings. We also recently interviewed, and we will be bringing on an additional attorney for the Memphis Police Department to help with reviewing affidavits that officers are filling out and building those cases so that there's more of a vetting and a handoff with our juvenile court officials as well, so that it's not just an arrest. What do we do after this person we had a case this week, the individual, this 11-year-old, we have talked about him, and this is about his 5th or 6th time in our hands. So and that's just one example. And this is for auto thefts. So we believe that if we have a comprehensive process, that instead of just arresting these young people and they're back out on the street, that the juvenile court system is working with them for referrals, for follow-ups, and also giving us information, especially when our young people have ankle monitors on, for us to be able to access that information when vehicles are being stolen. If we get a ping from a particular ankle monitor, right now we don't have access to that. So if we get a ping from an ankle monitor that vehicles are being stolen in a particular area, at least we would have the identity of the individual that was participating in that crime.
Okay, so we're working with juvenile court, and especially on the legal side, for these repeat offenders. How many, and I know we have many other questions, but I really want to drill into this because this is something that's affecting everybody, and everybody is getting very, very uptight about it. What would, just a guess, would you say a percentage are repeat offenders? And I'm specifically doing the auto theft thing.
My guess would
just
be,
a guess.
Yeah, my guess would be at least 70% of our juveniles. It's very seldom the first time that this individual, this young person, has been participated either with other individuals or with a couple of individuals and participated in that type of activity.
Okay, so what we're saying is, and this again is a guess, and we all acknowledge that, 70% of these are very familiar to law enforcement. They're repeat offenders. And so what we're drilling down into, and what I'm kind of hearing is that they're going to juvenile court and they're basically out almost immediately, very soon.
Yes, and sometimes they aren't taken in.
Okay.
At all.
And it would help you if you had access to their ankle monitor, and that is what you're working with juvie court.
Yes, that's what we're working. We've been meeting with them regularly about how we have access to that system so that it doesn't become a system that we're just tracking juveniles. We're tracking individuals that might have been in close proximity to a crime that occurred at a particular time. That helps us to maybe go to that house and identify that individual in that particular ankle monitor.
Okay. If there's anything we can do to help you on that, obviously you're getting into the legal, not necessarily legislative side. Whatever we can do to help you on that. Joe, remind me of the number. Your arrests for auto burglary, auto theft is up. Right. They're up. In what relation are your arrests up compared to the number of crimes?
I would say the more crime we have, the more arrests we make. Now, Real Time is developing a repeat offender tracking sheet, so we'll have more information.
What you talking to the, excuse me, what you talking to the mic, please?
Sorry about that. So we're developing a repeat offender tracking sheet at Real Time Crime Center, so we'll have more on that next month. We'll add this into the presentation.
All right, thank you for that.
Clay, let's make sure we've got that, because maybe I'm a little late to this dance, but the 70% number is probably low, actually. But I understand that, but that's still way more than half. All right, I look forward to y'all coming back on that data. But what I would hope is that our number of arrests are somewhat matching number of crimes. If it's doing that number, obviously, what do we need to do to improve upon that? And I'd like your plan going forward, other than just obviously the legal, which I think is a great idea on juvie court. Those are my questions, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Carlisle.
Thank you. My questions are similar to some of Councilman Colvette's and somewhat germane to that, and then some are different. I'd like to see the data. Ag assault is such a broad category. Councilman Logan talked on it. We've got child abuse and then we've got domestic violence, but ultimately the majority of these auto thefts are not. Some are a vehicle sitting on the side of, or in front of a home. But I'd like to understand how many auto thefts are violent, or ag assault, or carjackings basically. I'd like to know what that is, and then I'd like you answer this, but I'd like to know how many arrests we're making for adults or juveniles that are currently on bond. And how many have prior arrest and convictions? So they've been sentenced, they're back out. I'd like to know the amount. I'd actually want to know that data point. And if you struggle to get that data from the juvenile court or the DA's office, please let us know. One of the things that, again, I'm really not like a resolution requesting to, but we're struggling as a body explaining the scope of our legislative authority. But Councilman Smiley has brought forth a resolution and now an ordinance for a data transparency portal on our end. And I spent the weekend looking at district attorneys' offices all around the nation that provide a transparency portal on their end. And the reality is the general public should have access to the DA's system without having to go look and search through the court system's very cumbersome and complicated portal to track what is happening to a case, whether juvenile or adult, once your officers have arrested and filed charges, where and how that case is being disposed of. Is it being pled? Is it not guilty? Is it a null pros? I think there's a huge amount of angst of the transparency of the court system. The Daily Memphian wrote a really phenomenal article talking, but it was also very sobering, talking about the amount of arrests that occurred to the ratio of, I think we made 11,000 felony arrests last year, and it was something like 34 criminal trials took place, right? Like, that's ridiculous. Now, I understand some of those are plead out, but I know we're not the federal system where 95% of cases are pled out. The juvenile court has not updated their website, which came about as a part of the federal monitor since 2021. So again, we are only one small piece, and so are you in the process. You know, your job is community engagement, deterrence, but also at some point somebody breaks the law and you are required under your oath to enforce that law. And then to participate, it really does bother me when people say the police don't prevent crimes. They may not have prevented that crime that they showed up to take paperwork for, but that paperwork is going to play a role in the prosecution of an individual to stop them from committing more crimes. And we're not perfect. Everybody that works on the police department is a human being, right? We've learned that. But everybody's trying to do the best they can, and we're trying to hold those that don't accountable. So I really want to have those data points because I don't know that I can sit through another town hall meeting saying, that's not my responsibility, that's not my responsibility, that's not my responsibility, without having those parties present. And by those parties, I do mean somebody from the district attorney's office, somebody from the judiciary, and somebody from the juvenile court judge. Because ultimately, those are the individuals that need to answer for, well, how did so-and-so, how do we, I mean, this last week, it was in the paper, there was a carjacking, and one of the defendants was a juvenile wearing an ankle monitor. And that's the third time I've read that article in the last 3 months. Now, what we are in control of, and we've got to do a better job, is I'm not for sending every single juvenile, especially now that a lot of these young people, that 11-year-old is in a bad spot. And he didn't put himself there or herself there. And so we have to find a solution, whether it's youth allies. I don't want to call them camps because there are penitentiary camps that just don't work. Like, we have got to find a funding mechanism between us, the county, and the state that is something in between being in a juvenile jail and being let back out on the street. And that is a money question, full stop. And that's something we do have within our authority, but the city of Memphis can't do the lift on its own. We can certainly play a role, and we need to. And then I do want to ask this because this is my last question because I know we've got a lot of people. But so those are things that the data points I really want to see, and we're going to push those other entities to do their job too, and mainly to provide the public with the data that they should have easy access to. Councilman Colvett asked this, but I am curious. I mean, we do have agencies. We do cooperate. You know, maybe it's anecdotal. Maybe I'm wrong. But seemingly, this is not like it was, and it's going to sound so stupid saying this, but it ain't the 90s, right? When it was a very hierarchy, chain of command, organized crime unit where you had 3 or 4 predominantly operating gangs where there was a monetary driving factor for a lot of these thefts. And so it seems very decentralized. You've got, like you said, you've got kids that are getting, and Easter Thomas and I were talking about, she's like, you've got kids that are getting together on social media saying, like, instead of going to toilet paper somebody's house, we're like now breaking into cars for kicks. But that's not the only thing. So my question is what is driving this outside of that? Is it chopping cars up? Is it having a clean car, like having a clean gun in perpetration of other crimes? I'd like to know, and if we want to have this inside attorney-client, I'm sorry to offer that, but if I don't want to infringe upon any intelligence gathering, but I really would like to know what is driving these car thefts in a significant way and what we're trying to do. Look, when you've got 10 juveniles doing something, they're not a sophisticated ring. Somebody out there knows something. And seemingly it's the same group. So I just want to understand from the organized crime standpoint or from the back end, what is happening to these automobiles? And it may be, like you said, it may be as simple as they're just joyriding and then dumping them. So those are my data points that I'd really like to know. And then I'll be bringing a resolution requesting the DA and the juvenile court continue maintain and create, update, and maintain a portal so that people can track cases. If you're sitting out there and you're wondering what the heck I'm talking about, just Google data management DA and you'll see multiple examples across the nation that are really, really good, by the way. Because I think many times our officers are doing the job and arresting people. We talked about this here. I get complaints in Cordova, why are you not arresting so-and-so out on Germantown Parkway? Well, because they've arrested that person 8 times already. And they just get fed up with it and the morale goes down. So that's, as far as police's role, those are the things that I would really like to know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you for that. Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you. My questions were basically on the same line as yours because this is what I listed. My concern is, since we have the youth are spending more time stealing cars, but are we having another problem at the same time with chop shops? Are they doing it for quick dollars? Why? Kids just don't do things just to do it. There's a reason. I've worked with them for many years, and I know that you saw them just doing it for a thrill, but there's not many of them. There are some adults in the background encouraging this negative behavior, and they are hiding themselves while the children are getting in trouble. And my concern is, where is what's going on in the background? Where are our investigators looking for these chop shops? And council members, we have talked about this over the years, not opening up any more tire shops, but we got shops over the city, and I got one on Mill Branch that I'm really concerned about and have talked about for 7 years. What's going on in these shops, and why are these cars continually to be stolen? What are they doing with them? They just don't leave them on the street somewhere. Somebody's getting those cars, and they're making some financial gain. So we need to know what that is. We can't solve any problem until we have those details in the background. I don't think we have a lot of kids just stealing cars for a joyride. I don't think that's the issue. I think there's something else going on, and we're putting the bad players are putting our children out front, covering themselves. And until we have that conversation, I don't care how many ordinances we change, it doesn't matter. We've got to get to the root of the problem. Just like going to Dr. Warren or the doctor's office. We can keep band-aiding the problem, but I believe it's now time for us to get to the root of the problem. Who are these bad adults that are encouraging these children with this behavior? Because that's not normal behavior for children. And I know our children, some of them are normal. However, I do know that there is some incentive, and we've got to find out where those incentives are. And we gotta, if we see something, we gotta say something. And we gotta stop acting like and turning our heads, because this is getting really serious. People are afraid to go out on the streets of Memphis. And it's not those children. Something is in the background encouraging them to that behavior. So if you have any idea, that's what the council needs to know, so that we can start dealing with or encouraging the right behavior or the right law enforcement agencies to deal with those people in the background that are actually causing that behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Warren.
Thank you. I'm going to send everybody on the council, I guess, an essay that was written by a local minister called For the Love of Memphis. And I'll summarize it, but essentially she pulled up to a gas station, and while she was pumping her gas, there was a young man with a hoodie on the other side of the gas station who sort of walked over toward her and started walking around her car while she was pumping her gas. She locked her car. She'd done everything else she could. And another car pulled up right beside her car, and another older African-American male got out of the car and said, "Young man, you're looking very suspicious. What are you doing?" And the young man walked into the store. So she wrote this editorial about how in Memphis, we've got to look out for ourselves because we all love each other and we love our town. It's going to require a lot of us being very responsible and looking out for other people. But in my mind, I think the issue is we've got 100 kids, 200 kids, 300 kids that need a lot of help. And these same 200 or 300 kids need a place to be sent to that will provide that help. We have youth villages in our town that provides help for kids like this for all over our country. And I think we need to be looking at how our DA and our juvenile court judge and how the police department can coordinate to where these kids can actually be sent to youth villages and get treatment. And then that way, they're not on the street doing things that could potentially get them killed. Because I don't know if you remember, we've had kids out there carjacking and been shot dead. they pull into the wrong car and the guy's got his gun, he shoots him. So, I mean, we don't need our young men dying like this, and it's a problem. I'm with you, Patrice. I think that there are people out there making money on this, and I think there's also a percentage of people who are just joyriding because they wanted to see if they could do it. But all of this is still bad for our community. We have to investigate all our options. So I just want us to realize that we have to take care of each other, and we also have to look out for these young people at the same time, and we have to look out for our police officers who have a hell of a job trying to do all this at once. So as we move forward, let's keep that in mind, how we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Much of what I said has already been asked and answered. I would want to, Chief Davis, kind of drill down on the question that was asked again about the motivations of why these are being caused. We are not sitting there talking to the 175 individuals that have been arrested for auto theft already this year. The police are in contact with them, the DAs and the courts. If there's any way in which y'all keep track of those motivations, whether it be financial, whether it be, if there's any data at all, send it our way. We want to know. And then to my colleagues and to the media and to the public, to build upon what has already been said, a lot of times the names of your council members up here. You know the names of Chief Davis. You know the name of the DA. You know the name of the juvenile judge. But there's so many other people involved in the criminal justice system that we don't really talk about their roles or responsibilities. We ought to be able to talk about those magistrates by name that are appointed by the county commission, that are setting bond, look at the decisions they're making. Are they good? Are they bad? And give them reviews in a very public way in which all of our decisions in public office are reviewed. Same for these criminal court judges. We just had elections last year. We had dozens of judges that were on the ballot. Can anybody really in here name all the criminal court judges that you voted for? And this is a very informed group within this room. And as we get out into the 630,000 people out within the city, I'd imagine that they're concerned about crime, but yet they can't talk about in a evaluative way the names of the criminal court judges that are deciding cases, what those cases were, and whether or not they were happy with those decisions, because there's really nobody sitting in the courts and watching this and reporting on it, and it has a major impact on the day-to-day lives that we're living as these individuals are getting out on the streets and committing repeat crimes, as we see by the statistics and by the testimony of the officers that we have. So I think as a community, a lot of times as we're talking about our roles and responsibilities in council, we don't have that unilateral authority to do what we want. There are a lot of people with that authority that we do want to have a conversation with, and they're not even at the table, even when they're invited to the town halls. And they're not being named in the media. Instead, it's a lot of times it's our names, and we have a significant role to play, but so do they, and they're not even here with us. So that would be my encouragement, that we stop talking about the court system or juvenile jail or any of these other institutions as kind of these amorphous institutions out here. Let's put a name and a face to them and start having very real conversations about the decisions they're making. Thank you.
Absolutely. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I also echo those sentiments of Councilman Morgan. Call him out. I think that's what he was trying to say. I have two questions, just things that I've been mulling over. One, I do think that the timing piece of the data is something that will also help others as well. And one reason for that, I'm thinking, is because I work in a school, in a high school. And so we constantly have these conversations around absenteeism and kids skipping school and where do they go? And so seeing, and I don't want to make any assumptions or any alignments, but if we see the data for the timing, maybe that can also help us put things into perspective. And then also, how are those conversations going between MPD and our schools, our different school systems that we have around the city? For truancy, are we seeing a correlation? And this is stuff you don't have to answer now, but things that I would like to know when you all come back. Are you seeing a correlation between truancy rates and those I don't want to call the kids repeat offenders, but those kids who may be seen getting arrested multiple times for these infractions, are we seeing a correlation in that? And then what does that tell us about what we further need to do about as a city body, a county body, and as a school board body? Because these are all, our 7 districts, but they're all kids in Memphis who are also staying in Shelby County and also in the Shelby County school system. So it has to be a way we can all work together off of the data that we can comb through to really see about that. And then also, I would also like to know the crime. We've had Crime Commission give us their update of what their goals are, but I want to know what they've actually been helpful in as it pertains to this data we're seeing. So I know that's not what y'all do, right? But if it's a way that y'all are working with them and it's some combined data that can be shared, that can also be helpful for us, and then maybe give us questions to ask the Crime Commission separately. Okay. And then my second question, we got these QR codes on the table about Connect Memphis. And for the public, it says on the connect2memphis.org. Connect Memphis is a new public safety program enabling the people of Memphis to help keep their community safe. Participation will greatly enhance emergency preparedness. Register your camera at your business or residence to help identify cameras in case of an incident. Is this helpful to y'all? Have y'all seen a positive impact from implementing this?
Absolutely, and I'll let Chief Oakley, this is one of his projects.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, it's very helpful. So if someone registers a camera, whether it be a business or homeowner, if we see that there was a crime occurred in the area of that camera, we send the link to the owner. So if they have video of this crime, they download the link and it goes to a detective. So that keeps the detective from having to go out into the field, sometimes taking hours to download video. Now, as you know, it's very quick. And then with the camera integration, a business owner or homeowner will purchase a core, sort of like a Comcast box, and then hook it to their system. And it's only cameras that, we want to just see like the outside, let's say at a convenience store. And if they have a crime occur, we can, like if it's a hot spot on a Saturday night, we could actually live feed that gas station in real time and watch. Or if an officer receives a robbery call to a store that has integrated cameras, and the real-time crime center officers can pull that footage up prior to the officer's arrival and say, yes, there's 3 people there armed with pistols, or we just saw a red Camaro flee the scene with the suspects in it. That way they have more situational awareness, which is a great officer safety tool. So we're very much encouraging this. It's sort of modeled after Atlanta and other big departments, because Atlanta has over 10,000 cameras integrated. So it will reduce crime and it will help solve crime.
Okay. So I was waiting on y'all to get here to ask about that and see if it was actually helpful. But hearing that it's helpful, it saves time in the field, since we've been talking about police numbers and also money. For if there are any groups or organizations listening, we talked about grants earlier. I would like to support an organization in my district or beyond who would orchestrate giving out cameras to residences and businesses in agreement that they would sign up for this Connect Memphis to just increase our surveillance and eyes around the city. If we can't increase our officers, we can at least increase our eyes and surveillance. So I'll be looking for an organization to help do that. And I know I'm going to allocate some grant money to that. Maybe that can be a bigger effort if it's helpful. And then if you all can let us know the types of cameras that are best helpful for that and send it to us in an email, that'll be really
Yes, ma'am,
helpful.
we sure can. And we want to discuss at a later date the Sentinel-7 money that traditionally is bought, skybox cameras. There's a way that we can use that Sentinel-7 money to provide these Fuchsia's cores for Connect to Memphis to your council districts instead of buying 8 Skycop boxes. You could probably put hundreds of cameras on businesses and homes. So this is something we're thinking about. And we haven't installed Sentinel. We've got about halfway through Sentinel 5 cameras. Then we have Sentinel 6. They're already paid for, but then Sentinel 7, we could go with the Connect to Memphis type spend on that. But that we'll do a presentation on that in the near future.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to hear more about that and timeline on it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And also, if you could integrate or bring in information about the crime prevention grant. I know a lot of neighborhoods and residents use that grant. Maybe we can increase that or add that as well to the program. So you all can come back and talk about that. As you said, we're going to move the response time improvement plan and Liberty Park security to come back next time so we can move forward with our last item. And again, I think you heard clearly in terms of when you come back to do your monthly report, we, as I stated earlier, bring context to everything that all the council members have shared. It'll help us when we have that context. So thank you for that. We're going to go to the third item, which is presentation and discussion on MPD's vehicle storage and impound lot, requested by myself. I'd like to hear the towing, from the towing industry as well as MPD and the administration on problems and solutions to improving the impound lot. We're going to ask Ms. Angela Inman to come give brief remarks, about 5 minutes or less, on the issues the towing industry currently has with the operation of the lot. And then after that, we'll hear from MPD. Thank you. All right.
All right. Good morning. Sean Jones, Assistant Chief.
We're gonna go with the towing. Is it Miss Angela Inman? We're gonna go with them first so we can hear. We'd ask them to come back and then we'll come to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Jones. You can come on down and state your name and address for the record. I think you all have their presentation already. And if you could keep it under 5 minutes, we press for time. Thank you for coming.
My name is Angela Inman, 4000 North Watkins, Memphis. This presentation is presented by Tow Owners of Memphis regarding the City of Memphis impound lot located at 465 Plink Avenue. The Tow Owners of Memphis concerns are wait times, overcrowding, lot conditions, rates, and solutions as well. Wait times for the City of Memphis impound lot. Towing owners and operators in the Memphis area are having unreasonable wait times at the Memphis impound. Average wait time during daytime hours is 4.5 to 6+ hours. Average wait time during night hours, 3.5 to 4 hours. Tow operators are paid a commission-based wage. City of Memphis police call rate is $125 and has been at the same rate for 16 years. On average, a driver makes $31.25 per scene call. With the current wait times, our drivers are down to making less than $10 per hour. Owners are losing revenue due to having to turn down rotation calls and unable to respond to other emergency calls due to trucks being stuck in our city lot. Officers are also being held up from taking other emergency calls with these wait times on vehicles that require a police escort. Our overcrowding. The City of Memphis impound is built to hold 2,000 cars. We are drastically over capacity. Vehicles are coming in with little to no damage and are being severely damaged inside the impound lot due to the overcrowding. Insurance companies and the citizens are the ones paying the cost for their damaged vehicles. The overcrowding is such an issue that vehicles are being paid out that cannot be found. And if they are found, they are buried so deep that it takes weeks for them to be able to be brought out to the public or to companies. There is usable space being taken up inside the city lot with basketball goals, AC units, construction supplies, as well as cars that are way past the 30-day auction date. The City of Memphis impound lot condition. City lot is a one-way in, one-way out facility, and at this time it has several hazards. The lanes is scattered with debris. Large potholes that cause damage to trucks and tires. Lanes so overcrowded that trucks are not able to maneuver safely. Parking for customers is filled with impounded vehicles outside of the secured gate. Citizens and wreckers are having to park illegally and cross a dangerous roadway. The forklift is not dependable. No adequate lighting for nighttime operations and fire escape hazards. Our rates, with the current rate for the past 16 years of 125. In today's economy, all pricing is rising due to inflation. Oil dry, we're at 100% increase. Tires, a 50% increase. Parts, maintenance, 100% increase. Fuel increase. Insurance increased. Our cost of trucks is up 63%. In 2006, it was $50,000 for a truck. In today's market, it's $130,000 for the same exact truck. Disposal costs increased from debris, hazardous material, and waste. Our labor rate has increased. Our taxes have increased. The cost of living has increased over 48% since 2006 and today. The tow owners of Memphis solutions for the city of Memphis impound lot are a wrecker side and a separate civilian side. This will alleviate wrecker wait times and streamline the processing and releasing of vehicles. Lot maintenance, paving, cleaning debris, organization, removal of scrap, and provide adequate lighting. Cars should not be held any longer than 30 days. Employees dedicated to the phone lines. A second lot. More than one working forklift at all times with several trained operators. Alt should move to a second facility. Accountability for upper management in charge of day-to-day operations at the impound lot. Towing industry raised to accommodate the rise of inflation during the 16-year period. If the vehicle does not have a hold, has not been involved in a crime or a fatality, send it to our private lots. And just a quick view of it, just so you guys know, if you have not seen, this is the entrance. This is outside the gate. This is where we are having to park across the street in Jimmy T. Wood's property. This is the forklift tires. This is the inside of our impound lot at this time. This is scrap that needs to be gone.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. We have Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Robinson. You recognize?
Do y'all have a proposed recommended fee that you'd like to see the rate go up to?
Across the board locally, we would like to start out again at least at $225.
So $225 per tow.
Yes, sir.
And is this for police tows or is this for tows in general?
This is for police tows.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And the tows in general, private tows, you do your own rates. You don't need us to do anything.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So $225 for police tows. And I think we can see the problems with the lot, and we can see the problem with the space on the lot.
Is there a Tennessee law?
Is there a Tennessee law that limits how much we can actually pay you?
No. So there's no regulation of rates at the state level. The Highway Patrol actually has it in their manual that they do not regulate rates. They do set a maximum, which you could argue is regulating a rate, but the Highway Patrol just recently updated theirs, and that's usually at the state level who we look to, $375. So it's triple what our rate is.
And I understand the rate just went up in Nashville. What did it go up to?
I believe they're at $275, but it's structured up from there based on weights and the types of wrecks. Nashville and Chattanooga both did a good job sort of breaking down how their prices go.
They're at $275. Why do we need to be at $225?
We're more than willing to go up as well.
I'm just saying. I'm just wondering, why are you lowballing me here?
Hang on. There is one thing that we did want to take into consideration. That is the tow fee. We also need oil dry. We need other fees in there as well. The accident cleanup, our brooms, our shovels, everything. Our oil dry is also increased. So the fee alone? And I'm going to let Evan answer some more.
So the short I guess the short answer is that we came today prepared to focus on impound, and while rates are part of that equation because our drivers are commission paid, meaning if they can do a job in an hour, they're getting $31. If it takes them 3 hours, now it's 10. If it takes them 6, now it's, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So the rates are part of the equation because it's easier to keep drivers happy. It's easier for a company to make it profitable. But the real discussion of rates should probably be done on a different day because it's quite in depth. And
Okay, as we're looking at that, I'll leave that alone.
Thank you.
But I walk away. As you're looking at this, you know, that it's sometimes until we get this fixed, your people are going to be there for a period of time. So how you pay them, if we pay you more to do that, may be more than just $30 a call. You may have to take into account it's a police call, and y'all do that later.
Yeah.
And I'll yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. And then we're gonna.
Thank you for your presentation, but I have a question for the police department.
We're gonna allow questions for them when they do their presentation. If it's about
it's about the impound.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
But I appreciate your presentation. We need to blow it up and start all over again.
Okay, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
It looks like some of those cars have been there forever.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a time frame that after a certain amount of years?
Okay, I think the presentation that the police department, MPD, is going to do will answer that. If you could, if you could wait on that. So we're going to thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it. We're going to allow for their presentation, and then we can ask questions of both. Absolutely, you'll be first. Okay, all right. You good with that? Okay, all right. Make certain we have all the information before we answer questions. Okay, go ahead. Right. You're going, Deputy Jones, go right ahead.
All right. Sean Jones, Assistant Chief, 170 North Main. So most of what she said, and we'll just jump. Pull it up. Kind of dive right into it. This is a recent photo of our impound lot. Much of what she said. When you start looking at the lot, and I just go follow along with the presentation. First of all, this is pretty much the second attempt of being able to try to resolve the issues at the lot. Previously, the lot was on 51 Flicker. It was too small because of the influx of vehicles. They moved to the current location. So here we go again, doing the same thing. So basically what we see is that this lot, when we moved to this particular location, it was designed for 1,800 cars. Currently we have 2,700, more than 2,700, but in December, it went up to like 2,993 in terms of the total number of cars. But the interesting thing about this photo, when you start looking at it and you start talking about the overcrowding, you got cars layered in there. It makes it difficult for the record drivers to be able to get in, for the staff to be able to move around. So when the record drivers say that they come and they have to spend an inordinate amount of time at the lot, they're correct because the lot is filled. The lot is too small. The lot has outlived its purpose. Okay. So, right, it's outlived its purpose. So, due to the overcrowding, again, they have to wait long times. That when officers in the field, when we started talking about wait times and some of those things, because they got to wait on records, that's a part of it. When the records begin to refuse some of the tolls, because they know they got to come and wait inordinate amount of times at the record yard, which trickles down to the officers, trickles down to response time. So it really affects everything in the entire process. There are some issues with the lot, topography issues, ground issues that need to be repaired, but that's not going to solve the overall problem of the lot just not being large enough to accommodate the volume of cars that are coming into the lot. There are also some processes that are in place. Some of the processes are antiquated. We're still using a lot of paper to drive our processes when we're in a digital age to drive our processes. So we kind of talk about some of that as we move forward throughout the presentation. When you start looking at what happened to the lot, pretty much around April, the numbers began to kind of creep up, April and May. So we started the year in January with like 2,100 cars on the lot. We're currently at 2,785 cars on the lot. But from April, it continually increased throughout the year so that the lot became overcrowded. So that started to create the problem that we've been having. Okay. So absolutely. So the stolen cars played a significant impact in that. Quite naturally, we had 11,000 cars stolen last year. And we recovered a large amount of those cars last year. So quite naturally, you got to pull those cars, and we're going to talk about that. We had to pull those cars to the lot, and that's going to be part of our solve as we try to move through this thing. Quite naturally, we have 45 records that pool in the city for us. Many of those records also pool in for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, Bartlett, Collierville, and Millington. The ones that you see here in blue, they're record companies that operate under different names in the different zones throughout the city because the ordinance requires them to have a business in the zone where they pool. So you have one business operating in multiple places throughout the city. So MPD, of course, again, we utilize 45 records. 26 of those companies operate under different names in the city. Shelby County uses 29. 19 of those records service also MPD as well. Those vehicles are stored at the record company's lot, except for, vehicles that are evidence, which is what we'll be proposing as we move forward. Bartlett uses 17 records, and 14 of the 17 is towed for MPD, but their vehicles also are stored on the record company's lots as opposed to MPD's lot. So that you're going to see the same thing with Collierville as it relates to that. They have six companies, and 4 of the 6 serve us, MPD, but they also push their cars to the record company's lots as opposed to bringing them to their police department's lots, record lot. So our recommendation, simple. We want to outsource the storage responsibilities of the approved record to the approved record companies that work for the city. That eliminates vehicles coming to our lot unless they're evidence. We also want to modify some of the subsections in the record ordinance of Chapter 688 as it relates to records and towing to adapt to the best practice and improve our business model at the lot. We also want to acquire some automated solutions as it relates to the intake and the billing processes to bring us into the digital age and automate and just really change our business practices. 6888, stolen cars. That's what we talked about, Dr. Warren, when you talked about that. We want the red represents what we're saying as proposed changes we would like to see to the ordinance that will allow us to take cars, the record drivers to take the cars to their own lots as opposed to coming to our lots. Well, we'll talk about that too, Right. So yeah, absolutely. So what I will say, as I stated earlier, they're already doing it for other municipalities, right? I know our ordinance says at least 25 or more, but that's going to be a recommendation as well. So, or we can mandate it.
Let me add to that also. Excuse me. Some of the conversations that we have had with our chief operating officer also is that we want to get with all of the record companies so that we can vet that question.
Right.
Do you have the capacity? Because different record companies have different size lots, correctly?
Right.
But what we didn't want to do is we didn't want to push an ordinance change that would prohibit smaller businesses from continuing to be part of this process. So we wanted to talk about how do we do this and also allow even our smaller businesses to continue to tow for the city.
Right. So Chief is right. So we do have a meeting set up for, I think, next week to have further dialogue. But if you look at the way I wrote this, any event the lot doesn't have enough, they still can come to our lot. But that's still reduce the amount of vehicles coming to our lot. So I tried to write all of these that if it's a small record company, we can take them on their behalf, but the other companies who had capacity could take them if they needed to take them. So I tried to cover it both ways. So I didn't exclude nobody.
What impact change?
Well, in terms of the stolen cars, as long as we do the process, because typically from a stolen car, we process the car. Typically, we try to process it on the scene, right? And get all the information that we need. Then we'll release it to the owner. So this will fall in that same, this is when we don't find the owner, it come to us because they're not there, right? The next ordinance, destination 68811. This basically where they're told, and I think this ordinance says they have to be in a reasonable walking distance. Well, we want to move to a point where we can kind of pay online. If we can pay online, then they can kind of just go where they need to go to get their car, as opposed to having to worry about the reasonable walking distance that ought to be captured in the ordinance. The next ordinance is for destination requirement, subsection N, the owner of the vehicle or the operator is not available, then that vehicle be summoned by the officer. So we want to, again, take this vehicle to the private company lots as well. We want to do both stolen cars, and we also want to do the parking tickets where people have overdue parking tickets. They had 3 or more parking tickets, and we have to tow that car. So rather than bring that parking ticket car to our impound lot, we'll let it go to the private record lot because they still have to pay, and we'll still manage the release of that car anyway. So it doesn't really impact that much. So those will have to be changed as well. We talked about the ordinance proposed, but we will have a conversation with them. But when we talk about inserting more, storing more than 100, what we looked at, we had 2,900 cars on our lot at one particular time, and we got 32 companies. We believe that, of course, they're going to be dispersed throughout the various record companies throughout the various zones because you can only tow within the zones as the ordinance dictates. So then they could absorb those cars throughout the various record companies in that rotational list. Remember, we got 45 people in the rotational list, so they can absorb those cars, is how we were looking at that. So capacity really shouldn't be a major issue for the most part, but if there is, we still have the fail-safe with them coming to our lot as we set this up. One of the things that we're going to do, we're working on, I've been working with the administration and just trying to really establish a good communication with the DA's office as it relates to the release of cars that maybe the cases have been completed. They may be found to not have any evidentiary value, and we can release those cars. Want to try to see how we can get those released as soon as possible. We have as a car come into our particular lot every 30 days. When that car is aged, we're going to send that information. It goes to the DA's office already for the release to see if we still need to keep that car for release, but we'll just kind of ramp that up a little bit just to make sure we stay focused on, are we getting these cars released so we can get them off our lot as soon as possible. Again, we want to recommend that the ordinance change be redirected to the private lots. They talked about communication at the lot, and I'll talk briefly about that. We know we need to have a switchboard. We have telephones now, so when you start getting the busy tone, it's because you got telephones and don't have a switchboard. So a switchboard will be one of the things that we incorporate in our business model to help bring us up to, I'm going to say, modern standards, best practices. Thank you for that. So again, we want to evaluate the automated solutions. There are several companies out there that can provide an automated solution for the intake, the invoicing, and the payment process. We want to look into that to make us more efficient in terms of what we do. The expected results, we want to reduce the wait time for officers in the field having to wait on a record. We want to reduce the wait time that a record, when they come to our yard, they should be able to drop a car in about 15 to 20 minutes or less and be able to move on about their business so we don't impede upon their business model that they're doing as well. And also reduce the wait time for citizens when you see those cars stacked up 6, 7, 8 in a row where it's hard to get to and hard to find. That would eliminate that as well by begin moving away. What we pretty much do is about 1,000 cars a month, 1,000 cars a month leave our facility. But we bring on about 1,200 and as high as 500 cars come on to the impound lot each month. And I don't think I talked enough about that. So, but over time, we believe this 1,000 won't be coming, so we can begin to, as we do our auctions and our sales, where we get rid of about 1,000 a month, it'll kind of resolve itself, and that these problems will go away that we're talking about. To enhance the safety that she even referred to, Angela, on the impound lot, and enhance that safety and to create efficiency stuff for us, again, in the billing, payment, and the entire intake process. So that's what we're looking to do. I know we did talk, we did talk a little bit about fees. That was not a part of my presentation necessarily, but we have looked at some of the fees that's on the board behind you for the various locations. We're at $125 with a 30-day fee. After every 24 hours, that fee is imposed upon an individual who has a car there. We talked about Nashville. You see they are $225. They do $55 a day for their storage fees. We're pretty much probably on the lower end for the most part. I think the midpoint is between 150 and 175 median, basically, if you look at those particular numbers. But we have been in conversation, the chief, I, and the administration, as to, where do we go from here. But it's going to take a discussion, just to get to where we need to be. And I'm sure this body will have some input as well. But just want you to know that, and that's really my presentation.
Okay, before we go to the queue, I wanted to ask, what is the impact, what would be the impact on citizens if we were to move to the storage lots of the...
Yeah, great question. So one of the part was the destination, on the destination ordinance, where you had to be within walking distance, and I guess that's probably why the ordinance, as it reads, that the record companies have to be in the zones in which they serve. Changing those ordinances to allow us to have that impact. And by going digital, going online, that'll alleviate, would be minimal impact. I would say if we can roll all this out, it'll be minimal impact.
Okay, thank you. We have Councilwoman Robinson, then Swearingen Washington, Councilman Carlisle, and then Chairman Jones. And then one.
My first question is, refresh my memory about why we impound cars.
Well, absolutely. Well, the ordinance requires us to impound stolen cars. The ordinance requires us to impound cars that have parking violations above 3 parking violations. Other than that, we're impounding cars that are evidence involved in crimes, homicides, drug sales, and other crimes that the DA needs for a prosecutorial standpoint. So we have, absolutely, I'm sorry, abandoned cars as well. Thank you. So we've been trying to clean the highways up, the streets, et cetera, where abandoned cars with no wheels, no tires, things of that nature. So those abandoned cars are coming into the lot as well.
Okay, what about accidents?
Well, accidents by ordinance. The accident's supposed to go to the private record companies by ordinance.
To the private record?
By ordinance.
Okay.
That's the ordinance.
Oh, we'll talk about that offline. My concern and question is, even if we put all these things in place, it's set up for other people to make money. We are working in a community where we have economically disadvantaged people. We know we may need to raise those fees, but have we found any other best practices where we don't have to impound cars, that we can handle it some other way? And then my second question is, my every experience at the impound lot is the worst customer service and the way they talk to people in my whole life. Mm-hmm. And if that doesn't change, I don't care how we change the mechanics of it or what it looks like.
Right.
It's the first impression that our citizens have. And I truly believe that we should treat people with dignity and respect, no matter what walk of life or where they are. Right. And if we don't do that, we're just wasting our time here. We need to make sure that we're impounding cars that need to be impounded. Right. And if we need to change the ordinances around that, we can. And to make sure that when we serve people, we serve them with great service and a smile on our face. And if we don't feel like doing that, they don't need to work for us. And the third thing is that we need to ensure that what we're doing has not just a positive effect for the people over here making money, but for the citizens who pay their taxes each and every day. We want them to be law-abiding citizens, but we don't want to overwhelm them with fees and impounding and picking it up, and you can't get it, and met with bad attitudes. So to me, those are the most important things to our citizenry. $200 may be too much for some people. So can we have a sliding scale depending on your income? We got to start thinking outside the box. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, to clarify, I think the $225 is for the police, not for this.
No, not for us. We $10 that's another whole conversation, but it's $10 administrative fee that we get.
Okay. All right. Well, we definitely want to touch on that too, because that's what was in the presentation. Yeah. Okay. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
How often did you say we're having those auctions?
So they're every week.
They're every week?
Yes, ma'am. And on a month, we probably move about 300 to 500 cars on a month. Sometimes a car may not sell the first week, but it'll come back and sell the second week or the third week. So a car will sell typically throughout a month.
Is there a certain amount of time that you can scrap the cars, or how can we move forward to clearing some of that out?
Well, I think most of the cars are selling. I have Major Glass here. She's over the lot for me, and she can kind of talk about some more of the intimate details in terms of scrapping. But we're able to sell most of the cars throughout each month. We are, because we sell thousands of cars throughout the year. You want to add to that?
But before she answers, to your point, there are cars out there that need to be scrapped that have been out there for years.
It took 6 seconds looking at the picture to determine that.
Yeah. So we're working on that piece. Some of them have been sort of embedded in places. It's going to take a lot of heavy equipment. They've been there for many years. Some of them are police vehicles that were in wrecks years and years ago with rust and a number of things. But the equipment that's needed, we're going to be working on pulling those out and scrapping those as well.
Do you think you're going to need additional space? You don't think so?
Well, if we're going to implement what we propose, we won't need the additional space.
Okay.
We've already moved to, this is our second space.
Okay.
We don't need to duplicate what we've done. We want to try to move in a
vehicles.
But with your plan, you think you're going to be able to clear out a lot of that?
We do. We do. We also think that working with the DA's office, they're looking at their policies as far as when they can release vehicles as well, working with that entity to help, relieve us of some of the vehicles that are on hold, but just moving vehicles that are stolen vehicles, because we get so many weekly. Just a stolen vehicle that we process and are able to send to a private tow lot will relieve a lot of the problems at that lot.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councilman Carlisle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What an interesting subject. It just, it sounds like it's a problem that nobody's wanted to deal with, and now it's finally bubbled over to where it's a really big issue. You answered a couple questions I had, which is, what is the litmus test for us to impound a car or tow a vehicle? I don't know if impound's the right way. I still don't really understand, other than a criminal case, why the police department's overseeing this. But we don't have any commissioned police officers that are at that or operating that lot, correct?
We do.
You just, yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Major Glass. I'm located at 465 Clink. I've been on the job for 32 years, and I've been assigned to the vehicle impound lot since August. Now, what questions do you have?
Why are you there? Other than a vehicle that needs to be in our custody for a criminal complaint, why does the Memphis Police Department have resources managing an impound lot?
Well,
and it's not to impugn you, ma'am. It's just
right. So we inherited that. I mean, quite naturally.
There needs to be a structural overhaul.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We would love to get out of it.
Yeah, I would love to get you out of it too. I don't fully understand that. I mean, I love the automation idea and bringing, as Chief McGowan used to say, bringing Memphis into the 21st century. But I'm going to be honest with you. What I'm seeing in the amount of IT and back of house work, et cetera, none of this is going to happen in the near future. So we have a near-term problem that's got a long-term, and I don't mean 8 years. I mean, we're talking, it's going to, but for you guys to vet, and I know you probably talked to some. I mean, I'm sure there's all sorts of conventions, et cetera. Right. But to actually go through, put out the RFP, all of these things, implement, fund, is not going to happen tomorrow. So, and you're going to need the clerk's office. One of my questions is, how do you notify me that my car is in X lot if I'm owner? And what if I've been out of town? I don't even know it's been stolen, right? What if, I know you guys have access to VIN numbers and my identification, but when the DA says it's time to go, who's going to email me? Please don't tell me it's going to involve the clerk's office.
No, sir, it does not. We have a process. We abide by the state law. We have to send out 2 notification letters. The first notification letter has to be sent out within 3 business days to the registered owner. What we do is when a car is impounded, then we do a registration check. We send a letter to the actual registered owner, and we also send a letter to the lien holder, who is the bank.
Right.
So we send a letter out within the first letter goes out within the first 3 business days. The second letter has gone out within the first 10 business days. Then at that point, it goes through another process. What we do even before auction, we run another registration, because sometimes it changes hands from a lien holder to a insurance company. Yeah. So then we have to send that letter to the insurance company. So that's that bit and piece. You have any other questions?
Yeah, that's
So, yeah.
Can't understand what you.
So we make the notification, basically what she's saying, as it relates within 3 days, 1 day, 3 days. We make those notifications. We have to send out at least on 2 occasions before we can sell that car if there's no response to it.
Yeah, so
as well.
yeah, so what is the determining factor between scrap and who's making the determining factor between scrap and auction?
Well, we have vehicles that have been burnt beyond recognition.
That's a low hanging fruit, but if it's a carburetor issue or
no, that is not a.
So who's making that determination?
So if the vehicle is burned,
I'm talking. What is the litmus test between auction and scrap?
Well, we auction scrap. We have 3 auctions.
Right.
We have
Got
the
this
first
thing,
auction is an impound lock auction for dealers.
Okay.
Second auction is for the public, and then the third auction is for scrap. We actually sell scrap. You would be surprised how many people buy scrap. We have no scrap left when we finish the auction.
Oh, well, hold on. I just saw the picture. Let's not go fully there. There's I saw rust buckets in that bad boy.
Well, you have to understand that some of those vehicles that are burnt are under investigation. They've been involved in a crime. We cannot even auction those vehicles until they're released.
Yeah, but that's different. These are all right. Look, I really don't want to go. We can get into the weeds here, but we're on the same team. I'm telling you, I saw cars in there that have been in that lot for at least 10 years. And so at some point, somebody has to determine whether they are viable for they are roadworthy vehicles. They need to be scrapped or they need to be moved on. Right. And I'm just asking, what is the determining factor? Like, there's not an auto dealer in the country, used or new, that doesn't have a 60-day moving policy. Right. They will not keep a car on their lot longer than 60 days as a matter of business practice. So I'm trying to discern from you how this occurred.
There's no simple answer to your question because some of the vehicles we have to go through the insurance bureau, NTIB.
Okay.
So there's no simple answer to your question.
Would a change in state law help?
We got the courts. Well, that's national. So federal. That's federal. Okay. So you got federal, you got the state. These are all of those things are impacting what we do. So what you see, they're kind of caught up in those various processes. We're just the custodian at this time.
I hear you. This sounds like a bureaucratic hot mess that I'm not sure it has to be. We got to move on. Here's the one thing I will say. I'm not sure the parking tickets, look, nobody wants a bad actor or people that are knowingly just jerks about something. But at the end of the day, I'm not sure impounding somebody's car for a parking ticket is appropriate. Most of the time, they're not going to pay the ticket anyway, and then you've taken their car away. Look, if it's a Ferrari, I get it. They've got the ability to take it. But if we're towing a car that's not been determined to be abandoned, and it's missing a bumper, it's got a cracked windshield, it's got a hole in its muffler, my guess is that individual couldn't afford to pay the parking fees anyway. So I'm not sure that we're really doing anybody a service that way. We'll talk about the fee schedule later. I'm not sure that I'm wholly satisfied mainly because I'm not sure I understand the whole picture yet. I really haven't engaged in this probably as I should have, but there seems to be some very low hanging fruit to clear a lot of this up in the near term. And I hear what Councilwoman Robinson's saying, and she's right. But I mean, you're talking about I'm being willing to bet that there's not a national conglomerate running the towing business, meaning every one of these 26 operators is a small business, which we do want to support. So, like I said, I'd probably go ahead and do away with, or at least I would make it a very low priority to tow people with parking tickets. I think we've got to look at just scrap. And then I'm dismayed through budget season to see that we have a forklift that looks like that. I mean, I'm sure Antonio here somewhere, somebody. Some of that heavy equipment just to move and operate.
So actually, we have a brand new forklift that came last week. So,
last week,
yeah.
Oh boy, after that picture. Yeah.
And colleagues, we can bring them back if you all want to go ahead and get all your questions. We wanted to make certain that we heard the information from everyone, and we will bring you all back. I do have two, Chairman Jones and
I have one more comment.
After,
I just have one more comment. My big thing is I have other than, and maybe it can be a portion of that lot. And I do understand when you're moving property, when you're taking someone's personal property, why the theory of having police engaged in that exchange of property. But it does not make sense to me that we have commissioned officers running an impound lot when we are continually talking about having a shortage of officers and potentially other roles that could be more beneficial to the day-to-day operations in and around the city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. I'm looking at the second page of the presentation where it had the photo of the impound lot. Due to toll refusals by record companies, MPD officers experience long waits for record service to arrive. Can you expound on what's causing that?
Oh, absolutely. Because it takes so all the space is really taken up.
Okay.
Remember now, the lot was built for 1,800 cars to accommodate, where they're stacked to a point where you really don't have a place to place a car. So if a record comes in, we have to find a place to drop the car. There's no place to drop it. So that slows up the whole process. So we may have a line of records trying to get in with our employees, trying to find a place to put a car because we have no space. We got more than 2,700 cars, so we don't really have space. It's for 1,800. So that's the issue.
Okay,
Right.
That's a helpful slide there too. Do we know what the rates are for Shelby County Sheriff's Office, Bartlett, Colleyville, and Millington as it relates to their rates?
Yeah, we can get that information on those rates and stuff. We just tried to do similar sized cities with the volume for the most part that we really deal with from a measure standpoint.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my next question, approximately, you can estimate, approximately how many parking violation tolls do we have annually?
Would you know?
I'll just think about
we can get that information.
Okay.
We don't have that.
I just
here.
don't see us towing as a city lot compared to some other cities.
They're just one of many of the reasons we toll.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So they would form a percentage of the overall total.
And then do we have an idea of what our abandonment rate is? So cars that may be towed, how many are sort of left behind? And I don't know what that period is.
Now, that's going to be with code enforcement as far as what's left behind, but the abandoned vehicles that we tow.
No, I'm talking about once they get to the impound lot.
Right.
How many of them on the impound lot are abandoned that nobody comes to get anymore?
Well, those are the ones that go into auction.
Okay.
And that's a considerable number, quite a few. We auction off 400 or 500 a week.
Okay. And then now,
I'm sorry.
so I'm looking at the fact that we had a different lot back in the 90s, but we're talking about 30 years.
Right.
So we could be at a point to where we may need to expand this particular lot. My concern about this system, or what would be your recommendation, is that right now we have a centralized location.
Right.
If we put this, if we look at the 9 different zones,
Right.
we are spilling all of these cars that are now in a centralized location out to our neighborhoods.
But absolutely. But the ordinance already says that the record companies in those zones toll within those zones. That's the ordinance.
Right, but I'm just looking at the volume right now, knowing what our reality is. I'm looking at what we want to happen versus what's actually happened, especially when we talk about the number of stolen cars that we have. And I look, and so these are different zones, but we multiply these 45 record companies times lots, and that's how many are in our neighborhoods versus a centralized location. And so as I'm riding around town, those that are, and generally speaking, when we talk about toll lots, they can be unsightly unless we're going to have some type of provisions where we don't want to be riding around all of our different zones, 9 zones here, and just to have, if we 4-7 in zone 1 just littered all. So I guess it's a balancing act and further discussions, and I'm open to hearing what your feedback, but that's just my immediate response.
Aesthetically,
yes,
in the community. I understand.
So I can answer that too as well. I mean, so like again, many of these companies, 26 of these companies, are already towing for other jurisdictions that are bringing these cars still into these areas already. These same companies already.
So, but what we're saying with the number, we're asking them to put even more,
but
based upon the number of stolen cars and
exactly. So
everything
if
else
you
that we have.
so if you look at it, we're talking about 100 cars, right? It's 100. moving.
Just a moment.
Right.
Gonna keep
So those
someone in.
100 cars, we're talking about 100 cars. We're talking about 45 lots, and these are cars that are moving throughout the
So-
system. They're
so
not staying static.
Yeah, I think
They're moving throughout the
I
system.
hear our vendors, and I'll try to speak for them, is that they plan to do the same level of rotation of vehicles out of their private lots and not have them pile up.
Right.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Right.
So to speak.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Warren, last comment.
Okay, last comment. As I recall, we had a company that was going to come and try to centralize all of this that we were looking to use. So and my thinking was, if you're thinking about what do you do if you're someone whose car has just been towed, how do you do it? If you have this centralized clearinghouse, then it can send them to every place across the city that has towed. Y'all still don't want to use that company. Okay, well, I just was wondering if that would make some sense. Then how is the client going to know where their car is?
I'll show you out at the end.
It's going to be on there, but they're not. How they're going to have a tow slip?
Just a moment. If you
Yeah, but
would wanna
okay.
direct
Well, I
me-
guess I'll ask again. Think about this as a problem, and I walk up, my car is gone. Okay, I don't have a tow slip. The car is gone. There's no police there. There's no police report that I know of. So I'm still going to have to call somewhere for it. How do you centralize that? That's a question that doesn't need an answer today. But that's what I think we need to think about. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done.
All right. Thank you.
Right. That's it.
Is that it for your presentation, Chief? Thank you for the information and your presentation. Is there any other business that needs to come before this committee? If none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, we're running behind, of course, and it's 1:34 p.m. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Chairwoman Johnson.
Present. Today we have quite a few items to address. Some of them will be tabled and some will be on hold, so we'll be able to move relatively quickly. The first item is a resolution approving an honorary street name change of Park Avenue from Pendleton Street to Hayden Street, known for King McKinney. District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by council members Canali and Smiley. I'll move it. Been moved and second. All in favor? Aye. And opposed? That item passes. The second resolution. A resolution approving an honorary street name change of Democrat Road between Business Park Drive and Lamb Place for Shannon Brown. District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilmember Carlisle and Robinson. Moved by Robinson, second by Canal. Okay. Item number 3. Resolution approving an honorary street name change of South Lauderdale Street between Madison Avenue and Monroe Avenue for Dr. Floyd N. Tyler, Jr., Super District 8, District 6, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Can we get somebody to move it? Second. Move, a second. Okay, this is an ordinance amending. Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor of the name change for Dr. Floyd Tyler by aye? Aye. Any opposed? That matter passes. Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. Ordinance, I thought we did. Did we?
Okay, I have down 3 ayes.
Okay. Okay, ordinance amending Article number 7, Chapter 36, Section 36-130 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinance to establish rules and regulation relating to the operation and regulation of short-term rentals in Memphis. All council districts will be affected, sponsored by Councilmember Carlisle, Ford, Easter, Thomas Morgan, and Warren. Also, let it be noted that Johnson want to be added to that.
Okay.
Anyone else wants to be added?
I'll be added.
Add Warren. He's Warren, you already hear Robinson.
I was already in there, good.
Okay. We have someone to speak on that particular issue. I really hate Easter. Councilwoman Easter Thomas is not here because she's the one that really brought this up. Do y'all know she's here? Okay. Let's see. Okay, I thought maybe she would like to hear that, you know. Okay, let's place a hold on that one. Give her an opportunity because she really was involved in this one. Okay, let's go to item number 6. This is going to be a quick one. It's a SUP 2230, 122 South Main Street, a special permit to allow a hotel, District 6, Super District 8. It's my understanding that this item is being requested for held again for 2 weeks until our next council meeting. Is anyone in opposition to that? Just walk back in. Which one is this? We're on item number 6. The hotel is requesting a hold for an additional 2 weeks. Okay. Both parties are here and they're in agreement with it. Okay. We don't have to vote on it. We got it. We put it on hold for 2 weeks.
Instead of hold it?
I would prefer to table it, Madam Chairman, because if we come to an agreement, I'll ask to pull it off the table in 2 weeks. Otherwise, we're definitely coming off the table in 4. So I couldn't set a hold date, so I've asked it to be tabled.
Okay. In opposition to it being table versus hold? Not hearing any, we'll table it and go from there. And we'll hear back from you in 2 weeks. Okay. Super Dish SUP 7, SUP 22-28, 1482 East Shelby Drive, special use permit to allow a bar, District 3, Super District 8.
I'm requesting a hold on that.
Okay, there's a hold or a table.
We probably need to table.
Okay, we'll play a table on this particular item, okay? Anybody opposed to this item being held?
Table.
Table, I'm sorry, yeah, table. Not hearing any, item will be held. Okay, table, that item will be tabled. Okay, did Easter make it in yet? Okay, let's go to number 8. The northwest corner of Airways Boulevard and Kalani Avenue. Zoning reclassification of 9.8 acres of land from the residential single-family district to the conservation agricultural CA district and 48.13 acres of land to employment district. District 3, Super District 8. This is a committee hearing, which this item will be sent down for the first reading. So we're just here to get a presentation from you, from planning and zoning today, okay? Identify yourself, please.
Thank you. Kendra Cobbs, Division of Planning and Development. This is a rezoning request for the northwest corner of Killarney Avenue and Airways Boulevard. It's a request to rezone 58 acres from residential single family 8 district to employment and conservation agriculture. The applicant is Memphis Airways Investors, represented by Mr. Dedrick Brittenham. And looking at a map of the area, this is in the Whitehaven area near the airport, and the aerial view to the right shows the vacant subject site that is outlined in yellow. And the vicinity map that shows the subject property and also where our public notice letters were sent to the different parcels that are outlined in blue, and a plot plan of the area. So the current property, or the subject property, is zoned residential single family 8, and as I've stated, it is 58 acres. Surrounding zoning in the area is residential urban 2, also residential single family 8 or R8 is to the north, and R8 is to the south and the west, and we have the employment district across Airways Boulevard to the west. And the land use in the area, the subject site is currently vacant and is surrounded by single family uses and also other vacant properties, vacant lots. So the request to rezone primarily is to the employment district, which is within the center portion, and that's in white. And around the perimeter is the orange area where the request is to rezone to conservation agriculture with a total of 58 acres. The employment district the request to rezone to employment is 48.13 acres, and then the conservation agriculture request is for 9.86 acres. And looking at images of the site, to the left, we have the subject property looking northwest from Airways Boulevard in Killarney. We also have an image looking to the north of the site, and looking east from Killarney Avenue, and then also an image from Airways Boulevard looking south. So the Memphis 3.0, the request is inconsistent with the Memphis 3.0 future land use. The designated future land use for the area is single unit neighborhood, and the degree of change is none. And to conclude, the request is to rezone from residential single family 8 to employment. That would be 48.13 acres employment and just under 10 acres to conservation agriculture. And the conservation agriculture request is around the perimeter of the property and is to serve as a buffer between the employment district uses and the neighborhood that is to the west, north, and south. The request is inconsistent with the Memphis 3.0 plan, as well as some other plans that have been previously done in the area. We did receive numerous letters in opposition to the request, and the Land Use Control Board recommended rejection of the request, as does staff. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Before I ask the council for questions, let's move this item. Can I get someone to move it? Second. Okay. Do I have any questions on this particular item? You're recognized, Councilwoman Robinson.
Council members, I just asked it on this item that you give it plenty of attention. The people who live in this area would like to keep their area as is. We have a plan for that area, and we hope that one day we'll be able to effectuate that plan. But to add anything industrial employment on that side of the street, I'm not trying to drive people out of the Whitehaven district. I'm trying to get them to stay, and I'm trying to get my young people who have gone away to college to come back. And I don't want to run them away with more industry when I already have 42% of our industry in the whole city in my district. Let's protect this neighborhood. Thank you.
Else has anything to say? I'm going to recommend that we move this item downstairs without recommendation, being it is the first reading. And, okay, and then we will then have our major discussion on the third reading. Okay, Chair?
Madam Chair, I would say that we take a vote on it now, because if, we've received emails from it, and between now and the third, we can, if, I would have to have some compelling reason. If the Land Use Control Board, DPD, has recommended rejection, we look at the layout of this plot compared to comparable uses therein. My vote is not going to change between now and then. I'd rather send it down there with a negative rejection or with a no vote. But now we have, I'd like to hear both sides of the story. We have members who are representing that side, but it would, like I said, it'd have to be compelling. But just looking at that map, even with the conservation area surrounding it, we see that employment district to the east, but to the west. Go back a couple more. Right there. So look at that purple. So we do have some purple down there. That part has already been changed to employment, but to have that directly adjacent, even with that buffer, to me is first not consistent with what the residents want, and to me just not a compelling reason for us to go against what the recommendation is of the Department of Planning and Development and Land Use Control Board.
Dr. Warren, you recognize?
I'm just looking. It looks like that area we're hoping is going to be housing is going to be right beside two business structures. Is that right? So we're hoping if they're going to develop that as housing, it's going to have to be developed next to all that purple is business.
Well, you have Airways right there. So that's across the street.
Across the street from it.
Not next door.
Airways across the street going up and down, or Airways across?
Airways north and south.
North and south.
Yes.
Okay.
Airways is 6 lane or 3 lanes in each direction, north and south. So that thin line is much wider than what it appears on this screen here.
But you still are not really going to have anybody who's going to want to build their house right on Airways. But I guess you'd still have to have some sort of buffer if you're going to build a housing project there or a housing development.
Well, no, I would disagree with that. So you know how you have typically how you have on the street, you may have just a sliver, if you would. Those parcels may be commercial, but then everything back behind those first parcels are residential. So you can have
I'm just asking,
off into there,
just looking
to set up what would be the other part of a residential neighborhood. If so, if a developer so choose.
How long has it been there waiting for housing to be developed? How long has that been? Does anybody know how long that area has been designated housing?
Okay. They need to be the first to speak.
Do y'all know how long that has been zoned as housing? We've been waiting for someone to develop it.
Offhand, I can't answer that. Right now.
Patrice may know something. What was that? It's owned by who?
So originally, there were homes on that street, Killarney. I had a friend that lived there. The airport bought that property out because of the expansion of the airport.
So this wasn't part of the airport property that was bought out because of noise pollution?
Yes, it is. Yes,
Is this a noise pollution area? Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that what happened was when they expanded the airport, they made those areas where it was horrible to live because the noise was so bad, and then they bought them out and tore homes down. Okay, but now we're thinking we're going to put homes back in the same area, or
No, sir. Can I answer that
yeah,
question?
sure. Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman Robinson.
What the community would like to see, maybe some other small businesses in that area, especially the medical district, which is expanding down Airways Boulevard, be a great place for another clinic, a great place for, we already have 2 dialysis units on businesses on that stretch. There can be other businesses there, daycare. There are other opportunities there. It doesn't have to be housing. But we don't want a warehouse on that side. And I don't want anybody else calling me about the trucking company that makes noise at night. It is just not fair to those citizens who pay taxes, who are middle class, well, that's middle income citizens, to be in their property be infringed upon.
Okay,
I'm really
Would like to be
serious about
recognized
it.
again.
Yeah, I've got it. I'm understanding. I'm just trying to figure out this. So this is a very special residential urban that we do need to rezone to something so it can be business, but we don't want to have a. You don't think it needs to be another warehouse? Okay, that's your district. Okay, thank you.
In lieu of the fact that we've had several people that's definitely voiced opposition to it, I'm going to ask that the applicant try to explain what they actually intend to do with that property.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dedrick Brittenham, represent the applicant, and also have Josh Whitehead assisting on this case. And Mr. Chairman, the customary practice is if you're going to vote on the case, then the applicant would have the opportunity to make a statement. Okay, thank you. Mr. Whitehead is passing out a short slide deck. We have a much larger slide deck that we'll present at third and final reading. This, as Councilman Warren pointed out, this is airport buyout property. The FAA regulations say that housing can no longer be on this property. It was part of the buyout property that was program that took place in the late 1980s and early 1990s. What we'd like to show you is if you go through the slide deck that we handed out to you. This is the first slide. The second slide actually shows all of the different types of distribution and logistics uses that are in this particular area. And you see where the proposed site is which is about 57 acres. But Medtronics is building out a space on the corner of Homes and Airways, and this use will have jobs that pay anywhere from $60,000 to $80,000 a year, and the rest of these icons on this slide will show you all the other different kinds of logistic and distribution facilities that are located in this area. This is the airport area, and the rules of the FAA say that when the airport has to sell this property, when the airport sells this property, it has to be for a use that is comparable to airport operations. So a logistics and distribution facility is comparable to the airport operations. That we have the #1 airport in the world for freight shipping. And if you look at the next slide, this tells you the job creations that will be on this site. 500 to 1,500 jobs will be provided. And then the estimated city Memphis annual tax creation is $440,000. Estimated Shelby County tax creation is $560,000 with a total of about $1 million. This is an economic development case. So that if you flip to the next screen, the next slide, this is the downzoning that we are proposing to allow additional buffer for this for the neighborhood. This is unusual to have two zoning requests in the same application, but this was done specifically to have additional buffer for the neighborhood to the west and to the southwest. The next slide. This just shows the traffic circulation. The next slide, this is another part of the effort that my client is willing to make, and there is some drainage issues on the west part of this site, as well as property off our site. And we are willing to work with the city engineer to alleviate that flooding issue, and that's what the blue area is that we're going to create a pond there. The next slide is the Holmesdale sign. Now, this brings up the point. We have prepared what is called a community benefits agreement. We have sent that to the neighborhood, and that community benefits agreement is new to this market. It is being used in other markets in the United States, and it's very common in Europe and other places abroad. But what that does is it's a private agreement between the neighborhood and the developer, and we have a list of the different kinds of concessions that have been made to the neighborhood that are outlined in that community benefits agreement. So what we would like to do is meet with the neighborhood and their lawyer and see if we can work out some sort of agreement with this community benefits agreement. We have sent it to the neighborhood, and we're waiting on a response from them, and we're ready, willing, and able to sit down with the neighborhood and discuss the community benefits agreement. And then the last slide is shows a proposed walking trail that we're willing to construct on this particular property for the neighborhood. It would be accessible to the neighborhood. And I guess my real request is, and I understand Councilwoman Robinson's position, what we'd like to do, though, is meet with the neighborhood. That's what we'd really like to do, and see if we can get some kind of agreement on the community benefits agreement. Mr. Whitehead, you might want to add some points.
Thank you, Josh Whitehead, Bridgeporter Johnson. We see this as a potential win-win-win. It's a win for the city in the taxes that are potentially to be generated. It's a win to provide opportunities, job opportunities inside the city limits, which is something our client has been focused on for the last 10 years or so. But also with some of the items listed and spoken to by Mr. Britnam in a community benefits agreement, we believe it could be a win for the neighborhood as well.
That's your question before I pass it on to Commissioner Frank Covert. Have you said you've reached out to the neighborhood, but you have not heard them?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, maybe we also could try to reach out and make sure that takes place.
I want to add to that, please, ma'am. I did speak with Mrs. Keys a short time ago and asked her about the community benefits agreement, and she did tell me that they have a lawyer, and so now I'm hoping their lawyer will contact us about discussing the community benefits agreement.
Okay, I'm going to have Ms. Keys come up, so maybe we can ask her about meeting with you in regards to a neighborhood meeting again. Okay, Councilman Covet?
Kind of pitching back on this. So when we're doing a rezoning, the public meeting is not required. Is that correct? Or a public meeting is required?
Yes.
It is required and the public meeting was had.
Yes. So we had the Land Use Control Board meeting, yes.
I'm talking about a meeting where the developer goes out into the district and has a night where they explain it.
Yes, the neighborhood meeting, that did happen in November.
Sorry, I used the wrong term. You are correct. Neighborhood meeting. Okay. It's my impression that right now there is a lot of pushback and council members are not at all comfortable with this. Might I suggest that you guys meet and we hear from the neighbors and all that, but my advice to the applicant is that it doesn't look good for you. So you might want to have all the meetings you can, if not potentially try to ask for a hold to work on this a little bit further or something. But I do not sense today's vote is going to be any different 3 meetings from now. Fair enough? Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to hear from a member of the neighborhood. And please give your name and address, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Gwendolyn Keys, and I live in the Homestead area. My address is 5425 Hebron Drive. I have been a part of that neighborhood since 1978. The neighbors in this area, in the Homestead area, are adamant about keeping this land residential. Now, all the back and forth with the airport authority, and I think that's where we are now, about the land use itself, that's up for discussion because half of Killarney Avenue does have residents on it now, and then they did buy out the other half. So why can't it go be single residence again? We have the airport, the planes are coming over our property. They've been coming over our property for years. So the noise pollution is a non-issue. I hear the airplanes at 4 a.m. in the morning ever since my children were born and wake them up. So that's a non-issue about the fact that it's part of a noise pollution. Everyone in the Homestead and the Whitehaven area hears those airplanes. So that's not the issue. I think those single-use family houses can be built again, all the way up to Airways, because you got half of the street already with single-family use. Some of those houses are newer, and they have some young families there. And if we had have been able to really get ahead of Old Dominion, then they wouldn't be there because they are causing all kinds of problems for those neighbors that live to the south of that embankment. There's flooding and there's noise. I live 3 streets over and I can hear the noise. There's stadium-type lights that light up that whole neighborhood. Now, at EMP or whatever you want to call it, Attorney Bridgman, that's a warehouse. And that's more noise, more air pollution, and your buffer, the conservation agriculture, that's trees around a brick building. You told us on that night that we were there for the public meeting that it would probably be 50 feet from my neighbor's back door. 50 feet is nowhere. So just like I told the land use board, close your eyes and pretend you at 5484 Killarney. You're not at wherever you live now. and you're trying to have a outing for your family, and you're looking at a EMP or warehouse or whatever you want to call it, those trees and that conservation agriculture, that's just some pretty words at all. And then you talked about trying to mitigate in your letter, Attorney Britton, about mitigating flooding at the corner of Apollo and Pomona. Now there's some apartments right there, and that's in a curve. And once you start taking those trees down, there will be flooding. I don't care how you mitigate it or whatever, there will be flooding there. You don't live there. We will have to deal with that type of thing. There is erosion on that embankment near Old Dominion for my neighbors right now. Mr. and Mrs. Lee has had to replace their driveway because of the flooding in their backyard. They had to do that this past summer. Another neighbor had to replace their AC system because of Old Dominion. And you think about when they start digging up trees and moving things. Plus, we have deers, wild turkeys in that wooded area. There was nothing said about what's going to happen to the wildlife or what's going to be done with them. My neighbor saw about 8 deers 2 days ago coming out from there. Single family use homes are appropriate,
Ms. Keys,
irregardless of the airport.
Ms. Keys, it is definitely obvious you're very passionate about your concern, and we appreciate you coming and giving us that information. But I want to ask you one question. Would you be willing to meet with the applicant again in a neighborhood meeting?
To be courteous, yes, we would with our lawyer there. We'll be able to just to meet with them and hear what they got to say.
Okay.
But if it's got to do with a warehouse, then that's a non-starter.
Okay.
Anything like that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming. Yes, Mr. Britton. Thank you.
Yes, just in follow-up, Madam Chair. If you saw on the slide deck, the downzoning buffer was a direct response to the neighborhood's complaint or concern that we heard in the neighborhood meeting. So before the neighborhood meeting, the zoning was going to, the EMP zoning was going to absorb the entire site. After the comments at the neighborhood meeting, we got together and we decided on this buffer here, and that's 150 feet on the west. So we listened to the neighborhood and we responded to the neighborhood. Now, as to Old Dominion, in the same email that I sent to Mrs. Keys with the community benefit agreement, I informed her that Old Dominion is willing to meet with the neighborhood and discuss any issues that the neighborhood has with Old Dominion. We have arranged for a meeting with Old Dominion, and they want to be good neighbors. And we facilitated a meeting, and Old Dominion management of that facility has said they're willing to meet with them. Now, they told me some other things about some of the complaints that they've only heard 1 or 2 complaints since they've been in operation, and they sent a crew over there to the neighborhood and addressed those 2 complaints. But I want to make sure it's very clear that the Old Dominion gave the neighborhood a phone number to call Old Dominion.
Are you representing Old Dominion at this point?
No, ma'am, but I want to make sure that I want to make sure the record is correct.
Right.
I want to make sure the record's correct.
Yeah, I mean, so let's leave Old Dominion to defend for themselves.
I think it's proper to communicate that Old Dominion wants to meet with the neighborhood if there's an issue.
That.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Let's just hope that you two can get together and come up with some type of resolution if possible. All right, after hearing both sides, can we go for a vote on this item? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. This item will go down with a negative recommendation and for first reading. There's 2 more readings after that time. Please get together and maybe you could come up with a resolution.
And I just want to make sure that there will be a full hearing on the third and final reading, correct, Madam Chair? Correct. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
You may.
Well, colleagues, so I have a question procedurally. So if
Right.
it goes down with a negative recommendation and then the vote on the first reading is a rejection of this, it doesn't go on, does it?
Correct.
It does?
That's right.
It doesn't.
Huh?
No, I
That's
think.
correct. On county commission, it automatically goes forward regardless of the vote on city council. If it fails on consent, then that's it. It's done.
Okay.
No. I think we need to hear from planning and zoning on that particular issue because another procedure has to take place before we just automatically say no. So you want to address it?
Madam Chair, Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. We think that this does need a public hearing. I know that we did hear some things today and that you guys just voted, but it would be best to really have that public hearing at whichever reading. But we could have that moved down without a recommendation of rejection so that it could have the full public hearing at council.
Okay, and that process includes giving proper notification? That's not right. Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
You haven't done
It would have to be published in the newspaper.
Madam Chairman, may I?
Yes, if they're finished.
Okay, colleagues, might I make a suggestion then? Because it sounds like this may even fail on consent if the case is pulled out. And remember, it's a zoning, so it's like an ordinance. It has to have 7 yes votes to go forward. So an abstention is kind of like a no vote. Okay, it has to have 7 to continue. That being the case, might I suggest this? If they cannot have their meeting with the neighbors, they have to have that before our first reading in order to be fair. And then on also first reading, if the vote is still like we think it is, we need a full presentation so that we can get the whole thing so that we don't kill something on consent without a full-on presentation. Am I reading that right?
And a full hearing.
Okay, the neighborhood meeting has already occurred now.
But y'all agreed to another meeting.
We're asking them to meet, but they could have done that between a first and second reading if necessary.
Correct. I'm just making sure that in order to be, are we having first reading tonight or is it in 2 weeks?
It's tonight, I think it's scheduled for
Right,
tonight.
but now here's my question too. The public hearing, can that take place tonight? Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm asking this of DPD.
Right.
So I'm not asking for the neighborhood meeting, but just from a procedural standpoint, can the public hearing take place tonight if it's on the consent agenda?
I don't believe there's been enough notice for the public hearing to occur.
We're missing a
tonight.
notice function.
Right.
Yeah.
So colleagues, can we agree to do this? Now, obviously, your vote is your own. If we are going to hear it tonight, then we either send it forward on first reading. It's just a first reading. There are 2 more after that. We send it forward after first reading only so that y'all can have your private meeting. Or if you really just don't want to do that, then let's hold it for first reading in 2 weeks and give them time to meet. Which, you'd rather do that?
Yep.
Madam Chairman, I move that we hold our first reading until the next meeting to give those guys time to visit.
Let me question that, please, if I may.
Please.
Why don't we just send it down and place it on the consent agenda like we treat all other cases? And if it gets a no or yes, it's irrelevant because you still have to have a second reading with proper notification.
Madam Chairman, if we voted
Second or
down,
third. If it goes down with a no and receives a no, then they would then have to give proper notification by the second reading.
if we reject it on consent tonight at full council,
Right.
then it's dead.
No, I think you still have to have proper notification.
We've sent notification out for the hearings.
That's not what they told me the other
The
day.
full public hearing, so it should have the chance to have that.
Right. They're constantly telling me, even in
Someone pulls it up
side
and
meetings,
consent agenda though, because it's consent.
Right.
You pull it and you vote it down, it's gone.
It's gone.
Okay.
There is no second or third reading. So that's the reason why I asked for the hold, so that way no colleague feels like they have to vote yes or no tonight. If we hold it tonight for first reading in 2 weeks, that gives everybody time to meet, everybody time to give proper notice and do their thing.
But to
Madam
that
Chair?
point again, if it's pulled off consent and it's voted down,
it's dead.
Then it's dead. Okay, so
It's not my understanding from our discussion we had this past week for planning and zoning.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Britton.
Yes, ma'am. Applicant requests a 2-week hold. Please.
Anybody opposed to applicant requesting a 2 weeks hold?
I oppose it.
Got someone opposed?
Vote. I'll make the motion for a 2-week hold.
Second.
So let's go ahead and have the vote
Okay,
on do we hold it.
only had one opposition? Opposed. Got 2 opposed, so that item cannot go forward.
No, you vote on it.
Okay, let's take a vote.
Well, we have to reconsider to send it downstairs with a negative recommendation. That's what it went down at.
Point of information.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure everyone understands, if we send something to down with a negative recommendation for first reading, and it's read on consent agenda, even with a negative recommendation, it comes back for the next reading 2 weeks later, and then it comes back for the final reading 2 weeks after that. If it goes with a negative recommendation. So we can send it with a negative recommendation only if we pull it off. And if we pull it off and we vote to do it.
Vote no.
No, but it's to say we vote, okay, we say, well, this is bad. We're going to go ahead and vote and do it now. We had a negative recommendation. We thought they were going to be able to work it out and maybe give them a chance. But we said, well, this seems really harsh, and we vote to do it. Then it still has to have 2 more readings, right? Even if, or does that make it official?
Allow me.
Because it's an ordinance, it still needs 3 readings?
We have our attorney here.
Yeah.
Can you help us out with this, Attorney Wade?
Yeah.
Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why we pay you the big bucks.
We do listen to you, Alan. What's the shot?
Microphone, Ms. Wade.
So the question is, one, if you send it down with a negative recommendation, you're absolutely right. It goes on consent. It goes on consent, goes on the final reading, and it has in our agenda negative recommendation. We've had several of that way. Yes. No, you do not. No, it comes down with a recommendation that's negative, and that's listed on the agenda. Now, if you want to kill it, you pull it off, you vote on it separately. If it fails, it's gone.
So we can kill it on first reading tonight.
But you have to have the votes to take it off.
Well, and if I may, we don't know that the proper notification in the newspaper has been submitted for this, so we,
Ooh. Yeah, you usually do not publish ordinances until after the second reading. It goes in the newspaper by charter after the second reading. So I guess the question they're having is that if you pull it off and take a vote without public input, you haven't given proper notice.
Right. Right.
Well, but my question,
but you're the council.
But now, Madam Chair, if I may, is there, if that's been the standard practice, is there a requirement to take it off if you're not going to have that second reading, to have it published?
Well,
because what you're saying, we haven't been doing that. We've only done that in the past if we've gone to that second reading.
Yeah, like I said, you're the council, the city council, and if you decide that you want to pull something, and I think you can pull it and you can vote on it, and then you see where you go from there. It might be challenged, but I think you have the ability to pull it and vote on it, and if it doesn't go to second reading, you never get to the publication stage.
Well, and Attorney Wade, if I may, Chairman. In the UDC, there is the requirement for public notice and for public hearing, so that could be an issue as well. So,
Taken. Point taken.
So.
Let me piggyback on that. We've had a number of cases. Fortunately, we have not lost any of them, but the courts are very circumspect to advise us that we have an obligation to follow our own ordinances. So if we do have that in the UDC, I think we would have to do it.
Okay, so what we're saying, Madam Chairman, is, and we could do it a couple of different ways, but by this vote, we're saying we want to hold first reading for 2 weeks, do public notice for first reading, and give the applicant time to have their meeting with the attorneys of the neighborhood.
No, that's not what I heard.
I thought the applicant wanted to pull for 2 weeks.
No,
Right.
what we can do, we can send it down with a negative recommendation. It still can go before publication. Then when we bring it back, we can pull it off the consent agenda. And if we want to kill it, we can then, but we've provided the public notice that's required.
So 2 weeks.
Yeah,
In 2
but we
weeks.
send it down tonight
With a negative.
with a negative recommendation.
And we all voted on consent,
Which
shoot
starts
it through to second reading.
publication,
We're in
Which
agreement.
meets the publication requirement, yes.
We're in agreement.
Okay, and that gives you time, if you can, in 2 weeks to work something out.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just, clarification.
Mr. Britton.
In 2 weeks, when it's pulled off the consent agenda, we would request a public hearing at that point,
Okay,
a full public hearing.
that's fine.
Clay, you got that?
Planning and zoning, you've been notified that in the next 2 weeks, they want to have a full hearing at that time, okay?
yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have the vote, a negative no for this particular item, and we're going to send it down with a negative response recommendation and let it ride that way, and then for first reading. Next 2 weeks, planning and zoning is gonna send out all the necessary paperwork, a notification. And in the meantime, when we come back, they want to have a full hearing again on this particular issue. And in between time, that'll be between the Britton's group and the neighborhood association to possibly get together.
Yes, ma'am, and should the vote be favorable to the applicant on second reading, it would still go forward for a third and final reading. Thank you.
Including a new transit overlay district, revisions to the contextual infill standard, and other provision of the zoning code. All council district. Thank you. Will you please identify yourself and give your address, please?
Sure, John Zena, Director of the Division of Planning and Development. This is third reading of the annual zoning text amendment that includes a number of different changes. The primary changes relate to housing types, the transit overlay district, as well as contextual infill standards, and there are several more minor changes that we're seeking to make as a matter of cleanup. In the discussions at first and second reading, as you know, there was updates really on conversations that our division was having with one group, primarily Midtown Memphis, related to some of the issues that they had. I sent you all a memo on Friday which outlined the changes that not only were, there were two introduced by Councilman Warren in first and second reading that were already included in what's before you. And then there are 6 others that we agreed to with Midtown Memphis. Those have not been incorporated into this ZTA yet. You would need to do that today, and I've outlined them in this memo. So if you want, I can go through each one, or Briefly, okay, so item number 3, I'm just going to skip to 3 because 1 and 2 are already in. Yes, all right, so item 1 that is in, stacked townhouses and multifamily.
We know where it is in this.
How about right here? Okay, item 1 is stacked townhouses and multifamily large homes, which are 3 to 6 unit structures allowed in RU1 district. Originally, we proposed by conditional use permit. Councilman Warren made the amendment to change that to by special use permit. That was moved by Warren, and it was approved as an amendment to the ZTA when this was before you on first reading. The second change, in the residential urban districts, all single-family detached and attached housing shall have at least one primary entrance on the front building facade. Again, that was moved by Councilman Warren, and that was included in the ZTA on second reading by your vote. So now we get into the items that have not been included yet. Item number 3 is actually something that Councilwoman Johnson has asked for. Mailed notice for all required public hearings be sent at least 25 days before the hearing instead of 10 days. That change, again, was requested by Councilwoman Johnson, has not yet been adopted into the ZTA, so that would need to be done today. And then now we're going to get into the items that were agreements between Division of Planning and Development and Midtown Memphis. So item number 4, there are some modifications to the definitions of certain housing types in Chapter 3.4 of the UDC, primarily related to the single-family attached two-family, which is a duplex, as well as townhouses and stacked townhouses. Item 5, a minimum lot width for a cottage lot in R6. We had proposed 30 feet. We're now requesting that to be changed to 35 feet or 30 feet where access from an improved alley or private drive is provided. Item 6, minimum lot size for townhouses and stacked townhouses in the RU1 district has been increased to 2,000 square feet and a minimum setback of 20 feet. Item number 7, minimum lot size for accessory dwelling units is changed to 7,000 square feet instead of our proposed 6,000, as well as total size of accessory dwelling units shall not exceed 700 square feet or 1/3 of the gross floor area of the principal structure, whichever is smaller. And that mirrors what is in the UDC today. And then items 8 and 9 are new changes based on some final discussions last week. Multifamily large homes, again, those are the single units of 3 to 6, single structures of 3 to 6 units, and multifamily stacked townhouses. Those in the RU1 district, those would still be subject to a special use permit, but they would be limited to major roads, except for corner lots. But in the case of corner lots, large homes would be limited to 4 units. And then item 9, alleys or private drives meeting the standard of the contextual infill standards for required rear access would be defined as having a minimum width of 12 feet. And the concern there was sort of repurposing some of these very narrow alleyways that don't really provide for adequate access. Now, there's one other item that the Midtown Memphis group did ask for and that we respectfully declined to bring forward as a part of accepted changes, but certainly this is at your discretion. What they asked for was for townhouses in the RU1 district to be approved only by special use permit. Our recommendation was that they be allowed by right, and the reason being is that their purpose here is to try to encourage more variety of housing types, but also to support options for home ownership. Townhouses, of course, are single-family structures. They are attached single-family structures. But the critical thing to note here is the area where they're being recommended, RU1, is an area where duplexes are already allowed by right. So essentially, on a lot where duplexes are allowed, what we're proposing is for a single-family townhouse to also be allowed by right. Their request was that for those to also be by special use permit. And again, it would be our preference to allow those by right. So that summarizes where we are, and I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Councilwoman, I see Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Zena. I just want to say thank you for your back and forth and negotiation and really hearing the folks at Midtown Memphis. And it says, you said we need to officially add items 3 through 9 to the third reading. And is this just a discussion on this item, or is this what is this on the agenda? Is the final right now at the meeting? So we can go ahead and I make a motion to add 3 through 9.
Excuse, house cleaning. This item was not moved, so I hate to make a motion.
I'm sorry.
Okay, move it. Second. Move in second.
Okay,
Thank
moved
you.
in second. So I move that this items 3 through 9 are added before the third and final reading.
Okay.
Thank you for the work on this.
Thank you.
Director.
Yes, Dr. Warren. You may be.
I don't know if there's any way as we move forward and make these things going forward. Is there any way we can do something to strengthen our Airbnb requirements as we move into this? Do we have that already strengthened in this ordinance to where we've got some protection that at least is allowed by state law? Did we do that already here?
It's not in this ordinance because it cannot be in this ordinance, but it is item 4 on your agenda, which we haven't discussed yet.
Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Question. Does this need to be a substitute ordinance at the 3:30 meeting?
It's just amended.
Just as amended?
As amended,
Okay.
right. Okay. All in favor of that item?
So opposition will be able to talk at the downstairs.
Okay. All in favor of this item, respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing other, that will receive a favorable recommendation. Let's go back to item number 4. Ordinance amending Article 7, Chapter 36, Section 36-130 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinance to establish rules and regulations relating to the operation and regulation of short-term rentals in Memphis. All council districts sponsored by Councilmember Canale, Ford, Easter Thomas, Morgan, and Warren. Can I have someone to move it? It's been moved and second. Yes.
Okay, thank you, council members. Several of you have asked me in the last few months about short-term rentals and the laws that apply to them. As I just said a moment ago, because of the Short-Term Rental Act that was passed at the state level, regulation of those is preempted to be done through our zoning ordinance. It has to be done in concert with what the Short-Term Rental Act of the state allows us to do. The city of Memphis has a short-term rental ordinance already. It was adopted in 2016 and became effective in 2017. And in my opinion, the city's existing short-term rental ordinance is weaker than what the state allows. And so several of you have also asked me in concert with this ZTA, is there anything we can do about short-term rentals? And my response has been, well, we can strengthen our existing short-term rental ordinance to make it essentially comparable to what the state would allow. And so what you have before you is an ordinance that would amend the city's existing short-term rental ordinance. And it really does 4 main things, if I could just summarize them briefly. The first main thing is it amends the definition of a short-term rental property to limit the number of sleeping rooms in the dwelling unit to 4. That is not only consistent with what other adopted short-term rental ordinances in the state have done, but also I think would help to limit what are some of the more pernicious issues, which is the large party house, which is mainly what I get calls about. The second main change is to essentially affirm, concurrent with the Tennessee Code annotated, that the standards of this ordinance would not apply to any short-term rental that is in existence at the time of this change. While we may not particularly like that, that is the state law. And so we want to make sure that that's clear in the local ordinance. Now, if an existing short-term rental ordinance, if the property is sold, transferred, or ceases to be used as a short-term rental for a period of 30 continuous months, or has been in violation of generally applicable local law 3 or more separate times, then we could force it to come into compliance with these new rules, okay? Item number 3 that we're changing, and this is kind of the biggest one we're doing, is we're requiring a permit for short-term rentals. Today, we do not require a permit for short-term rentals, although, again, the state law would allow us to do that. And so this ordinance, or this amended ordinance, would create the permit requirement as well as the outline the various items that are needed with respect to being able to obtain a permit. It also includes an inspection that will be done by City of Memphis Public Works, City Code Enforcement. And then the fourth item is essentially to amend the section in the existing ordinances related to compliance to essentially reinforce that if a unit has been found in violation of a generally applicable local law, which is not just to say this one, it's also, noise ordinance, health codes, any generally applicable local law, if it's been in violation 3 or more separate times, then the city may prohibit that property from continuing use as a short-term rental. And so again, this brings our local short-term rental ordinance up to what I believe is the maximum that the state law would allow.
Councilwoman Lisa Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Zeno, for making the amendments as strong as we could. And also, a lot of colleagues and myself, we're just anxious to really get some parameters around curtailing the issue that is Airbnbs and short-term rentals in our community. I just wanted to ask something to be clear. I know that when I asked about certain zoning overlays for Airbnbs, it wouldn't work because a lot of folks would be grandfathered in. But still, everyone would still be required to do a permit once this ordinance goes in place. How long would people have to get compliant? And if this passed in the natural order of 3 readings, when would this go into effect?
Okay, I'll take the first question first. Existing short-term rentals would not have to get into compliance with this unless the property was sold, transferred, or discontinued use as a short-term rental for 30 consecutive months. And that is not something of our creation. That is what the state law says.
Does the transfer include common stock ownership? So if I have if I own an LLC with 1,000 units, right, 1,000 voting units, and I transfer 1,000 voting units as a stock deal, it's technically a transfer of ownership, but the assets don't transfer, it's stock transferring. Does that constitute a transfer in your ordinance? Because that's what I would do if I were trying to circumvent the rule.
Okay, but may I ask, does the stock represent your interest or your share in that property?
Yeah, I mean, it would be your interest. It would be your.
So it's a transfer of ownership.
I want to make sure that it is explicitly stated that triggers, and because we're dealing with state law is what we're doing. Like, it's one thing to have an asset transfer. It's another thing to have a stock transfer.
And you need that in there to protect it.
Yeah.
Councilman, it is not explicitly stated in that way It's the word that is used is transfer, and that mirrors what is in the TCA. Now,
In your interpretation, is that covered? Here's the deal. It's not the one-offs, mom and pops, because when you guys first created this ordinance, it was the cool thing to do, and then all of a sudden it became a multi-billion-dollar private equity play.
Yeah.
And so
I first want to state that the you guys in this situation was not planning and development.
DPD
we were
did
not.
work.
No. We were not involved.
With the licensing and the register? It didn't matter.
No, we were not involved in the
Let's-
short-term rental ordinance. But that is something that I think that we could look further into if that could be spelled out in this.
And here's why. I'm sorry. Wait. Here's why though. Is a lot of what we're seeing and what triggered, I think, this for Councilman Canale in particular is they are operating almost as professional service venues, like event centers. And so if I were running an event center, even if it were illegal in the zoning or a hotel or a party venue, I'm going to have insurance and commercial liability. Now, maybe they don't. I mean, that may be getting a little too sophisticated. So that's one issue. And then the other is if I'm, Blackstone and I'm running an Airbnb model like Stay Alfred, I'm going to be smart enough to get around your city ordinance by just transferring the stock and repping, warranting, and indemnifying the purchaser of any other liabilities outside of the asset transfer.
Can you check into that for us?
We absolutely will.
Okay. Let me ask one other thing.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas had another question.
Since it does, since time is of the essence, can we do the same 9 minutes for first reading tonight? Since it's a grandfather thing and we don't know how many folks will register on Airbnb from now to 6 weeks from now.
I remember what you asked, the effective date. The effective date we set was July 1st. And the reason for that is we need some time to sort of stand up operationally, putting a new permit process in place.
No, the exact date was not known.
July 1st is the date that we've put into the ordinance in terms of these changes taking effect.
Could it be done sooner or if this was approved sooner? If this was approved sooner, could it be done sooner, or is July 1st just what it is?
We are already working on getting all the operational pieces in place now. I would be very hesitant to say that we could get there sooner.
All right. Just thinking about.
July will be here before we know it. The rate we going, okay? It's quick. Time is unbelievable. Okay.
Colleagues, we are way behind. We have
and I have one other comment
other,
items. I think Councilman Carlisle, did you not want to be added to this? Make sure you let it be noted he added. Everybody, who does not want to be added to this? Nobody else. Everybody wants to be added. Okay. Okay. It's two other items. Can we just send these downstairs? Without objection. Can we send the other two items, item number 9 and 10 downstairs, and we'll deal with those downstairs this evening so we can try to speed this up without objection. Yes, ma'am? Right, without recommendation to deal with it. Okay, that's been it for this committee. I thank you for your participation. Yes. You may begin.
do, but we have some information we want to share with you. So thank you. And to have show and tell.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move forward for the interest of time. We got a little bit of show and tell because I think it'll help you better understand what we're talking about. So we have a few challenges to the meter to cash cycle, and I want to help you to understand that basically the meter acts as a cash register for the utility. We go through calculating consumptions and delivering bills, and that's really much what's affected right now. We noticed an increase in delayed billing processes in December of 2020. And let me begin by saying that challenges to billing occur with every utility throughout the nation. MLGW roughly has about 6,000 or so bills out of the over a million that we send out where we routinely have issues. So that's kind of normal. But what we've saw is an increase in that delay in December. But during that time, as you know, we were focused on addressing rotating blackouts and some of the water challenges. So our energies were put into focusing on those areas. But after we got into it and put together a cross-functional team, we saw that it was faulty water and gas utility meter parts. And that's some examples of what we're passing out. You're going to learn a new word in your lexicon called a wriggler. We're going to talk a little bit about that. A wriggler, yes. So you're going to, I think, be pleased with what we've done thus far to remedy this. We want to focus on maintaining financial health and issue sensible bills with transparent communications for customers, provide them with reasonable solutions, and prevent this issue from happening in the future. So let me detail the problem for you. There are roughly 18,948 account exceptions, that is where we were unable to get a read that we trusted on the meter. Roughly 53% of those were from zero usage consumed. So for customers who may be concerned that they might be getting billed more than normal, the register acts like an odometer on your car. So for all intents and purposes, parts of the odometer are broken. Your car still moves, but it's not registering any mileage, okay? And 53% of those 18,948 actually registered zero consumption. And I wanna kind of give you a scope of the problem. This is roughly 2% of the meters that MLGW has, and 53% of the meter exceptions reported zero consumption, and that's primarily due to gas wrigglers. That's that little small, very tiny thing that, I'm gonna tell you a little bit more about that, and then water meter register failures. So you can see here the delayed bills total $12.54 million, and that's 0.6% of our sales revenue. 78% of those bills are residential. To give you an idea of what you're looking at, and some of you are getting it passed out, the failures were caused by water intrusion. So think of if your iPhone or depending on what kind of phone you use, got some water into it. Water and technology, solid state technology don't mix. And you can see on one of the ones we're passing out, you can actually see fluid in it. Okay, so we have replaced those and have begun replacing them with mechanical registers that don't have that problem. So what's a wriggler? There's a little small, very tiny white thing there, and a gas meter wriggler acts as an interface with the gas meter to drive the mechanism. That rotation of the wriggler causes the gears to turn. And that wriggler failure creates the inability to register gas consumption. For the gas meters, there's been roughly 7,800 require replacement. We have 2,000 in inventory. They're failing at an estimated rate of 630 per month. And as you can imagine, like with everyone in America, there are supply chain issues with trying to procure these parts. Now, we know that we have some challenges, but we are accountable to deliver some solutions. So with that in mind, we immediately put together a team of cross-functional people. For the folks that normally process meter exceptions, we have added additional staff. I have personally voluntold a number of employees that were in other areas to come in and help out. We've completed, actually we've done better than the number that I've submitted. Yes, we've completed 8,200 of the accounts thus far. Out of the 18,948, yes. I have personally penned a letter that kind of details this out for the customer to demonstrate transparency and how we got here. And then I've personally also done media interviews to make sure that people understand what's going on. And this information can further be found on the MLGW website. Gail and her team have been extremely accommodating with getting this information out as quickly as possible. Moving forward again, actions in flight. We will eliminate adding exceptions. So MLGW's process has been to wait to deliver a bill until we get an actual reading. That's what's held this up. I've put a stop to that immediately, and we're providing a conservative estimate to customers on their bill. And then you can see we've made a modification to our existing process. So if a customer's bill is estimated, it will actually say your current reading has been estimated. We are putting together some additional services to the call center so customers can have a direct line by pressing a certain number to call people for that directly. Additionally, I've added some additional forces to our customer advocacy group. So customers who want to have a longer time and discuss this can be moved from the call center queue and talk to someone who can work with them directly. And here we are in the progress. You can see a total of 6.5 million of the 12.5 million, and those numbers are a little older. I updated them yesterday. So we've roughly got 50% of the funds that have been sent out to bills currently. And then a significant percentage of the backlog has been completed. We have employees working 7 days a week on this, not because they were forced to, because they chose to, because they care as much about customer service. Okay, 69% of those bills are less than $500, and customers who require it will be given payment arrangements to help offset this burden. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions that you have.
You did very well with the time that was given to you. Do we have any questions? I got one question from Chairman Jones.
Thanks for the presentation. You mentioned your customer service professionals working overtime for this. I know early on you had some staffing issues. Has that been adequately addressed?
We still have some staffing issues, okay, but I am shifting resources to address this critical issue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question about, are your employees being deployed into the communities to check the meters in any way? There were some officers, I thought there were police officers in my neighborhood, and I was driving by, and they had on gear looking like policemen, and I asked, were they, and they said they were checking meters. They were from MLG&W, they were checking meters.
So in some cases, we do have a utility theft group, and they kind of do look very formal in their approach, and they do carry weapons. But as it relates, and that would be for theft, because oftentimes, and I've done this myself for a living, you can be confronted and be put in uncomfortable situations. We also have individuals whose job it is, who don't look like law enforcement, who will go and investigate a customer's concern, whether that be electric, water, or gas, to address whatever issues that they may have on their premises.
Well, now, it wasn't a theft issue. It was two gentlemen, they said they had on black shirts with little pockets, a polo, and had a little, they said MLG&W, and they were testing meters and checking meters. There were some issues with the meters, though. I just wondered.
That does happen. We do have folks that test the meters, especially if there's a billing dispute to validate the customer's concern.
Okay, but it's not how you're deploying with this situation?
No,
Okay.
no, ma'am.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Not seeing any other questions, we thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
But do stay aware that we may call you for the next one, okay? And keep that magical wand, because we need it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, let's go on to the next. Item and only item for this committee is a joint appointment. Memphis and Shelby County Center City Revenue Finance Corporation Board is recommended Vanisha Mitchell. Our council district requested by administration, moved by Covette and second by Robinson. All in favor of this appointment? Is she here, by the way? Is she here? It's administration, moved by Covette and second by Robinson. All in favor of this appointment? Is she here, by the way? Is she here? Is Miss Mitchell here? Right, I'm gonna say.
Gotta be present to win.
Come on.
Are we early?
No, we're still behind. She's doing everything but yeah.
Is that Miss Mitchell?
That's what I'm hearing. Hello, Ms. Mitchell, come up to the front. It's been brought to our attention that you've been recommended to serve on the Memphis and Shelby County Central City Revenue Finance Corporation Board. Please tell us something about yourself and why you care to serve on that board.
Thank you. My name is Vanisha Mitchell, and I am, they told me to tell you my address. It's 1 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, apartment 203, Memphis 10, 38103. And I am the current executive director of our Women's Business Center South, which is an SBA and WeBank program. I have also presented to this committee on many occasions, the board that I'm being appointed to. So I'm really excited about the opportunity. I'm grateful to be here with you all today and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for coming. Any questions? All in favor of this appointment? We need, okay, it's been requested same night minutes. Okay, we need to move that too because we're moving so fast.
Without objection.
Without objection? Let me move it first. We moved it. I thought we did. Okay. I don't remember that. Okay. It's going down with a favorable recommendation without any objections. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's executive session. Ms. Owens, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Colvette. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the, I'm going to add another item, and this is going to be Ms. Johnson, item number 4 for our executive session. But the first item that we have is, number 1, a discussion on the Open Meetings Act regarding the redistricting committee. This is requested by Councilman Morgan. Okay. Councilman Morgan, you're recognized. I just called your first item, or the item that you requested to have in executive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I was trying to end the conversation in the hallway. This is assuming we're talking about the redistricting committees, item number 1. It is the email that I sent you and Councilwoman Easter Thomas, who's chair of the committee, that January 26th, there was a closed-door meeting of some members of the redistricting committee. Some were invited, some weren't. The public was not included. This wasn't held at a public facility. It was held at someone's office, and that there are certain questions that arise, especially as it relates to the Open Meetings Act, and just direct questions that I think if the purpose of this was this whole process was be transparency, inclusivity, we have monstrously failed at that. And I think the public, as well as council members who were excluded from that meeting, deserve answers about who authorized the meeting, why it was organized, what occurred at the meeting, if minutes were taken, and then at whose office was it held, what involvement did they have. But essentially, why in the world was there a closed-door meeting on this issue and half the count or half the members not included?
Okay, but I'm going to recognize Councilwoman Easter Thomas, but during the I guess the next meeting that the redistricting committee had, there was a letter read by Mr. Ian Randolph who addressed this particular issue. He essentially asked for a mea culpa, if you would. Now, one of the things in some of the comments that I made, and we may need to do this, and we didn't do this for Ms. Mitchell, but one of the things that what my view was and my comments about this matter was, we have numbers of people who serve on various boards and commissions, and I take responsibility as board chair for everybody that comes up and that volunteers to serve on these bodies. For our not telling them that there are certain rules to abide by when you are accepting a position on a board or commission that's, whether it's a city, whether it's the county, in doing so. And so I'm going to ask this, and I'm going to refer to you, Mrs. Easter Thomas, that we have some commentary, you as personal chair. When somebody comes before us, we may read what various rules are as it relates to service on those particular bodies. And so I yield to you, Mrs. Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I think that would be very helpful for all of us. We did address this, or it was brought up as a discussion item in the redistricting committee from February 9th. The council members in attendance were myself, Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson, and Chairman Jones. But I did have IT to pull the clip from the beginning of February 9th meeting so that we all could see it in this setting. Andy, if you have that prepared, just because certain individuals aren't here today, and even though that was a open public meeting, we also want to be able to share it now since the item was brought up for executive communication via email that I sent to the entire committee, council, and committee members, addressing a concern about the legal process and Open Meetings Act. Attorney Alloway was on the agenda, is on the agenda to speak to that, but he's not here yet. Are there any comments or questions or anything that needs to be addressed before this committee today?
I would like
Councilman Jones and
I yield to.
Okay, Mr. Randolph.
I prepared a statement, if you all don't mind, about the redistricting class that we held. So if you'll allow me maybe 2 minutes to read it.
Proceed.
Some of the community members on the committee expressed a desire to learn more about redistricting and the redistricting process because we want to help produce a fair map by our April deadline. We look at you, the city council members, as having experience with redistricting and having the benefit of being educated by Alan Wade, the council's legal advisor, who bore the responsibility of doing the maps in the past. By law, you have to oversee the redistricting process. You were elected to do it, you are paid to do it, and your vote alone approves the final map. In the end, you may decide not to vote for the maps this committee suggests. We, the community member volunteers, wanted to be prepared for these meetings and be able to make educated recommendations in these meetings. The NAACP Memphis branch, which I represent, Memphis A. Philip Randolph Institute, which Mr. Moore represents, along with the NAACP Memphis branch, Votes for All, and Stand for Children, all have a history of interest in redistricting issues at the federal, state, and local level. These organizations decided to host a redistricting class. As Mr. Harris, a volunteer community committee member, subject matter expert, and presenter at the class alluded to last week, a redistricting 101, or as I say, redistricting for dummies. Now, as volunteer community committee members, if we did something wrong by attending a class to become educated on our responsibilities, we are sorry. Alan Wade, the council's attorney, has not been available at these meetings for us to speak with. Nothing at the class was meant to sway committee members. It was only informational. Again, we apologize for creating this unintentional distraction. We appreciate the opportunity to serve, and we are ready to get on to the work of redistricting to meet our April deadline. Thank you for your time.
And if you can continue on, Chairman Jones had I think a 30-second.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph.
After that. Councilman Jones.
Thank you. And as Memphis City Council Chairman, let me apologize for not fully educating or having our council here to educate that anytime you're serving on a public body such as this, it requires that any meeting, volunteer or not, paid or not, any meeting comprising more than two individuals where you could be discussing topics that you would vote upon, it has to be noticed and the public has to be available to attend those type of meetings. That was not disclosed to you. And I apologize from a council standpoint for not making that known when we first started meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Andy. Also, I'll say that that was the first item on the redistricting committee agenda from that February 9th meeting. And it was also brought up later. We were joined by our council attorney, Wade, and another community member brought it up since everyone was there. And it was also discussed, the same things were said. Also, after that, since that was not a authorized official meeting of anyone, that was community members coming together. And now that they were made aware of their different responsibilities, now that they were appointed to that redistricting committee, from then on, if you would have seen with communications, the official subcommittee meetings were public. They've had 2 since then. And so that matter was taken care of on February 9th. But if you have any further commentary, questions, or things that you want to lend toward that on the Open Meetings Act, I'd be open to share any answering to that question of what we talked about on February 9th.
Yeah, no, I certainly do. I apologize, Miss, and I sent the email to yourself, Mr. Chair, and then I went to a funeral that afternoon on the 9th. I don't believe it was an education meeting. There are people that were in the meeting that have said otherwise about the contents of it and what was discussed, and that from that meeting, from those that were hosting the meeting, were the ideas that were pushed forward in the first place to have a communications committee, to have a mapping committee, and how the design and the process of the continued work of the City Council redistricting committee should operate and what they should look to do as they continued their work. And that was something that was discussed and decided upon, again, in private by several individuals who are members of this redistricting committee, and then it was pushed in that education class or that education seminar. So, I don't want to make light or be dismissive of something that I think is really critically important. And it's something that we all ought to be taking as seriously as possible, which is that, the point of this was to have an open and inclusive and transparent redistricting process, and that was purposely not done. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think there were ulterior motives to why some people were included and why some people weren't. I think there are certainly some people that think they could benefit politically from maps being drawn their way or a different way. And I don't want any of that to be entered into the process. And the best cure for that is to keep things open and to keep things transparent. And that has not been the intent or the goal of this from the beginning. I would like to also have the council hear from Mr. Wade on this issue if he had anything further to add.
Well, let me first say that, for the record, there was not a single member of this elected body that was present at that meeting. So I do understand that there
Who
were other
authorized
people.
They did it on their own accord and got the emails of everybody that was invited to the committee without any council staff or any council members involved?
I don't know.
I've seen emails otherwise.
What I'm saying, I don't know. But what I'm saying is that those who are elected to take an oath, there was nobody that's part of this body. Now, all 13 of us are members of that committee. So there were I'm just stating for the record. So your opinions may be what they are, but for the record, I didn't know anything about it. I did not attend, and there was nobody that was part of this body.
That's the problem. Okay. We didn't know anything about it. But that is the whole point to it.
What I'm saying, Mr. Morgan, is we know that we can't attend those. But now, let's say for the record, if there is a violation of the Open Meetings Act, what the repercussions are is that whatever action that is taken is nullified. There was no action taken. Am I correct in that, Mr. Wade? Well, no. What the repercussions are when the remedy for when the Open Meetings Act is violated, whatever vote is taken, then to your point of transparency, I'm with you there. But if we talk about this egregious thing that took place, and going forward, what I'm saying, going forward, the members who are not elected bodies know that they can't operate in that. But this egregious thing that took place, well, the remedy for that is whatever action that is taken, that is discussed, it is nullified. So I don't know if we took or voted upon anything in the redistricting meeting.
I don't know why there are no minutes of the meeting.
Oh, look, going forward, the committee members who are non-elected bodies, who are community members, those who are present know how to operate going forward. So, how we address this going forward is different than what happened in hindsight. Mr.
Chair,
Mr. Covett?
Yeah, just real quick question.
Issa Thomas and then Warren.
I guess maybe jump ball question. Were all of the non-elected members of that group invited, or do we have reason to believe that only a certain number of people were invited to this meeting? Do we happen to know one way or the other?
Can I respond?
It's an open question.
It's Issa Thomas.
Okay. Yes, all non-council committee members were invited by, which I found out after the fact, were invited by those organizations who held the class in which Mr. Randolph explained during the February 9th meeting.
I just asked a question. I agree with my colleague that this is, I got the mea culpa part, I got the transparency part, but I find this really disturbing. But again, going forward.
This one.
I wasn't at that meeting and missed the first meeting we had, but I made the second when this came to light. And, I didn't know the law or anything at the time. And it seemed to me like as long as we didn't have council members there, it was probably okay. That was just my initial gut feeling. I was wrong. I'm not a lawyer. But the feel I got from it was that this was just an educational meeting trying to tell people, okay, this is what you can do. This is what you can't do. This is how it works. these are the issues involved. And it seemed like it was more of just an informational meeting for people who were there. So that's the way I read it. I don't really think that there is some way that there may have been some people who were there that may wanted to have made it more than that. But I think that the way it ended up and the people who were actually ended up running it had it as an educational meeting. So I think we should look at it as a educational meeting for the people who were there and move on and try to make sure that we keep the transparency as open as possible as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're going to move on. We have 15 minutes before our regular meeting
I'll
starts.
request that this item be brought back for next executive session.
We can, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Covett. So without objection, we'll have this topic continued at our next executive session. Item number 2 is an update from Memphis River Parks Partnership on the Tom Lee Park lease agreement with Memphis in May, requested by yours truly. Good afternoon, gentlemen. And we may have to continue this downstairs. If we run out of time, I'm going to give you till about 3:20. What we'll do, we'll hear you at the beginning of our meeting once we have our opening session, if you run out of time. Name and address for the record, please.
Great.
And is that the light on there? Okay.
The light is on. We'll do it a little closer. Thank you, Councilman Tyree Daniels, 6004 Manor Cove, Memphis, Tennessee, 38120. I am the chairman for Memphis River Parks Partnership.
The floor is yours, sir.
Great. Thank you, Council. We are so glad to be with you today to talk about where we are with these negotiations, but more so to talk about the new Tom Lee Park that you're getting. 2 weeks ago, when we listened as Mr. Hope with Memphis in May talked about Memphis in May in the discussions, we feel that there were several misstatements and inaccuracies that were presented, and we want to make sure that we clarify those for you today. First of all, I want to be very clear. Memphis River Parks has been very transparent and open about everything related to Tom Lee Park and also the ability for Memphis and May to have their festival there. The requirements are set forth in the mediation agreement that was signed in December 2019 that the mayor and the administration worked very diligently with us and Memphis and May to craft that set forth everything that should be a part of the park, and it was all agreed and signed by all parties. Throughout the process, the park itself was redesigned 13 times to make sure that we met every changing demand put forth by Memphis in May. So when the park finally opens, that it will accommodate Memphis in May's festival, but also festivals like whoever wants to have a festival in that park, they can have one. We make sure that we accommodated all of their needs. And we spent not only $1 million ensuring that we are delivering that, but we deliver facilities specific to the requirements and specifications set forward by Memphis in May. Right now, I'm happy to report that the park is 80% complete and is on time and on budget. One of the concerns that were raised was capacity. How many people can be in the park, where things were going to be. I'm also happy to say capacity does not have to be slashed by 40%. If we look at the requirements set forth in a mediation agreement, and we look at International Building Code, up to 55,000 people can be on the lawns and occupy the lawns at any one time. So, yes, it can accommodate Memphis in May's festival. The park itself meets or exceeds all the requirements set forth in the mediation agreement. There was also talk that Memphis River Parks was not operating in good faith. On my birthday last year, I made it a priority to organize both boards, that is Memphis in May and also Memphis River Parks, and took out 4 hours to lay out the case for what would be our position as we proceed with the lease agreement to open Tomley Park, but also for Memphis and May to have their 2023 festival there. We were very clear on not only where the park would be, but also that these were the areas that were concerned. Particularly, one of the ones that we knew were going to be a gateway and threshold issue was this issue about liability. It's not about the damage deposit, it's more about the responsibility for the liability of park damages. If you or anyone else rented anybody's facility and you did damages there, the renter is responsible for said damages. We don't believe that the citizens of Memphis should have a facility when it does open in Labor Day weekend 2023 that is not in keeping with the facility that we told them they were going to get, but also that is not damaged. We have been very clear from the beginning, in order to have a great festival, we must make sure we also abide by and protect and respect the great park that you're going to inherit. And that means you have to be responsible for the damages, regardless what those damages are, because we don't limit liability for damages for anyone, and we don't anticipate doing that for any renter. Memphis River Parks manages facilities and parks for members, for your members, or for the city throughout the city and throughout along the riverfront. Everybody has the same standards that we apply to them. Also, the question and the discussion was where we were going to end up, how we were going to get the park ready. We are very happy to say, working with Mayor Strickland and his administration, particularly COO Shondell Ryan, we've reached a great point where we know where the facility is going to be. The park will be ready for the festival to occupy it. We know without a shadow of a doubt that not only will the park be a great park for the citizens of Memphis, but also it will have its own economic impact. We gave you the study when we originally brought this to council by HRNA that the festival will have an impact in the park, but the park itself will be an economic generator. After operating 10 years, the park itself will have $1 billion impact on our economy. Not just because it's just a great park, but because it makes everything around it much more valuable. And we believe this is not only going to be a tourism generator, but it's going to be a large economic generator in and of itself because it raises the value of everything that's around there. Now, we look forward, Councilman, to delivering to you, to our cities, to our citizens, a great, free, equitable park in September 2023 that we all can be proud of. Our position has been the same from the beginning. We want the festival there, but we also want to make sure the festival respects the park and that we're delivering a park that we all can be proud of, that not only provides momentum for our city, but also provides a pace of leisure and recreation for our citizens that they can enjoy.
Questions for Mr. Daniels? Well, we can.
Mr. Chair.
We're going to have an item that will have deliberation. It'd be an appropriate time. We could.
Is that the item, the resolution dealing with the damages? Okay.
We could have any debate or discussion.
So if you could hold, yeah, we can hold that downstairs. So, Mr. Daniels, will you be available for our meeting downstairs to answer any questions?
Sure, Council.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, item number 3 is an add-on item. This is an ordinance to amend the City Code of Ordinances, legal holidays, to add Juneteenth Independence Day as a legal holiday. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas and yours truly. There's a request to add this the same night minutes. To the consent agenda for first reading.
Move it.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Our last item, number 4 for executive, is Tennis Memphis. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for allowing us to come at this time. With Tennis Memphis and XS Tennis, come forward right quick. Earlier this morning in our Parks and Environmental Committee, we had a resolution in regards to a contract between the City of Memphis and Parks Division and the Tennis Memphis. During that conversation, we realized we had some little differences in regards to how diverse they were going to be with their contract. Since that time, they have gotten together and they have come to a resolution how the two of them will be working together. So I wanted to let you know as a body that I am in favor of what the resolution is and that I would ask y'all to support this contract with City for Tennis Memphis, and Tennis Memphis in return would also enter into a contract with ASX Tennis and go forward.
Okay.
This afternoon. Mr. Kane would not be available this evening. That's why we're doing it at this time.
Well, because there's a resolution to this, and welcome, Mr. Kane, this item is going to be on our agenda, item number 38. So I think that the purpose of having this meeting was to see if there was going to be an agreement between the committee meeting this morning and this afternoon. It appears that there is. And so we have to start up at 3:30. You can say, welcome and quick comments, Mr. Kane. Yes,
Kevin Kane, 47 Union Avenue, 38103. We met with Excess Sports this afternoon after the request of the council, and I think we have come up with a solution that's going to hopefully serve the children that are primarily concerned of what we serve at Tennis Memphis and what Excess does in Chicago and other facilities that they manage. And I think we have a compromise and an agreement that's going to work for the city of Memphis.
Okay, thank you. Sir, do you want to provide any comments?
Kamal Murray, CEO of Excess Tennis, 11740 South Longwood, Chicago, Illinois, 60609. Happy to be partnering with Tennis Memphis on this contract and bringing equity and additional programming to the city of Memphis.
Great. Thank you.
I have one other quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
This particular contract will be contingent upon the fact all the documentation like insurance certificates and all that be turned in.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you both. for
Colleagues, that
working
brings us to our add-on items. Items 8 and 9, they've been tabled. We have 10 add-on items for this afternoon. 33 is a resolution to amend 33, 34, 35, 36, 37 are all resolutions to amend the fiscal year 23 council grant allocations, all council districts. There's a request to add this to the fiscal consent agenda in same night minutes. Item number 38 was just what we talked about, a resolution to requesting an agreement between the city of Memphis through its Division of Parks Services and Tennis Memphis to operate tennis facilities, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Number 39 is a resolution requesting approval to transfer 7.84 acres of land, parcel ID 06801700034 to the city, to the Memphis and Shelby County Board of Education, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Item number 40, joint appointment, the Memphis and Shelby County Center City Revenue Finance Corporation Board, Venetia Mitchell. All council districts requested by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Item number 41 is an ordinance amending Article 7, Chapter 6, Section 36-130 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinance to establish rules and regulations related to the operation and regulation of short-term rentals in Memphis. That's all council districts sponsored by the Memphis City Council. There's a request to add this to the consent agenda for the first reading. And number 41 is the ordinance to amend the City Code of Ordinances, legal holidays, to add Juneteenth, Independence Day as a legal holiday. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas and yours truly. Request to add this to the consent agenda for first reading. Our same night minutes items will be 4, 5, 6, 21, 22, 21, 22, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Once again, items 8 and 9 have been tabled, and those are our add-ons. Seeing no further business, I'll see you downstairs so we can get started as close